lots of important information, lots of exchange of experiences, divisions of our market. Just waiting a few people who are at the coffee break so we can start. Please take your seats. Fica chamando, não. Não estou ouvindo ele. Agora entrou música. Very well. I would like to start and give you some important information. The Sim International Metso 2023, which is the International Metso Seminar. The subject is we are building the future of mining. So that you all have. You notice that there is a radio with a headset on your to channel C. It's not necessary to use this channel for all the needs you have for interpretation, both for Portuguese and English or English-Portuguese. It's the same channel. You'll just need to operate the on-off button, and this is the same button for volume, so you can adjust the best volume to listen to the explanation. Once again, good morning, everybody. I thank you all for being here. You all notice that we are in a different position, a different dynamic, where the main idea is that all are close and we can be more connected during this whole day of SIM 2023. My name is Walter Carles, and I'll be with you throughout the day today. And before calling Franciele Simões, who will start the event with a safety talk with you, I'd like to tell you that SIM 2023 is being transmitted live through this link on YouTube. Please, if you want to share, if you have colleagues that couldn't attend or couldn't be here today, but are interested in our agenda and the themes that we'll be presenting here, this is the chance to have of sharing it with them. If you want to send an image, please, it will stay on screen a few seconds so that you can take a picture and share with your colleagues that couldn't be here. Also important, stressing to all of you that all information on this event will be available in our WhatsApp channel. So the information are there already. Of course, an event like this, there may have doubts, questions, need for further information, and we have an online channel to ask those questions that you can accompany on screen, which is Slido. You can access on your browser, on your cell phone, through your browser, slido.com. And there you get on this screen for you to join. Just type SIM as it's written there on that blue line there. If you type SIM, and you will be automatically entered, and you can ask your questions. These questions can be answered during our meeting or later on through our communication teams. Okay, so feel free to participate and ask your questions. Well, very good having you here in our meeting, and our agenda starts now and finishes around 8 p.m., 8:30. When we are building this event, we thought in offering to you moments of discussion, ideas, and of course lots of amusement as diversion too. Talking about panels, we'll have 6 panels distributed throughout our agenda. You can see them here. You have 5 panels, no, 6 panels, including a special one. Now that you all could see, if you want to take a picture, feel free. You have your smartphones to follow up on what you are more interested throughout the day. And now I would like to call our dear Franciele Simões from the Metso safety area, and we have a safety talk. And that's how we'll start our day in Metso, and we are at our clients' facilities. And that's how we want to extend this good practice with you here. Please, Franciele, you have the floor. Thank you. Hello, good morning, everybody. You are welcome to the SIM 2023. As Walter just told, I'm Franciele Simões. I'm on the safety area. I work at Metso, and I'm here to talk with you about emergency exits, escape routes. If there is any need, we need to know and be aware of how to do that calmly and cautiously. I'm happy to know that all of you have left your homes and offices and arrived here safely, which is the most important thing. The most important for mining are people. And my work is ensuring that this is respected both within and without Metso. Today in this space that is the Gerdau Museum, that is amazing. By the way, I want to point out to you and show to you the emergency exits. To my left, closing to the light, we have a first emergency light. On my right, another escape route with the fire extinguishers, and to my right we also have one fire extinguisher and another to my left. If there is need, we also have so they can support us in any situation. SIM 2023 has sustainability action that we are very proud of, and our carbon emissions carbon free.
We shall applaud everyone who's taking care of our security here. Now everyone has been informed about it, and now our safety and security is conducted by Metso, mining companies, associations, bodies, mining bodies, which are at this event right now, to discuss matters that civilization, from the first mines to technological innovation. Every step has changed what we are nowadays. Mining impulses our world, moves our world forward through its products. The house where you live, the car that you drive, the smartphone. Evolution. And we honor our company. Through that, we generate respect, opportunity, and evolution. Great pillars are built with plurality. Past achievements, perspectives for the future of mining. Well done. So then we can begin SIM 2023. I would like to invite Good morning, everyone. Dynamics here. We have made a better future for all of us. And the future that we're making here, it's a future of co-creation. We had some difficult times here. Our last event was before the pandemic, so it's been a long time since we have last seen each other. So our objective today is the success of this event is here with talk more about challenges. We'll be talking about what we shall build in order to overcome those challenges, and especially to generate opportunities. So let's talk a little bit about it. Cool. And we have a plant here. Challenges we used to have, but now we have more incentives. And one of those incentives is sustainability, the planet which we inhabit. Talking about the pillar of sustainability since the Protocol of Kyoto. We have never, and we've been through it, and I would like to give you like my testimonial about it. Metso went through a fusion, a company fusion, and it was concluded we had a lot of people here working in Brazil, like more than 1,000 people working in our factories here in Brazil, and we couldn't stop working, only to deal with all that market that we have here in Brazil, all that demand. And families have never been as important as they are right now. Safety has never been as important as it is right now. So we work together with our families, we work together with our children, and in many times we had to work with our colleagues, which were together with us in building this country. And it was very important for us. And we used to live, we had to live through, and we are still living like a conflict that affects our supply chain. It affects our worries here. We have lots of people who live in, family who live in Europe, and they are always undergoing a lot of stress. And that's another important aspect. Here in Brazil, we live a very interesting experience. Most of the companies were looking for countries with competitive costs. And Metso was also looking for countries like that. And if you look at our supply chains that we have in India and in China, it's larger than in any other place of the world. But of course, the conflict situation that we have, the Suez Channel being blocked here, we had a great differential advantage here in Brazil, and because we had lots of factories here to deal with our customers. And we had a meeting last week in Finland, and we understood that we had a great advantage in terms of location, and we have lots of factories in strategic places, and one of those strategic places is Brazil. And here we have the idea about supply and demand and raw materials, and we had to prepare for a reduction, demand reduction, but what actually happened was an explosion in demand, and we had really low supply and really low supply chain at the moment, a strain on our supply chain, and that brought inflation, and that brought challenges for us who are producers here.
Fiz nessa cadeia, mas já estão melhores. E aí vieram essas 3 letrinhas, né? Essas 3 letrinhas estão na casa de todo mundo hoje. Cada 10 executivos que a gente fala, 11 estão falando em SG.
11 of them are talking about ESG. So this is a new thing that's really necessary, and we understand it would never leave our topics. Sustainability, innovation, diversity, we're always talking about those things. We had a presentation from a CEO of a mining company from Australia, and he was here to talk to us about businesses. And he was always talking about the results of what he got, and 90% of what he talked about was ESG. 90% of his presentation was about ESG, and he said that this company was doing in terms of ESG. These two words, they have never been so present: diversity, inclusion. In this panel last week, we had 80% of women. So we see how important female presence is. And we understand that this is a very male-dominated environment here, but having a female presence gives us a different point of view, and this will increase in the future of our country. And what are the new and old challenges that we have? Most of people here, they work with traditional ores, and we have copper, gold, iron. But we also have like some new seasoning in our melting pot. We have some like these new metals, these ores that are towards like electrification. Like we have, they're increasing a lot. And we can see that in the next years we'll have a great change in the mining sector here, in the mining industry with these new minerals. We already have like lithium production here in Brazil. And last, we really like the panel that we have in the end. It's Brazil with a Z. It's how we've transformed our country like in a more a protagonist in the world. We have a lot of mineral riches, we have good human resources, we have the technology. So how are we going to position our country in a second step of our ladder? How are we going to grow? How are we going to be able to produce a little bit more? How are we going to increase our role as protagonists of the world? And whenever we talk to colleagues from Australia, from China, Chile, countries that have mining activities here, USA, we see that we have a great potential to keep on growing. And that growth is here. Each one of these leaves here it brings a new challenge with it. And these leaves are more and more present on our tables here, so we need to discuss how we can be more efficient, how we can be more profitable. But we have other words that are really important and that they are present now. We need to prepare ourselves for that so we can have a better future for us, for our companies, for the country as a whole. So that's it. I would like to give the floor now to my friend Anderson Brito. I was welcome. The VP for South America in terms of product support. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Now it's much better. We need to begin this day with energy, because we're going to be talking about many important things today. We'll be talking about innovation, technology, and many other aspects, many other topics that are extremely important, of utmost importance for our life and for mining development and to develop Brazil in general. But inside everything that Marcelo has mentioned here, and I believe it's great that he's brought like all these important topics here, if I could add one thing to what he said, is the people aspect. And everything that we're talking about here today, ESG, innovations, technology, all that depends on people. And we are moved by challenges. Without a challenge, there's no fun to it. But we need people. We need people who are qualified with knowledge. And it crosses through all these topics that we're talking about. So if I could add one point to what Marcelo has said here, it would be this people thing. Diversity and inclusion, of course, is part of it. Sustainability is well connected to our agenda. But more than ever, in order to move all these aspects, we need people. And why do I say people? We're currently undergoing like lots of contracts, LCS contracts. I've seen Petrovicius here, and we're talking about a very decisive factor when we're talking about developing LCS solutions, it really goes through people. You know, it's very completely essential to all of us. We need to have these people, and we have how this training process. We have this search for people in the market, and that is essential to us. We need to have it growing in our minds here. We need to have these people here in the first place. That's the most important thing for us, to have the data that we need, but they also live their lives, that they can enjoy their lives with their families. I was talking to people recently here, friends, like it's been 3 weeks that I'm only traveling. Like I only get home to switch suitcases, but this has been like really intense for me. But it's part of our work. And we need to have more and more people with knowledge, so we can start bringing this tranquility, so we can live our lives with our families. And that is essential for us. Once again, it's really important for us to have this type of discussions as we're going to have today, this international seminar from Metso. I think it's really important from us. But this interaction, this conversation that we will have together is really important. And I'm really happy to have all of you here so we can further discuss the future of mining and our future as professionals and people. So thank you all. Enjoy this event, and we are here at your available for you to answer any kind of questions. So now I invite Fausto Rezende, Director of Minerals and CAPEX. Good morning everyone. I'm here together with Marcelo and Brini in order to give you a good morning, to welcome all of you, and to thank you all for your presences. Today we're going to talk about topics that are really relevant and really current. So I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you once again. I'll now give the floor to Marcelo, who will continue the event. Thank you, Fausto. Marcelo will be back soon. I would like to invite now to the stage Carlos Petravicius. Please, Carlos, give us the honor of your presence. Carlos Petravicius is a director of LCS services, and he has been working for Metso for 15 years. So thank you, Rafael. Thank you very much. It's very good to be here with all of you. And so we can begin our content journey. We're going to invite journalist Thais Heredia from CNN. She has a postgrad in finances from FIA USB. In the University of São Paulo, she has a solid career in journalism, and she has participated in the first moments of CNN Brazil in March 2020, and she has worked until 2023 as an analyst for economies. And she has returned for the professional team that is part of the program of the high time of the broadcasting company. And she has worked for the CNN Money news per show. This is a very reduced CV for Thais, and actually she has a lot of work in the corporate area, as well as working as an analyst for the central bank during Armídios Fraga's term. Welcome, Thais. So I would like to ask someone who made this CV for me. Thank you very much, Metso, for this. I'd say like I must be very strange because I love to talk about interest and inflation. But when I learned it, economy is not about just numbers. Economy is a human science. And I understood that it was the result of the things that we get from the employees here, and what we understand here from the sectors like the mining sector here in Brazil, that is huge. So my idea here today with all of you is to go through what was the year of 2023, that it's almost over, And now we have like a general overview of everything that we have based on our premises and the comprehension of the main points here of what was 2023. And it will have like, will tell us what was waiting for us in the year of 2024. And I really enjoyed your presentation, Marcelo, because it depends on expectations. Economy depends on expectations, and your expectation is a positive one. And of course, mining is a strong sector with international demand, and this helps us trail and pave the way for growth when we're looking at the medium and the long term. And that's a little bit difficult here in Brazil to think about the medium and long term. So we need to go through what was the year of 2023 and highlight a few situations that are more important for us. But we can't lose sight of, I don't know how to work with this device. Press the green button. And we can't lose sight of things like our premises. Lula has been elected the president of Brazil, his third term. More than 10 years later, he has left the country. He has left his term here, but not so many things that happened, not only to him, but also to his party. So what is the premise of Brazil starting in January 2023? We have a government that wants to spend more, and therefore they will need to levy more. So any kind of decisions that may happen here regarding developments since the January 2023, it cannot disconnect from this premise that we have a government that wants to spend more, so we have a government that will need to get more taxes. So the economic aspects here, and the economic agenda, it starts from that premise. So we can't expect anything different or that may escape the current logics, or something that may be out of, meeting this premise, meeting this agenda. This was the choice of the Brazilian population. Maybe not so clearly, but at least this part here, we understood that the Workers' Party and that Lula here wants to spend more. The Brazil that he has found here is a completely different Brazil from the one that he left in 2010. Better in many of its aspects, many aspects. So the first trimester of 2023, and we need to, first third of 2023, first quarter, and we need to think about like, how does the country respond to Lula? How will the country find answers to that? Like, how does this country respond to these changes, to these reforms, institutional reforms, like the independence of the central bank that separated the government and the state here, when we're talking about currency stability here. I believe the great question in the beginning of the government was, how will the country respond to that? And of course, we had questions about what would be like the fiscal policy of the government, what would replace the expenditure ceiling of the government. But I think what the first question that was most important here was, what would happen? Like, so Lula has this premise of spending more and he needs to get more taxes from the country, and how will the country respond to that? And Brazil responded in a way that they did not expect. We said, no, we're gonna live through like this retrocesses in this regulation marks here, like for sanitation, especially in the energy sector, the power sector, which is a large one. Some things happened here, but the independence of the central bank, the inflation goals that we've had. But since we've had like a first quarter in which we're calculating risks and the costs of things that we should have, and the government has to collect more taxes here, so we need to increase taxes, and we need to rethink the strategies of the productive sector, which is a big part of those taxes here. During the presentation we see those airplanes, they are passing by, they look like they're coming from the beach, so we have really small letters there, but those airplanes, that are on the screen now. You can see them here. And we were talking about like the situation of the Chinese economy. In the beginning of the year, it was one type of vision, and along its months, it was very volatile due to the crisis that China has been facing. The situation of the American economy and what would be like the fiscal policy and what would happen in terms of economic growth. The forecast for January was under 0.5, so 0.5%. So in the country will grow more than 3% per year. So did it come from the government, or did it come from the country that's responding to those changes that are now on the table, the current changes that are up to us? I believe it's more like a response from the country than a response to the new government and everything that they have done. Just the fact that they were not able to conduct the retrocesses that they wanted to, or that were in their plans, I believe that it was a good beginning. So we get into the second quarter here with economy minister Haddad. He was a little bit, walking over his own feet there, but he was able to, he has like of being more conservative inside the Workers' Party, that his dream was being part of PSDB, another party, that his dreams should be Fernando Henrique, 2023 Brazilian president. But he was more moderate, more articulate. He's shown that economic policy that deals with that premise from the beginning of, he's not leaving that premise from Lula's government here, but he has created like fiscal rules here to control the public accounts here, to meet the premises that were requested by Lula's government. But he has achieved that credibility, and he comes now with an agenda that's loaded, with a very solid agenda. And he was able to overcome challenges like overcoming the inflation goal, a new structure, a new fiscal structure here, and you have all these challenges here. Tax reform, which is a very important aspect. And it also gains space here when we're talking about the legislation reform as well. And we start having like a few surprises here in terms of the GDP. The agribusiness has grown 23%. And we've had some changes in terms of the forecast for growth of the country. So if Brazil, starting July, if Brazil didn't grow anything and the GDP was 0, Brazil would grow 2% regardless, because of the development, because of the performance during the second quarter. And that may be statistic effects, but the income that was generation by that growth in the second quarter or in the first quarter in general, it will continue generating more economies for us. So it's not just a statistical effect, it's a stronger movement of the productive chain in general, of the supply chain in general. Another surprise that we've had was the workers and the work market. Not only in the GDP, but also, for example, the work market started having a debate about what is actually happening in the market of, the work. We saw that the unemployment rate would be 11%, and it will actually end in 7%. So what do we have in terms of worker reforms? Do we have less legal security here in Brazil? So what do we have in terms of legal security here right now due to the behavior of the workers' market?
The income transfer is much larger, and even then employment recovers. There came up the discussion as whether the potential GDP changed maybe in the 6-7 years from Michel Temer to now. With the reforms approved, the musculature of the country has improved. This discussion starts from the second quarter, and when the doubts are resolved about what are the new rule of public accounts, whether Brazil will be an extra inflation goal or not, and overcome that, Brazil went back to discussing more fundamental issues, not as a priority agenda, I know that, but reading of what's happening in Brazil. When we get to the third quarter, things that start to stop working Haddad agenda starts losing strength because everyone is doing calculations. The levying agenda is facing a large resistance at the National Congress, and that account between balance of spending more and levying more is increasingly unbalanced because the financial market, this entity that serves as a parameter for price and risk of Brazilian economy, never believed that it was possible to approve everything and levy everything. But the benefit of doubt was not for the result, it was for the pathway toward the result. It's the same thing for the fiscal goal today. Nobody ever believed that the fiscal goal on the capacity of the country with a structural deficit still very strong, and public accounts would be able to zero the accounts next year. But it doesn't matter. What does it matter is that they decided to go there. Whether they would get there, it's not important. At the same time, interests decreased. There was that the central bank started decreasing interests from a very high level. Here in Brazil, the discussion of potential GDP is strengthened. But how can you have a country with the largest real interest rate in the world was being able to grow as it was growing, generating jobs as it was generating, with an income transfer agenda that 3 times larger than it was before the pandemic? You will not have a huge inflation surge, because Brazilian inflation has still demand components, especially services inflation. But here we don't surf as much as US and Europe, offer and off price shock, absurd. And Marcelo showed this imbalance. This scenario in the Brazilian textbook had already shown much more anemic growth, much more resistant inflation, and an economic environment for decision-making that's much more deteriorated. That's not what happened. GDP is still resilient, responding to their interest decreasing, but Haddad the agenda starting to lose strength. And then we have 2 important cash questions. First, the U.S. issue, the doubt is whether same thing there, interests growing a lot and the economy growing a lot. American economy is growing at 5% a year. It doesn't match their interest rate today. So what's the formula of behavior of Brazilian economy and world economy when we are talking about similar problems we are living here with the rest of the world, with the developed world? What did change in the efficiency of monetary policy or even tax policy, the response of economic agents to all the measures that we're taking? What is the new balance of economic policy measures and the production and the response capacity of countries? That's an important question in Brazil that we ask on a much lower scale. And Brazilian GDP activities are finally responding with the expected lag at a greater increase of interest rates, and that slowdown expected for before came up, but it's not something that will remove Brazil from a growth route. It's necessary for controlling inflation, not as much as as necessary whether it was too much or not, but the monetary policy logic. And Jerome Powell, for instance, said last week, if I can't provoke a decrease in economic activity, I can't reduce inflation. That's the logic of the changes we lived in the past few years. Wasn't even still able to corrupt. Here, tax, fiscal increased in Treasury, and in the U.S. they didn't. They climbed the Empire State. Here we go at the roof of the Ministry of Treasury. Here the questioning about the fiscal goal and Haddad agenda, how much we'll be able to meet the assumption of spending more and levy more without causing a very big distortion in the economy. And China had an extremely volatile behavior this year, and volatility was transferred and was noticed in the financial market. Very large volatility of markets or price is crazy. It's like a heart of a cardiac person when you see the chart of the prices of commodities, and very connected to the China growth. We reached now this fourth quarter, and then we have another agenda. Not only has his agenda, but he himself, without energy disauthorized by the President of the Republic. This has implications short, medium, and long term. If you want, later I can talk a little more about that. But my idea is not to personify it. It's to deal with a problem that showed up in the government, and Lula looked at his assumption and said, friend, if we're going to spend Mars, we need to levy more. But I love in this idea of taxing the rich. If we don't levy more, I will want to spend more. So that's a basic additional at the assumption of the beginning of the year. Well, we already decided that we are going to present an economic plan that will silence critics, because we'll have tax justice, tax reform, we'll do the reform of taxation of income. So it's not something that's just will increase tax charge and will rebalance things and levy more. What's clear from the past few weeks is that the assumption wasn't precisely like that. The assumption is spending more. If you don't levy more, we'll keep spending more. What's the response the country will give to that? We still don't know. What we know is that the fiscal goal, this discussion yesterday, I taught a class to a group of business women. Economy is a very masculine world, and I'm very happy. I have two groups of female business people, almost 50 women. We've been working together every month discussing Brazilian economy issues, and this union strengthens me a lot, including gives me energy to be here talking to you. The fiscal goal is that Haddad said that I'll go to the field, I'll play and score 4 goals. But first, then he doesn't scores any goals, and the adversary team scores 4 goals. What he's saying is that no problem, I'll lose, but I'll keep following the rules of the game, and I'll follow the rule of the fiscal framework or economic policy that I myself created. When Lula says we don't have a fiscal goal, it's as if I had entered in the game and took away the ball and said nobody's going to play anymore. And then this introduces in the Brazilian economy discussion the tolerance of the PT governments, and this historically is true of living with a small deficit and a small inflation. There is no problem. But that assumption that seemed very simple, it's not simple at all. It's pricey. Brazil has entered in a 2-year period of recession because of the exaggeration of this basis of the PT government, which is public expenditure as driver of growth and development of the country. Interest in the U.S. shows that it reached a peak, and the recovery of market this week and last week show this. Probably won't need to increase it more. The doubt is how much it will stay high. This also has implications in the way capital will turn around the world around. and we corroborate the process of deceleration of the activity. But here it's not dramatic because the labor market is still good. Inflation continues in a process of reduction. Now more resilient with the story of the last mile of inflation is always more difficult to fight. But even so, it is happening. And the war in Israel. The war in Israel has an interesting factor because on Saturday or Friday, when there was the Hamas invasion, the weekend was pure fear. Monday, petroleum, they will explode everything. What happened? Nothing. Tuesday, nothing. Wednesday, nothing. They said, well, come on, but this market people, does they have a heart? Can't they see what's happening there? No, it's not a matter of a heart. It's a vision of pragmatism. What is the risk to the world of war in Israel? So far, none. Israel is not an important link in the production chain. It's not a oil producer. And so the risk for allocation of capital, you have geopolitical risks, but the real geopolitical risk in Ukraine is much bigger because we're talking about the second largest nuclear power attacking a country, this nuclear power, which is the third oil producer in the world. So the shock of the economic risk and the geopolitical risk of a war within Europe was acknowledged and was interpreted as a much worse thing than the war in Israel. Many things are about to happen. We don't know if this will escalate or not, and it becomes part of the scenario. So we end 2023 with this addendum to get to 2024 with a government that wants to spend more, needs to levy more. They need desperately trying to approve projects to levy more, preferably without limits. So are we going to live with the fiscal unbalance and public accounts for unbalance? Yes, we will. How much will it cost? That depends on the response Brazil will give. The first response was more positive than negative. We have a year with greater growth, is independent central bank, more jobs. They care. They want a political independence in the Petrobras. They want to change the law of the state companies and change sanitation. Yes, they are. The rhetoric continues. Is only the discourse. It didn't become a practice yet with the space of damage that Lula had to do, especially in the second term, and Dilma exaggerated a lot in this. My issue for 2024, which I think is in the focus that we have to give attention to, is how will Brazil's management be? What will be the management? But is the country's management be? Is it Fernando Haddad, a country like Brazil that has a strong dependence of a strong leadership for economic policy, cannot have a weak economy minister? We cannot have a super powerful economy minister because then he's attacked by the policy, as we saw with Jair Nevico, with Dilma and Paulo Guedes with Bolsonaro. Super ministers are overthrown by policy because they make political projects infeasible. But we need a strong minister because it's he who will manage the country. It's not Simone Tebet doing great work in the Ministry of Planting. It's Fernando Haddad, and on the central bank side, Roberto Campos Neto, who is on his last term year. What will be this transition be? Who will the government appoint to his place? How will the country be managed in 2024? And how much will this affect this economy dynamics? Economy dynamics, I said it answered a lot more of country management in practice and all the institutional framework the country took on from 2016 to now, even with an end of the expenditure ceiling, and reacted little to the economic policy of the route on the Lula government. We are going into the second year in which their economic agenda changed, and this may affect the country management. How will this management be? We still don't know. We have a tax reform that can be approved. It's a fundamental stone. It's from it has a complexity of law projects that need to be approved to guide the tax system works in Brazil. Yesterday you had a manifest, funny because I had Guido Mantega and Sean Schwartz who hate each other, Amino Farja, Percharias, and Perez, all of them signed this manifesto in support of the tax reform with the following logic. What's the first step of this reform? And 5 taxes and fiscal war, and have the ground work in construction. We want to regulate the tax reform if we don't have the groundwork. So the greater risk will be in the quality and permissivity of law projects that will follow. So also a point of attention. Second point is allocation of capital and risk, taking into account the whole world. Yesterday's the BTG CEO said Brazil is winning by no count. There is no competitor to Brazil. The emergents comparable to Brazil, like Turkey, have lots of problems. He didn't mention Mexico, but Turkey is a case. Russia fought Brazil as an emergent market for a long time. What are our competitors? Mexico probably is an important Brazil competitor, but even so, Brazil is winning and knockout in the contest of the ugly countries. Brazil is the least ugly, so we can benefit from risk capital, especially in strategic sectors like mining. I was talking to Raul Julia, the CEO of Vibran. He's having a huge movement to try and break with and stop taxation of 1% of our exploitation in Brazil. But there is this movement of stopping that. But anyway, there is still the thing of the green economy, but more focused on the energy and mining and agriculture. Where there is still opportunity of allocation of capital and risk in Brazil in 2024. Sure, the forecast of growth for this year is 2%. The risk is that it can change down, not up. But anyway, Brazil is getting to the end of the year with more or less everything in place. So all that doubts about risks and costs at the beginning of the year, it was dissolved over time. Monsters grew smaller, and some good things grew bigger. You are employing, it's not me, it's you who are employing, you are hiring. And hiring of labor in Brazil has a ceiling. Anderson was talking about people. Brazil has a deficit in qualified labor. How are we going to deal with that? That's a problem with the growth of economy. But anyway, there is a positive outlook for Brazil because we are winning from a knockout, but also because we live a certain stability. The country management mechanisms are minimally working. And here I stress the central bank of Brazil. Again, we can discuss the dosage, but the pathway of monetary policy should prove correct. And finally, global economy. I came here with Marcos, and we're discussing volatility in prices. So, for example, they had that China data. Oil price fell, and it's a day in which Israel issue is worsening. Iron ore is also decreasing. So global economy is also generating questions. Oh, come on, with interest so high, with so much tax problems, serious tax problems that countries in Europe are suffering, in the US as well. How much will this impact Brazil? Here we have the advantage to Brazil because Brazil has the feat of entering recession when the world is growing. That's what happened 2015, 16. We're not able to do the opposite, but we do the feat. because we're extremely closed country and growing and keep walking in a world that's more or less. Brazil has developed a capital market that's robust, very small, but for someone who didn't have anything, a differentiated source of financing, but emissions of capital market are returning. There is financing sources, interest for investment and capital allocation. Risks and legal uncertainty. Brazil is known if tax reform is approved as one obstacle less. And then we'll move to another discussion, and global economy will dictate the intensity, whether Brazil will go beyond what we want or will stop in place. And to conclude, economy is expectation. It depends on expectations. Expectations for Brazil is that nobody is liking the behavior of inflation, whether it will be 3 or 4%. Brazil can live with a 3% inflation, but not if we want to spend so much. There are choices with much smaller dimension. We don't have an imminent crisis. We have exchange crisis. We won't have debt anymore. We are a liquid creditor in dollars. Brazil had a monetary crisis, and where the cost of controlling inflation was very high. We will no longer have monetary crisis sources. Inflation in Brazil is still a concern, but it becomes a concern mixed with macroeconomic issues of the country. I say that I want to live a day where nobody will know who is the president of the central bank in Brazil, a sign that the currency is stable, and we don't need to follow that. I loved to follow coupon meetings when I worked at the central bank. It's as a space of dealing with expectations that's much less wider or open than it was in the past. What does makes us a Boeing or a small plane? Play with this comparison. We were a hawk or a chicken. Brazil is a small plane. We are not a carrier plane. We weren't able to do that. The difference is that the small plane was without fuels, without a pilot, without a landing gear, but we're still a small plane. Brazil is still a poor country. Brazil is a country that's getting old, but the problem, but you know the problems, you make decisions every day. My idea is to share with you an outlook in where there is no imminent crisis to happen in Brazil. Does that mean that we'll enter in a carrier plane and take off? No, we'll keep being a small plane. Difference is now that even when we have to make stops on the Canaries to resupply, we may fly not too far, not with many people. You need to deal with inequalities and problems. And we arrived at this moment, and this moment is dangerous. It seems everything is resolved, and now we start doing things wrong. That's why I end with the question I asked. What's the answer that Brazil, you, the economic agents in general, will give? And what is the perceived value in our decision of all the changes that Brazil lived in the past few years? Chances that maybe some people didn't even understand properly this kind of clumsy balance that left people along the way. What's the response Brazil will give that, and how much will we be able to fly with our small plane? We're just not standing still. It's already okay. Thank you.
Agradecemos ao jornalista.
We would like to thank our journalist, Heredia, for her great assessment of Brazilian economy and the forecast for the market in 2024. And now moving on, we'll have a more detailed vision about Brazilian infrastructure and, of course, the challenges for the mining sector. For that, I would like to receive here with a round of applause Marcos Ganut. General Director of the Project Area of Capitals and Project of Álvares in Marcel in São Paulo. Thank you, Marcos. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madison, for the invitation. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with all of you. It's a great challenge for me to be the person talking after Thais here, after the highest bar has been set. And I'll start with the Boeing and the small plane analogy that Thais started here. And I would like to disagree in a certain extent that maybe Brazilians' small plane is also a plane that, you know, doesn't fall easily. You know, it's a plane that has some kind of resilience. Even without gas, we can still fly for a while. So Brazil has the tendency of holding on in some situations here due to the wealth of the country. And I think this is a privilege, and of course, like, this is not different when we're talking about the infrastructure market. So we're talking about the market of our infrastructure for mining. We're able to navigate here with two different blocks. I would say the first block is looking outside and checking out what is happening worldwide in terms of infrastructure. And I think one of the pillars that actually moves mining is ESG, but with an electrification view. Green economy that's moved by green hydrogen, non-fossil renewable sources, and so that we can reach like the expected state for the world, we'll need like a higher level of capital investments, of significant capital investments, and that will require a volume of ore that has not been seen yet in history. So if we evaluate it like in terms of the amount of mining sites that will be required by the world, so that we can actually reach the expected curves of decarbonization in 2030 or 2050, that is equivalent of, you know, doing what was done in 100 years of mining. We'll have to do it in the next 20 or 30 years. So it's very relevant in terms of the opportunities that mining has, especially when we're looking at that aspect here. And I'm not even looking, you know, I'm not even opening the discussion for other aspects here. The question that we have regarding that energetic transition, or the energy transition, is who will foot that bill? Who will pay it? Who will pay for it? We're talking about like higher interest rates. And this movement that is desired by everyone for a country. In terms of the environmental aspects here, we want something that's much more sustainable. And when we took at the feasibility of some projects, these are designs that involve like hundreds or $1 billion. And we're talking about countries like Chile, Australia, Saudi Arabia, that has a high volume of investments. I don't know if you have been keeping track of it. In the Arab market, the Saudi market, with all of their restrictions. And now these things that we see here, the restrictions that we see in terms of culture and religion that are in that region, we're still talking about like some things that people are saying here. We're talking about $17 trillion in their economy in the next 10 years. And that by itself is a volume that moves, you know, the clock. And we're talking about Saudi Arabia here. We've been talking about it. And one of the things that André Esteves mentioned in his panel here, and Thais mentioned here, is the entry of Saudi Arabia in the BRICS discussion, the expansion of the BRICS, the BRICS, the BRICS, and thinking that maybe Saudi Arabia is another pawn in this table that will change the flow of the game. So now we have an opportunity that's different from the last century in order to carry out those large projects to meet that demand. And of course, we go back to the supply and demand aspect here. But there will be a great difference. Where are those iron or where are those ore deposits? They are much harder to exploit than the ones in the past. So it means that the exploitation cost will be much higher than the ones we used to have in the past. So we're talking about deeper deposits here. We're talking about copper deposits, for example. There's a high demand of copper. And if we look at the copper deposits that we have now available, they are much deeper than the ones that we currently have being exploited. So it means that the development cost, the financing cost, the production cost, there will be significant challenges. So we're saying, oh, that we're not discussing if we have a demand. I'm talking about a global view here. We're not discussing whether we have like a demand here or not. We have a discussion of how we're going to meet that demand and who's going to finance that demand. I think this is like the greatest element here that we need to look at it, and it's associated inside our blocks. So I'll always go back here to this worldwide view and this national view here. I'll be moving back and forward through it. So when we're looking at Brazil here, we need to think about people and the lack of people as well here, as Thais has mentioned. When we look at the world and we talk to Australia, to Canada, to Chile, to South Africa, and to Brazil or Peru, the great ore producers in the world, in all of the interactions between the mining companies, from the big players to the junior players, one of the greatest challenges is actually people. So the matter of productivity is a huge axis. So we're talking about deeper iron deposits, so we need more equipment. And of course, the number of people required to work on it and to exploit those deposits is a great challenge that we have here. And that challenge gains like even larger outlines to it due to the fact that, unfortunately, mining has lost its recruiting glamour. So when we're looking at the global market now and this new generation that's coming up to this new labor market, they check out the technology market, the innovation market here, and they are much more interested in that than becoming miners. Oh, mining is interesting. Maybe mining. We have a panel later talking about mining. Of course, we have like some recordings and innovations and things about mining. But even though we're, looking at mining, thinking about innovations and thinking about the enabling of that process here of more difficult iron ore mining or other ores mining, and all that will be surrounded by this innovation standpoint. Even though we're talking about that, in practice, it's really difficult to compare this type of innovation with an agri-tech company innovation, because there is an interest from a labor market that is much higher for certain industries than for mining. So you have a problem in terms of getting the labor to come to us and to deal with this productivity problem as well that we have here with mining. So now I'll add a third point, once again, to ESG. And a little bit more controversial than before. ESG is a reality that will never go back. It will never retrocede. Now, and it's 50% of our teams when we're discussing at a high-level discussion. But we say that sustainability doesn't come from the table. And I will be a little bit harsher in terms of profitability here, because I think we need to have like responsibility in order to test transitions here as they happen. So when I would say like I will electrify my truck fleet in 2 years, well, that's not feasible. It's very beautiful to say it, but that's not feasible. And depending on how we look at that, and of course I'm not defending that at all. It's not a brainwash here. I'm actually defending a viable plan. We can't say there will be a structural changes, but that change is not feasible in terms of economic terms. So what is the way for you to decarbonize a chain, and how fast can you do it? All that is completely connected to your capacity of being competitive. And once again, we see a window of opportunity here, and these windows are unique in our history. We have a unique opportunity to export energy. We have like a huge amount of wind power farms here in Brazil, and we have the possibilities to double that if we go offshore. And those are some of the reasons for us to produce green hydrogen or green ammonia or biogas. We have lots of alternatives to become a great producer of power, of energy, of clean power for the world, and cheap power as well. And we understand that the advantages that Brazil has here, they last 2 or 3 years. And if we are not able to regulate those parameters in order to reach that field where we have attractive investments here, and they show, when we talk to investors, foreign investors, they say that Brazil is not even in the list when they're talking about investing in green hydrogen. And then Petrobras started positioning themselves here as a player that will be part of it. Vale has said that they are being very vocal about green hydrogen. But in terms of regulations, in terms of laws, and while that happens here, we're looking at our neighbor, Chile, with a potential that's much lower than ours, but they already have 3 or 4 green hydrogen processes happening. So are we really going to lose that train? And I think that Thais mentioned a few facts here, that the cornerstone for that was really important for us. But when we look at the 1% here, is it viable for Brazilian mining? It's just 1%. So if we start putting like these productivity problems that I have, I can't attract labor, I have a problem with that. I have a regulation problem that's important and I need to deal with it. I have a tax problem. I have high interest. I have a condition here as a logistic countries that is very complex. So since we like to put everything, all the eggs in the same basket, I would like to quote lithium here. Lithium is said to be like the best antidepressant as well, the best battery as well. But Argentina, which is, I mean, if we are on a small plane, I think Argentina is on a scooter. Because there was a congress about lithium in Argentina there, and Argentina is more attractive in terms of investments. Oh, but we have more deposits. Okay, we need to discuss that. But Brazil needs to learn that if mining is an important pillar here for generating jobs, for moving our economy, for positioning Brazil with a Z, you know, a global Brazil to the world. And if the world is looking at Brazil due to the mining here and productive capacity, we can't lose the train once again. And our worry when we look at that drawing is that the scenario, when we think about it here, it's just the hat that belongs to infrastructure. It is very positive. And we have all these concessions. We have the sanitation mark, the sanitation structure mark here for the legislation. And I can't recall seeing, you know, more than 4 railways being built at the same time. And right now we have 4 railways being built at the same time. And so many other authorizations happen here. Then they are feasible. And of course, not every time we're able to do it, but we have like these important concessions for railways. So we have lots of harbors being built. So we have lots of infrastructure elements being built here. We have this global demand for mining. We have a demand for power transition, energy transition. So in terms of infrastructure, we have a lot on our plate. But we need to ask ourselves, how much are we going to be able to capture as Brazil? If we look at mining here from 10 years ago to now, Brazil has lost a lot in terms of competitivity. And we see that the curve is getting closer to other areas of the world. We had an exchange advantage here. We should have an exchange advantage of having like a cost in reais for products in dollars, but that gap is being closed. And we need to find a way out in terms of management. And we can't not find like these things that are coming in right now. So we need to think about these elements of, being exaggerated on our doses here and, setting out a sustainable path ahead of us and losing something just because we want to levy more, collect more taxes. We will be on a less competitive side than we wanted to. And I think that Brazil is still an attractive place, something that's attractive for investors to come in. But it has also been better. I think we've lost a little bit of the spark that we had, of that famous picture of the Christ taking off like a rocket. But at that moment, maybe we had a different spark in our eyes, even if the foundations were not the best. But in the photography of the world at that moment, Brazil was part of the first group, of the most influential group. And now we are on the second or third one. We were still, we're close to the first group. We're winning because nobody's trying to compete with us. But maybe if 3 or 4 countries get together, they will be able to take us down. And I need to think about these opportunities that are many. There are so many opportunities. And the world will give us opportunities, especially for mining, for us to become different. But we need to have the foundations and all the structure all set so we can enjoy it. Otherwise, the horse will pass by with a saddle on it and we will not climb on it. We will not ride it at all. We'll lose that opportunity. Marcos, I would like to mention something here that I always say that I forgot to tell you in terms of productivity. Maybe that's Brazil's biggest challenge. Maybe that's the world's biggest challenge. And the elements for productivity that depend on the demography of a country. We have Brazilian productivity has grown because we had a lot of people coming into the labor market, but now we're at a regression point. And Brazil's productivity, the most effective place it will have is competitivity. And we need to think that it's not only a cornerstone, but it may become something that blocks us, that an obstacle to us, not only due to this stage, but also the ones that are coming. So this is a moment when politics win, and we need to discuss. And we need to discuss the current developments of Brazilian politics here. And we need to understand what is going on. Is it happening due to appropriation or division? And it looks like a growth of the politics that's going on for, appropriation and not sharing. And I think we just have to, keep track of our times here. In 2014, I wrote a paper named Brazil is Inevitable. And I said that because of our infrastructure. We had everything that was necessary for us to do it. Money didn't come. Money was not invested into us because we were not prepared for it at the time. And maybe that balance for cost, price, and opportunity here is something that is brought by Marcos and that is completely effective here for our country. Maybe we have some policies that may generate some imbalances. But these battles are more political battles that gain force through appropriation. And that will not necessarily help us. I think it's perfect, Thais. I think it's perfect. And, you know, good qualities, you know, good speaking is not enough. I can't just say to other countries, look, come here, we have a country with opportunities. We can't do just that. That's not enough. And the second point that we have here is that we're not alone in this party. And if I don't speak, and I have elements and a structure that supports what I'm saying, I can't have the arrogance of thinking that other parts of the world are much worse than Brazil. So we're in a game that we're all fighting for this capital, and some other places in the world are doing their homework about it. And if we don't do ours, we'll lose that opportunity. I heard from an economist, oh, the world has the same problems as Brazil. Why isn't Brazil growing? So one thing is having a problem and being rich. Another thing is having the same problem and being poor. And that's why I created that analogy about the Boeing or the small plane or the hawk or the chicken. We're still a poor country, but good luck. Thank you. Good event for all of you, and thank you for the time. Thank you very much, Thais. Thank you, Marcus, for your excellent explanations about economy and this analysis of the challenges, of the mining challenges in Brazil. It was a great class for all of us here, and it will help us guide the seminar during the day. By the way, Marcus Ganucci will remain here with us in the event, and this is a great opportunity for all of you to exchange information with him. Please feel free to do so. And I would like to tell you that on YouTube, we are transmitting through the channel, we're broadcasting through the channel of Brazil Mineral. And if you're not able to get the link in the beginning here, please ask your friends. Please ask your friends to access Brazil Mineral's channel on YouTube. And now to introduce the participants. The participants of this panel here, we shall now receive Rayane Rolim. Rayane is a site account management that is responsible for the main clients in the North region. Rayane has been working with mining for 20 years and in Metso for 5 years. She is a great example of representation of women in field, and that is something that is discussed many times through initiatives like Women in Mining, and since they participate more and more of SIM, we gain more visibility. Thank you, Walter. Thank you all. I would like first to thank you for the opportunity of being here. I would like to welcome all of you. I would like to thank you for the context, for the summary. And first I would like to talk a little bit about the state of Pará. I have the privilege of being from Pará, and I was born there, and that was the future of mining here, and I was able to see the development of Pará step by step there. And the development, employment, structure, development of physical labor, specialized labor here, and I was able to see those movements all the time. And that is favorable to the mining of our region here, where it's a very rich state, especially when talking about mining. And for the first panel, I would like to invite Patrícia Procópio. Patrícia, be very welcome. Patrícia Procópio, Director of Hexagon for Latin America, from LATAM, and also a member of Women in Mining. I would like also to invite Saulo Rezende. Solo is an engineer, an innovation engineer at Nexa, and I would also like to invite Leandro Azevedo. And he is part of our Metso team here. He is an application engineer. I would also like to invite Leandro Rossi, the director of Mining Hub. Please join us. So now we shall conduct the first panel that is about demystifying innovation. People, the event is wonderful. Please feel at home here.
Thank you for the presentation. On behalf of you, I thank you for the invitation. Marcelo, congratulations for the event and the organization for bringing this very cool panel. I think this is, where is Marcus? He said, speaking after both Thais and Marcus, is almost inviting us, instead of a panel, let's just do a stretch up or some calisthenics, because flies doesn't fly, big and small planes. There are something, everybody was very stimulated, but let's try to make things more tangible and bring the debate down to earth. We see many talks that are made, what to do, what's happening, and we try to gravitate little in the how. We can have a cool opportunity of discuss a little of how make mistakes. That's the point we always bring up. I am the executive director of Mining Hub, and I come from mining in many companies, large companies. And listen, that Brazil is the country of the country. We heard that a lot, but this time we have not only as a country, but as an industry, we have a great opportunity. If we want to go take it to an extreme, and it's good that the economy is left and they can guess some more, but we leave to the financial pragmatic aspects. I think the industry never had possibilities of leverage its multiples and acknowledgement of multiples in terms of resource flow as we have now. When we look at, and I'd like to emphasize the transition issue, and that's our sector is very strong and well positioned. If we take to the structural side, as a country, Thais mentioned a lot, we look for a crisis. Well, there is no, let me look for a crisis, a very conservative, traditional sector, in capital intensive. We know that's not easy, but we look for our crisis. When we look at Brazil, and we talk a lot about our countries, other countries, I think as mining in Brazil, this very well placed grounds for the industry as iron ore and other ores as a whole. You have a China stability, but an interesting shift with India coming in. The demand that goes, if you have a platform where you have rich ores that will make other ores feasible. I remember how we would do in Vale to allocate 400 million tons in the world, the seaborne transition market. Brazil was much stronger. It was decreasing. We understand it's a big logic of this effect, the big tragedies. It makes Brazil take a long time to list 5, 6, 10 projects, relevant projects that were approved in terms of licensing, so that installed capacity would move on. And when you look at other industries, this is an effect that hampers Brazil a lot. And trying to say that we are improving our projects, but we are not putting so much installed capacity, because one of the big reasons of licensing. But if we are a country with a mineral platform, we must find a way to this take off and progress. And just get a word that was very well discussed here, and that's productivity. When we're talking about productivity, we're talking about innovation. And we are talking about innovation. 5 years ago, a movement started, so 8 or 9 mining companies went together to make a mining hub. And it was a very similar logic to a talk of a group of people who had a big challenge and sometimes costed a lot, still costs. What are we doing in our companies? Can we speed that up and do it together and bring more stronger logic for the sector? And yes, there came the mining hub, January 19. 1 week later, a super relevant fact, a very positive news, very positive agenda. Those who followed it know. 1 week later, the Brumadinho tragedy, and that's over. It's all over. But it was the opposite. We've created a very interesting collaborative environment to progress in some aspects. And that was a little the logic that permeated throughout these 5 years that we complete next year with 3 very clear stages. First year of industries brought along this move innovation. But so 19, everybody wanted innovation. 2021 pandemics. If you were in a hub, everybody suffered, and we managed to digitize, leverage the projects. It doesn't stop. And after 22, after the pandemic, we go into a different agenda of resuming and doing and looking for this productivity innovation. Interesting figures. When you put it in context of the sector dynamics, 900 startups went through the mining hub. It's not just they applied, they participated in speed-up cycles, conducted some programs. In some programs, they sped up some challenges, almost 160 concept proofs, over 14 cycles of speed up in the sectorial hub. When you look at that, and with conservative, old, and in capital-intensive sector industry, we have received benchmark from other sectors. The third benchmark, I said, there is something. If they come understanding more with us, and we think the other sectors are along different lines, you start seeing things that mining sector. This was very clear. Do you have competition? Yes, but you have a big space for cooperation. Especially when you're talking about open innovation, we are not talking about sensitive projects, large strategic projects. We're talking about projects where there is a space for cooperation, and the sector found this good area for cooperation. And when you're talking about innovation solutions, for example, to increase dam safety, you know dams are a problem, but there is a cooperation space. So why not do it together and speed up a solution in joint? We have themes, decarbonization, international acceleration, the social development. This impact part is very strong, and within this logic, you bring in some dynamics where if you don't do anything in our traditional industry, it's very common that big ones deal with big ones. This is not bad, but the good ideas, good startups, initiatives that may come up, sometimes we put too many pressures in looking for a startup and good ideas, but we as an industry must create a more favorable environment. But who didn't see an area manager that could have a possibility of a startup to be cooperating? But the risk and the grief that look to have a waiver, but to facilitate his life in terms of internal management and safety, instead of saying I work with that company, which is a startup, and I have to take them by the hand and make it happen, I prefer to working with a huge company that give me an internal comfort. Sometimes you lose a risk of a need of developing, innovating, looking for someone, and bring new players to the sector. That's a very strong movement in open innovation, and there is the possibility of talking and bringing in other dynamics and business outlooks in our sector. If you don't do anything, big ones will keep dealing with big ones. To support mining, you need some muscle. Those who never got a contract of 150 pages in English, I don't even have a legal department or a payment flow of 120 days. We need also to live with these two sides. Maybe we won't do it. Good ideas and good companies may migrate to other sectors. So this open innovation initiative, we had beautiful cases to mention in this debate. And to warm up this talk, I would like to bring our guests to the panel. And I'll bring a little, Patricia, I'll start with you. Let's go. Not for no obvious reason, but I know you have a very great, cool innovation view and works a long time with that. For you, what have you been seeing in terms of innovation in the mining sector in the short, medium, and long term, especially Exxon, which is a global player within the mining sector? Okay, Leandro, for calling me here, and thank you, Metso, to the invitation to all of you of participation of such an interesting event. I think we need these times. Online is very satisfactory for a series of issues, but this more moment of networking and exchange and put lots of matters in the agenda to discuss together and bring in new visions and insights. I think today will be a day of lots of joint insights and innovation. We've been with the matter of innovation, digital transformation for many years now, trying to create a 4.0 industry and very slow pace and more slower than we needed. We need to mention the pandemic, bring a shock, need to transform, and need to be digital. It's brought out these economic issues to progress in this scenario and sustain our business. Innovation is the way. So you have in the Mine Hub today for us is an extremely important space and necessary. We need, and mining increasingly needs, learn to be more cooperative, and as long as we have the Mine Hub, we'll be exercising this. It's an exercise, and how much did it change in the past few years, the process that we have. And talking about innovation, we must remember the innovation. Can't leave innovation for each company to work by themselves. We won't give the steps we need to give, and we won't leave the small airplane if we don't work this innovation together. I'm very happy to be Hexagon and being here with Metso talking about this big partners of mineral industry. That's what we need. And then also the money for the investment doesn't need to come only for the mining companies and only of suppliers and big players in the business, because we have lots of innovation. Brazil is a country with many ideas. Scarcities of ideas doesn't exist. The more we need, the more we find new sources of ideas. And then you have the capital, which is what we need to be involved with it. And the Mine Hub does this connection of CVCs and VCs that will have an important role by putting money to have this leveraging. So I think it's like that. Innovation is a need for sustainability, business sustainability. Put in all parameters we need to put to this business, because it needs to be feasible, have a good reputation. That's our biggest challenge. And to overcome this challenge, we need to face ISD with seriousness. It must be ESG. It must be a part of the business, and then you have the mix. It's like that. Great, you brought up great insights. Now a mining company to the table, Saulo Nexa. From your point of view in contextualizing some issues, talking about a hub that you have 22, 25 mining companies in there, some 25 suppliers in the chain, so it's very diversified, besides university startups and others. As a mining company, how do you see this innovation launch in short, medium, and long term in the mining industry. Thank you first for the invitation, opportunity to share what we've been doing in the industry. It's a lot more of learning with everybody who is here, because of my age as well, because we're always learning to drive and transform the sector. I would like to comment on this vision of short, medium, and long term, which how this sector must act in this way. But as you said, and Patricia commented, that ESG must be the agenda. And the more important part is that mining broke the inertia, started walking. It started from the mining hub itself, which is a demonstration of that, of leaving inertia and looking for this transformation, understanding that open innovation works a lot better than restricted innovation. That's the development within the corporations themselves. We can only change the industry if you are together, if you have a single mindset director towards that issue. Although the short term, my main view is that mining companies must act directly on the impact that they have caused. Like an example from my sector, which circular economy. We have residues of exposed in stacks and dams, and this needs attention. This material is displaced there, and we need to look at this impact and the conflicts with communities that we have today, to look into sector and work with what have already caused emissions and medium term, looking for neutralization, enter this energy transition with greater ambition, looking neutrality, looking to transform residues in products, foster this open innovation and bringing new people to the sector and connected the areas. This is very important, and this issue of circular economy, connecting other industries to mining, to bring in innovation for other industries, to transform it. We see innovations that can be applied and transformed for the industry, connect other markets to mining, and in the long term, looking, in fact, into this energy transition is a challenge, a big challenge, as it was said, but we must take into account this and always try to do this in a feasible way. We say this a lot. We want to transform, enter this in this ESG agenda, but how should we do it in a feasible way? The major question is, there's a question first. How do we calculate feasibility today? Do we take into account these ESG agendas today, and this line within the feasibility lines we calculate to the projects? It's very important to deal with that to achieve the long term and achieve our ambitions and create a sustainable mining capable of ensuring the future of next upcoming generations.
I think all these indicators, they're fundamental. We need to care about that. And next, I had a recent case of raising funds here, raising investments here. So we need to see the circular economy and check out the integration that we must carry out. And this is the only sector that we can't move the plant from one spot to the other, because we need to think about the deposits. So this regional development is fundamental to our areas. So of course there are projects and many logics to walk through in this area. So how do you see the challenge of innovation here for mining exploitation in the short, medium, and long term? So first of all, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I think it's a great thing here to be here with all of you, you know, having constant ongoing learning. As I have seen, I've been working with automation for 15 years, with Metso for 10 years, and in mining in general. I think that for this first moment, for the short term, it's a little bit of what we're doing here right now. We are demystifying an aspect, you know. We're trying to innovate. And our core business is not that, it's to produce sustainably, as Max has mentioned. So we need to think about, well, we need to innovate. And that is our objective here. So what I see in the short term is that we need to bring new things here. We need to understand that innovation is a tool to help, to support us in producing. So some of our initiatives, they started from this thing of, oh, we need to innovate. We need to do it at any cost. And Brini has mentioned in his conversation, it didn't involve people. And technology, we can't have only technology. We need people involved in it, or else, they will not be able to work automatically with these things. So in the short term, I think, are we prepared? Do we have people to do it? Do we have the technology? But we need to embrace the people. Connection, that chain, that link, because in the end of the day, medium term, when this has been properly demystified, then we can start applying. Then people will embrace this new technology. So we're talking about these political challenges. Sector grow, increase, medium and long term. We need to think about what is going to push demand, the competition that we have, producing better, or maybe the feeding materials are not the best ones. So these challenges already exist, and these changes, they need to be provoked. So we need to embrace those changes. We need to embrace some of our partners, and I think it's a great initiative. Small clients, large clients, and we need to trace like in what moment of the transformation are they in, and their challenges are punctual, very specific challenges, very particular challenges, and we trace a path for each one of them with short, long, and medium-term challenges. So it depends on the appetite of each one of them in terms of investments and how much people actually understand, how people understand like what they can do. And that's where Metso comes, where the final customer, everyone term. That is as a final thing I would like to say that metallurgics engineers here, for example, we need to think about this 4.0 transformation, and I think in the long term people will be ready for it and they will be able to see that this is a supporting tool. Leandro, I would like to add something to what you have mentioned here, that something that needs to be repeated and highlighted. Yeah, don't run away from the question. Yeah, go straight to the point. Yeah, when we're talking about medium and long term, we need to think about the workforce of the future. We need to give some special attention to it, and the industry needs to be a little bit more involved in it. And I'm bringing this new project to Hexagon called Hexagon Academy. Hexagon Academy, and I think we were at this event at UFMG, at the Minas Gerais University, and how they lack, their curriculum lacks a lot. Their course curriculum, their course program is very lacking and outdated in many aspects. So we were discussing that during the presentation here. We were thinking about how we could do it. Should we talk to the government body? How we can do that? We should have partnerships. Should we get involved in that? But we need to pay attention to those things. We have a class of graduates that get out of there, and they are digitally native people here. That helps us to demystify some of these aspects. But they are very reactive to mining, and we need to attract people to mining because, of course, we need a good reputation in mining. And then we have a specific insight. We could have a specific project for at the mining hub focused on academia. And of course we have to do it. I think there are two important aspects here. The future workforce, we have two great starting projects here. We have a pilot project here from two companies. The first case is 180 positions for that. We have these pathways here that were mapped by the mining companies here, and then they were able to see there's a sequence of things here. If we're going to work on the skills here, how are we going to work on those skills? Are we going to train that person and then abandon them? Are we going to bring these people to a container? But can they operate it? Can they actually operate it? Are we going to replace the operators? They're replacing operators in Australia. That's one type of reality. Here in Brazil, it's a completely different reality. Completely different from Australia. So I'll return that question to you. I think it's a really cool type of work. And I think that we need to go back a little bit here. When we're talking about innovation, we're talking about great productions here, large productions for these minerals here in the minerals of the future. So there's a change here. So when we're talking about some of decision making that happen here for some specific sectors of mining, maybe the companies were, removing investments from some of areas to go to another one. You see copper, nickel, and now we see this strong movement in those sectors here, lithium, etc. So I would like to ask you three for your view about this. So for example, in the logics of these minerals, and how do we unlock value from them? Are we talking about mineral processing and this operational safety? How do you see that innovation may contribute to these processes, especially in these strategies in which Brazil is fundamental to have these things and unlock these minerals? Not only in the prospection, in exploitation, but also to make it happen in the production. Not only in the ore processing part, but how do you bring benefits to them? I think the first point here is stability. I think people who are operating it nowadays, they already know well like how consolidated mining is here in Brazil. But sometimes we have different opinions. We have a different metal with a different grade, and some of them have a different recipe. So this idea that innovation may support it, we have to bring these new ideas, we have to bring the best operation procedures and achieve stability, so that I won't have any kind of variations in terms of gains and shift recovery. I'll have stability, I'll have this tool that deals with the expected variation, and then the operator will be able to focus on other actions. And this is, for a temporary action here, the machine can do it. For something that's simple, the machine can do it. And once you have a stable process, you can optimize it. So if your idea is to produce a larger quantity at a specific grade, why do you actually have to increase the grade if there's no bonus, there's no advantage for you to producing at a higher grade? You need to produce at the grade that the customer will buy, at the highest amount that's possible. And to walk that line, I need a system to support me. I'll need to leave all these variables that come up with this data acquisition at the hands of an operator. I'll need some types of machines to support them and to keep them flying in this area of optimized production. And for production, I see that. I need to see the need of stabilizing and optimizing. In terms of safety, of course, safety. So we're talking about remote access. I think that's very important here. And we talk about the aspects that innovation replaces labor, but I don't think that's what happens. I think they put in the human, the element here in the position of a thinker, of decision making. So well, if there's something here that involves a risk here, we can operate a machine from a distance, and then we can protect the human factor there. The human being doesn't need to be in risk there. So remote access and connectivity, we can do something about maintenance regarding that. So the distance are shortened. When I say, oh, I'm in front of Metso here, and I can put on glasses and show you what's happening. And I'm there with you, I'm looking at the equipment and I can tell you, oh, do this or do that. It's fast for me because with remote access, it's safer and faster. That makes total sense. Patricia, I'll be talking a little bit about infrastructure as well here. But either we want or not, in Nexa, you have this strong case here with you operate a lot with mining labs and a lot of internal initiatives here. I would like to talk a little bit about your view here, about that viewpoint. And I'm giving you the example of Nexa because I know it in detail, but we need to take care not to patronize innovation. Nowadays, people who has been, in an investment round table here, and they were fighting for a red count, and then they have this innovation people with 30 ones. And they brought me these people here, and they say, oh, look, the agenda was emblematic in terms of this association of performance, innovation, 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 strategy, and I said, wait a minute. If this is a new subject here, we're thinking about like it's a horizontal one, we cannot separate it. So I think that's one of the great traps that we have. We patronize, we infantilize it, make it as a childish, we play post-its, we play with things here. But if it doesn't connect, if it doesn't make sense, people will ask, well, where's the return from that investment? Otherwise, there shouldn't be any kind of investment. And I would like to ask you, what do you do there in this internal innovation in the mining labs with the success cases? Looking at, you know, short-term results that feed the long-term expectations. The best thing like right now is portfolio diversification. Inside Nexa Innovation here we have several sectors, and we have the circular economy part, decarbonization, positive legacy here that's related to the social area, safety, of course, and of course the open innovation platform that it connects all of that, so we can look for knowledge and manage knowledge, internal knowledge of Nexa itself. And we try to connect it with the sector in general. But innovation in Nexa is normally staged in 3 pillars, which are knowledge, cooperation, and the final one that I like to highlight, which is courage. Without any courage, there's no ways for us to do anything. But the center of it all, in the center of it all, we have people. People who will direct everything that we have here inside the mining lab, and it's an open platform, and I'll be talking a little bit about how we work. We have these 5 programs with distinct objectives, so we can encompass all these solutions that requiring you know, these great challenges here. So we have the mining challenges here. It was the first innovation program from Nexa. And we set some challenges that are raised by this unit here. We take them to the market. And through these different challenges, these challenges are very similar to what we do at the Mining Hub as well. We bring these players, we connect them to startups, we connect them to large companies, to small companies, to universities, so we can solve these challenges at Nexa. And we also have other ones. So when we're talking about challenges, we're talking about long-term challenges. We're talking about technology developments. And because for many things we do not have the technology that has been developed in order to apply it properly. So we have Mining Lab Begins, which are hard science challenges, high complexity challenges, challenges that require a high level of customization. And we try to feed like university development and development of scientific work that deals with those challenges. And we get closer to people, and we see that the university, for example, university program is where we're trying to be present in the universities, because we need to bring these people here. We need to bring challenges to the students. We talk to students from universities, from several universities in the countries, both public and private, in order to get closer to that public, in order to get closer to those people, to bring these talents close to us, to present them a new type of future. And as we recommended here, we see in their curriculum, in the school curriculum, course curriculum, it's not being sold there yet. They're not talking about those challenges yet. So we need to try to bring this type of innovation to the university and show the students how it works. And we also have 2 other programs, a channel, a connection that we have with Nexa 24 hours. And we also have Mining Tool, which is for specific challenges that are very similar to the challenge area. But our intention is to connect all the sectors here. So we have different challenges, we need to connect them to those parts, and the Mining Lab works by connecting people, so that people, through their courage and their cooperation, they may produce knowledge to transform the sector. And I'll go into a more practical area. I've seen like the project files here that we have, design files here that we have here, for each initiative which we apply it here. I think it's really difficult for us to talk about it here and to measure it. I think, Patricia, I cannot avoid this question to you here. I would like to talk a little bit about the structure. How do you think about ESG in this way here? All these operations that we're talking, remote operation, how do you see that inside the mining sector? This full understanding of the implementation of these things, how do you see the advances of 5G and communication in innovation? I'll switch mics with, please. That is an excellent question. Because our developments and all the work that the industry has been carrying out, especially the technology that we are trying to produce at the Hexagon and the captures here, it completely depends on a digital network in order to support its solutions. And as surprising as it sounds, we're talking about basic sanitation too. And we're not talking about just mines here, we're talking about this ore exploitation, underground mines as well. And this continues being their biggest bottleneck, and we need to have some way to advance, maybe to advance in a way that we're working together. We need to work together in some way. So when we're talking about larger companies, they have different degrees of maturity, and some companies, some private companies, they're advancing their LTEs, the private networks here, they're trying to leverage some of their processes. But when we're talking about 5G, we need to understand that some of the mines don't even have 3G. So we need to work on 4G, we need to put a few towers. How we're gonna move the towers, how we're gonna put the towers, how we're gonna put the tower if I have the mine there. The volume of data that's involved here, the data that's being used here in terms of images, everything that's heavier. We need to have a higher flow of data, and that is of course a bottleneck for all of us. In 5G, we're gonna skip 4G, we're gonna go straight to 5G just because the volume of data is much higher now. We're talking about processes that are much more autonomous now. And we need to improve the mineral processing, operational safety, processes that are happening remotely more and more, lower exposition to risk. So we need to effectively have a position as a sector here to work on it in a more effective way. Because we depend on government aspects here for this implementation. We see that we have 5G since the last year. That's not true for the mines. But in order to leverage that, and for the processes that we propose nowadays, and the things that happen in other countries, we cannot implement those things here because of the problems in the network, because we're still lacking in the network. And just to mention something else that you talked about here, we're living in a very interesting moment here for mining. We forecast a new boom for the minerals here, for the energy transition minerals and the critical minerals. But we need to think about the by-the-book business right now, because what we have nowadays is that we're working with a great legacy, and it's a complex one. So we're talking about this huge AI revolution, which we will not have like the basic part of the data and the structure that's structured properly in order to evolve. So since the acquisition, the traceability of that data in order to deliver, you know, the ore as a final product here with added value to it, we need to think about that. And we have this important process right now of initiating like these new companies, these new junior companies here that are starting their new businesses. And we should begin doing things according to the real recipe here. Our time is running out. I would like to thank all the panelists who have been here with me. Thank you so much for explaining this case. And I think this is a very rich place here. This is a very, we have so many things to talk about mining and innovation here. I would like to thank all of you, and let's move on with our day and all the challenges that we have for this sector. And through our sector here, and through our industry, we shall be talking about these strategies that we're building together with people. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good rest of your day.
We thank for the participation of Patricia, Leander, Saulo, Leandro. Thank you for thanks to all of you for our first panel that focused on innovation. Thank you all. Well, so you continue with energy high, talking about innovation. Let's do a quick recharge of 10 minutes. So stand up, have a small 10-minute coffee break. In 10 minutes, we'll return for our next panel. Okay, we'll be back soon.
Agradecer a todos que vão acompanhando.
With all, no, everyone that's accompanying us on YouTube as well, for Brasil Mineral channel on YouTube. Very well, I'll ask also the Metso team to help us bring our guests back to their seats so that you can take their positions and we can return to our second panel. Yes, 2023, we're all connected, building the future of mining. So let's go back to our seats. We'll soon have a lunch, and we can also, now we can enjoy the second panel. Reminding that you can ask your questions also using the Slido. Just go to slido.com and on the search bar enter SIM and you will be directed to our question area. Production, can we start? So let's go. We are returning with our second panel, and we'll now move on to it with the theme Energy Efficiency in Mining. I'll ask the Metso representatives, please bring our guests to return to our seats so we can start. Well, to introduce the panelists, I would like Mina Misaki. Please, Patrick, let's big hand for Patrick Mina Misaki. He is field service director. Patrick is an example of growth within the company. He started at Metso as a trainee, went through several areas where he worked as analyst, coordinator, manager, and with all his experience, he's today field service director, always focused on client needs. Patrick, please, you have the floor. Thank you, Walter. Thank you for the introduction. Later I'll get your text, so I'll put it on my LinkedIn. Good morning, everybody. Just a comment. I think that panels are very interesting. The high-level discussions here, I'm learning a lot. I hope you also are enjoying the discussions. Just a quick comment, I think that it's not our subject, but we'll deal a lot with that in this discussion. These are people. I work with field services. One of the challenges for the next upcoming years, we put as goal 1 and 2, is developing people. We need to create an environment that will bring in these new professions that are moving to other markets. It's a big challenge. We discuss a lot on this subject because if youths are not attracted to enter this mining market, we'll hardly be able to prosper in this market. But I didn't come here to make a speech. I'll just call the panelists to compose the second panel. I call the Vice President, Alan Boyston. Alan is the Global Vice President of Engineering and Communication of Metso. He'll be here with us today. Second guest is Thalita Oliveira. Talita is a valley engineer, mining valley engineer, works with reliability and continuous process improvement at the plants. And our third guest, Roberto Miranda, Superintendent of Engineering Projects and Maintenance at J. Mendes Company. Our fourth guest is Tony Lima. Tony Lima is the operations director at Appian. And we call here journalist Nelson Valencio, who will conduct the panel. Nelson is a reporter of Brasil Heredia and the former publishers of Minerais and Minerales. Thank you, people. Feel free to. Good morning, everybody. Thank Metso for the invitation. This panel will be conducted in Portuguese, and we have the participation of honorable participation of Alan. Alan will answer in English, and then you can follow the translation into Portuguese. I covered mining a long time, 20, 30 years ago in Trudeau. I covered the energy market. The energy market in Brazil has an outlook or expectation for mining that's very interesting. Between this year and next year, it's 3 energy transmission auctions. Among the assets that are mapped as critical for expansion of transmission in Brazil are the transmission towers, basically made of aluminum. So there's an agreement this year in Brazil between the transmission area, so that the third auction that would happen this year is transferred to next year, so that the industry can service it. Industry that services the transmission, energy transmission areas, towers, transmitters, and other components is working at maximum capacity. So this is an interesting datum that we bring in, but sometimes it happens that the expectations of the energy industry and the outlook they have of mining is sometimes that this mining production can happen and grow overnight, but we know that it's not really like that. But we are sure of something. Without mining, there will be no energy transition. It's impossible to happen. This has been mapped. McKinsey has a very interesting work where he maps all the critical minerals for energy transition and associates these minerals with industry sector demand. So this is a very interesting datum for us. And I see sometimes that we start having an outlook of the energy sector in relation to mining is much of expectations and sometimes kind of delusional in terms of the objectives. We need to put our feet on the ground sometimes. And this energy transition is not just aluminum for transition towers. We have lithium for batteries, and not just electrical car batteries, storage batteries in the transmission market, because expansion and transmission is so intensive in Brazil that batteries are a way of balancing this equilibrium. We have new renewable energies, the north of Minas. We have solar and wind throughout the northeast of Brazil. And the production area in Brazil for renewable energy is not in the same area of demand. And you need all those lines, and they demand also aluminum, among other things. So wind towers won't work without rare earths. It's another element among several others. On the other hand, we have the energy sector. It also demands, mining sector, also demands energy. It's this issue in this panel. We have a trend Forbes mapped that a lot in large mining companies, all of them, mainly the 20, 30 larger ones, already signalizing towards decarbonization with strong investments in renewable energies. That's a path. But our discussion here goes along another lines, which is the issue of processing among other matters. How we mining companies and technology partners can help or contribute to this transition, not only by adopting renewable energies, but also in the part of processes. There are some figures that I researched. Maybe there will not be exactly the averages, but there is a 6% variation of demanded energy throughout the world is demanded by mining. And in terms of mining, comminution is the major requirer. We talk about 40–50% of comminution. And energy is approximately 10% of the total cost of a mine operation. These numbers you have much better than me, but it's a double discussion. The expectation of the energy sector industry has for mine supply and also mining placing itself not only in the sense which is an opportunity for mining placing itself in energy transition, but here we'll discuss also another opportunity of positioning this issue of energy transition and efficiency, which is the issue of how we are reducing this demand or optimizing this demand. So the first question I ask all of you is, considering the 6% mining in average has been demand of energy, what are you doing? What projects are you leading today? What experiences you can bring in and share with us regarding this improvement of energy efficiency? Thalita, I would like to start with you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the invitation from Metso and everyone who's here with us. Energy efficiency is an old term, very old one, but in mining it has been brought as a new thing. It's been brought up as a new thing, like if we haven't done it before. But see, when we're talking about an increase in productivity, we also need like an increase in the efficiency of the power efficiency. So we need to think about improvements since, drilling, also to transportation. We're talking about trucks or conveyors, and also in the plant processes, which are our bottleneck right now. And we're talking about, the things that Nelson has mentioned here, are sub-processes that take the most energy. And it's not, we need to separate the ore. When we separate the ore, that requires a lot of power. And we understand that is our focal area right now. But in the market, we currently have like several different types of solutions to do so. And we cannot do that without AI, without artificial intelligence. So that is this industry, 4.0 industry right next to us. So the use of automation in crushing, for example, materials has reduced the energy costs in 10%. So we have at Valley, like for lots of plants in the north of Brazil, for example, we have 5 plants where we can apply those techniques. So the replication is huge, and we have partnerships. We need partnerships from all sides, so suppliers, university, internal teams, everything. And one of the things that I would like to raise when we're talking about energy efficiency here, one of the things that we think about our operation team here, it's a little bit, timid about it. They think that if we improve the efficiency, we don't need the operational team anymore. I'm actually offering safety to them, and I'm offering them opportunities for this operational team to work with new things that they have never seen before. And this increases their performance. So working with, the factory people, the people at the plant, You know, we need to improve the respect that we have towards them, and AI can remove that. We're talking about crushing, but we're also talking about the autonomous trucks, the unmanned trucks. They help us reduce the consumption of power, but also the consumption of fossil fuels. One of our bottlenecks is the consumption of diesel. And of course, we can do that in all of the stages that we have along our chain, our production chain. That's great. That's a great answer, Talita. Tony, I would like to continue the discussion, and I'll give the floor to you, considering everything that Talita has mentioned here, if you have similar experiences, or do you have different experiences? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Metso, for this invitation. Congratulations on the organization of this event. Yeah, I'm pretty much in line with what Talita has mentioned here. Our cost order is about 35 or 40% of our benefiting costs. They come from power costs. It's very similar to what you've mentioned, Nelson. And it's a very recurring topic for all of us here. It's based on three great pillars. Three large pillars. Our environmental responsibility of being energy efficient, especially with clean sources, green sources, and adhering to these environmental regulations that are becoming more and more restrictive now, and also a matter of cost and survival of the business and longevity of the business. So the actions that we carry out with Appia here in Brazil, they are aligned, and I would say maybe in a way to seek higher productivity. And you talked about aluminum. The capacity is completely used right now, so we're trying to have like full productivity as well. So in order to increase our number of tons that are produced per hour here, we're trying to become more efficient per ton that's produced in terms of energy. So from our initiatives, we have lots of actions regarding automation, more selective type of work to carry out this type of work that actually needs to be done and avoids like an excess of on a margin of releasing finer materials that are necessary. A technology work that actually addresses the needs properly by understanding those needs. So yeah, I am aligned with Talita here. Roberto, at J. Mendes, is that the same path? What experiences can you share with us? Current experiences. Thank you so much, Nelson. Thank you for moderating this panel here. And I congratulate Metso for this event. And thank you so much for this invitation to be here participating with our colleagues here from the mining sector. I would like to do like a quick introduction of J. Mendes. This is a company that was founded in 1967 by José Mendes Nogueira. And we have been diversifying our business here. We have lots of investments in agribusiness, logistic areas, railways, airports, real estate, financial investments in general. So when the first mining site started in Itatiuçu, a city next to Belo Horizonte, a small town next to Belo Horizonte, from 1967 to 2008, that has been like a landmark for J. Mendes. And we have sold the site to Usiminas. And from that moment on, all our focus was on the two mines that we currently have, Ferromais, in the city of Ouro Preto, next to Congonhas, next to the Fábrica mine from Vale, in front of the Fábricas mine. And also a second operation near the Desterro and the Rios and Piracema. And they contribute a lot to our objective. These two plants, they produce about 6 million tons per year. Out of those, we have 70% pellet fit, which is through pelletization plants. We're talking about 30% that's grains and other things in order to have the pig iron sectors and the steel making companies. So we have mines with a very specific characteristic. Over 70% of our material is under 0.5 millimeters. So we require less in terms of crushing and grinding. But we require much more in terms of the classification processes and the magnetic classification processes. So going a little bit out of our energy consumption processes here, crushing and grinding are about 28% of our energy consumption. And classification and magnetic separation is 47%. So we're talking about almost 70% of with these two sectors. And then we have the sectors for thickening, filtering, support sectors, administrative area, etc. I believe talking about energy efficiency is to guarantee the productive capacity, higher productive capacity with the same expenditure of energy, becoming more efficient. And that is born from, good designs, good projects, ones that have proper studies, well-defined studies, with a lot of technology, with a lot of automation in those designs. And that reflects a lot in the post-operation impact. And that impact involves the prioritization of CapEx to reduce OpEx. We invest a little bit more in technology, process control, so we can have a lower operating cost and controls that are improved. So we say that, and we started a crushing process with Metso equipment, of course, I like to add. And one of our great worries was about material loss, especially during transference, from one conveyor to another, chutes, silos. In our case, the cost of transporting a ton is about 2.4 reais per ton. It's very little. So once you've transported this material in the crushing area, and we transfer it to classification, and we have these losses, we've already have like an energy loss and a cost to transport this material, and here we go once again, and move that material once again in our process. So we need to have a special care and a special attention to these things when we're developing our projects and the designs. It's all about that. We need to have more efficient designs and projects here towards this bias of energy efficiency and automation, especially by impacting this human-machine interaction. We need to reduce this contact with the elements themselves here, so prioritizing safety for people. And we have a huge range of possibilities here to reduce energy consumption and to optimize the processes. 3 different testimonials here, and they complement each other here. They add to each other. Alan, here we have the opportunity to hear 3 different mining companies with 3 different views and energy efficiency. And we can see here the new technologies coming up. Autonomous trucks, artificial intelligence, and some type of work that's mostly directed towards, a very specific type of energies. I know you have a lot of experience here at Metso's training center, but I think it's important for you to bring like this international things, and I think you can add a lot to this discussion. And also this experience from the test center, as Roberto has just mentioned, this design and project area. I think you do a lot of with that, so could you talk a little bit about it?
Claro, obrigado, Nelson, por me ter aqui. Está claro que nossos panelistas e a maior parte das pessoas nessa audiência pensaram muito sobre eficiência energética ao longo dos anos. Nós estamos pegando um enfoque holístico, desde desmonte até o metal. Eu não posso enfatizar demais quão grande esse problema isso é. Você falou 6% da eletricidade total do mundo é usado para combustão. Se você colocar isso em perspectiva, em 2016, significa ser de 13 mil gigawatts por hora de eletricidade foram usadas para a combustão. Se você olhar onde estamos hoje em termos da quantidade de metal que nós produzimos e para onde nós temos que ir, a revolução da energia verde é que nos próximos 10 anos temos um déficit de 78 milhões de libras por ano de cobre. Colocando em perspectiva, você precisar de 200 ou 300 mil toneladas de cobre por ano para equilibrar essa demanda. Então, a quantidade de energia que nós usamos para a combustão só vai continuar a aumentar ao longo dos anos. Nós falamos sobre tecnologia com eficiência energética. Como mineradores, nós gostamos de passar toneladas pelo nosso processo. E nós medimos nossa eficiência energética frequentemente pela quantidade da energia que nós colocamos por tonelada de minério. Eu gostaria de desafiar todos a começar a pensar a quantidade de energia que nós colocamos por tonelada de minério que nós produzimos. Eu escrevi um trabalho para uma conferência da SEDA em 2019, juntamente com a Gold Corp, que agora é a Nuant. E nós analisamos uma mina de cobre e vemos quais são as tecnologias habilitadoras que nós temos para reduzir essa quantidade de energia por tonelada de metal que nós produzimos. Uma das maiores tecnologias de classificação mineral, e você vai fazer análise de ativação protônica, a quantidade de cobre que está passando por uma correia transportadora, e aí você faz uma classificação a granel, e você tem classificação de partículas, você tem infravermelho, óptico, RF, SR, RXY, scanners, e o que nós encontramos aqui para esse corpo mineral em particular, nós poderíamos rejeitar 25% do material que saía da mina e apenas perdíamos 3% do ouro e 10% do cobre. Então, automaticamente, estava reduzindo nossa energia total de combustão em 25%. E quando você coloca isso em termos de metal, você está aumentando isso, porque você está só perdendo uma fração do metal para a quantidade de metal que você está passando pelo processo. Aí você vê outras tecnologias habilitadoras, e a HPGR é uma tecnologia não apenas mais eficiente em geral do que o moinho SEG, mas se você usa ela da forma correta, e eu estou falando principalmente sobre cobre, ou projetos de cobre ou ouro, ou numa aplicação de lixívia, o HPGR tem uma ótima eficiência em criar pequenas rachaduras nas rochas. Você não precisa chegar ao nível de liberação de 100 ou 80 microns. Você só precisa criar rachaduras para que o seu lixiviante possa entrar nessas rachaduras e retirar o minério. Aí você poupa muita energia com isso. Tem várias tecnologias que você pode utilizar, e uma das coisas que eu gosto de falar quando falamos sobre isso é que há uma velha expressão australiana que a gente fala cavalos para corridas. Você quer usar a tecnologia certa, na hora certa no seu processo. As pessoas ficam agarradas em nós sempre fizemos um circuito de moinho cega e de esferas. E se você fizer os testes, e você fizer um projeto adequado, você vai ver onde estão os pontos de inflexão, onde eu posso passar de um processo para outro, seja ir de substituir SAG com HPGR, ou um moinho de esferas com um moinho de agitação vertical, ou remover o esmerilhamento totalmente, a britagem totalmente, através da aplicação adequada dos processos que nós já temos, nós podemos reduzir muito esse nível de energia. Thank you, Alan. Very interesting. Very interesting that you mentioned a lot of technology and equipment, and I would like to deal with this subject now that we could direct also to equipment. And it seems the adequate choice of mining equipment is a critical point. I would like to know how much does this adequate choice of equipment influences energy efficiency, and your experience of how you adequately chooses the proper equipment. Talita, again, you have the floor. Thank you, Nelson. Very interesting what Alan mentioned. And one of the points is, besides choosing the right equipment to the right process, we should choose the right equipment to the right ore. I think that's an extremely important point. Sometimes we see the difference between commodities and how this makes a huge difference in the choosing of equipment. I can bring in simple examples that we work in crushing for comminution. Sometimes you have rocks like geoespelite. That's the future of iron mining. Even though they are much used, they have a high iron content, especially in the north of Brazil. And oftentimes, people want to process there using jaw crushers where you process hematite and common minerals. Under the conic or hydroconic crusher would bring in a better performance. That's not a process, but a design definition. So we have our processes suffering, having difficulty in doing the crushing, which is the goal, and sometimes this reduction, this cost that we'll have to adequate it could have been mitigated in the design itself and the conception of that by understanding the mineralogy of our ore body, which is extremely important. Investment in mineral survey is expensive, but it pays, especially in the long term, so we can have a laboratory testing of materials to select the best equipment for that, for each moment. So I raised these 2 points. I liked a lot what Alan mentioned about ore sorting equipments that we have. We see some mining companies resistant to use it because it's a new technology, but you can see that the chambers in the cameras that are smart vision were extremely rejected at first. They said that's not going to work, it doesn't work for mining, this is only for car racing, but we saw that they work. And having also this opportunity and will to test these new technologies in mining that we have everywhere for this test opportunity. I think that's it.
Tony, how do you deal with that in Appia? It's very interesting for us. We're here with a mining audience here, but in the B2B we also work with different audiences. So we have a wrong idea about mining. People think of mining is deforestation and destroying the environment, or very old tech. And it's actually, something that's very high tech, and there's a lot of technology involved in mining. How do you deal with that when we're talking about equipment here? What are the lessons that you can share with us about it? Yes, some people do have that kind of view that mining is a bit archaic and traditionalist, and we haven't changed our process for decades. But the innovation pathway, I think their panel is talking a little bit about it. Talita brought her first answer, AI, 4.0 industry. So in our case, the selection of equipment and systems is, of course, highly relevant to the success of the business. But I can't agree more with Alan than when he said about dividing it energy efficient per produced ton. Maybe we can save a little bit when crushing, but but in the end of the day you have a thicker product, but in the end of the day we're not efficient. So we need to find this optimum point of recovery and actually measure the energy efficient per ton that was produced. That is the path for us. And in our case specifically, we're mostly focused on projects and design. So when we're talking about a Vale Verde mining here, or a copper mine here in the state of Alagoas, we've had a lot of effort to draw the circuit in a way that we could actually optimize this recovery and optimize what we need to produce. This was a very compact layout, and this brings higher efficiency in the transportation of material, shorter conveyors, better technologies here for grinding and crushing here to find that optimal point. It's important to work in the ore sort as well. We're trying to think about like an expansion project for us. We're talking about this conceptual engineering stage, but we're talking about a common ore sort. That is one of our trade-offs here to increase our energy efficiency. But the system and the equipment, they are the source for this efficiency in mining. Alberto, In Apia, I'm sorry, not in Apia, in Jota Mendes, in Jota Mendes. I'm transferring you to Apia, sorry. In Jota Mendes, how do you deal with that? How do you choose your equipment? Thalita has mentioned here the labs, the tests. So how do the partners act with you in terms of that? Do you use those resources from your partners, I mean, universities, institutes like MPT who are here today? Well, in our case, all design development comes from the R&D sector. We have a pilot plant, and according to the lithology of the material, we define the process route. So when we made the decision 4 years ago to add more value to our product by transforming grain material into pellet feed, we started creating like a lot of studies in terms of grinding. And consequently, during those studies, one of our most relevant aspects was the matter of energy efficiency, a lower consumption of energy in order to produce 1 ton of our material. So we go into that WI, like work index, and we were able to identify one type of equipment that a grinding equipment that would be completely matching our expectations here. HR 800 from Metso, they showed a lower consumption of energy to produce a ton. It was about 0.6 kilowatts in savings. And the mills that we had were consuming more than double that, like 2.4 or 2.1 kilowatt per hour to produce the same ton. And that's not even mentioning the water consumption that would not be necessary. So nowadays we have a type of equipment that receives the material 100% about 12.5 millimeters, and it gives us, for the next stage of magnetic separation, always about 5 or 4 millimeters. And that was what we identified earlier, and that was what we wanted here with our R&D team. So the engineering team, using these premises, they were trying to create that material, that equipment that would deal with our problems in an economic way. And once we set our premises, we need to understand what are our goals and what are our objectives there. What are we going to reach with those goals? So I think one of the things that we define there with this equipment is that we have lots of technologies in the market and have the word sort in our operations, and we're able to create like a classification of the grains. And this type of equipment added a lot of value to our productive processes, or that's under 0.58% there. They used to be not viable to the market before, and we try to make it like economically viable through the use of the ore sort. So I believe technology is here to power development and to prolong the life of the assets. Because now you're able to use a little bit more of those assets. We try to get a little bit more of the metal grade, and we waste much less iron with that. So we're talking a pellet feed that has like 66% of iron, and that's a very low one. 10% is a very low one, but we used to have tailings that had about 21%. And how we were able to recover much more from those tailings? Equipment, technology, the evolution that came with it, this bias towards like energy efficiency, the optimization of those processes, and then we were able to, increase the lifetime of the equipment. So Alan, we're talking about equipment and a proper choice of equipment. And since you've mentioned HRC, we've also raised this matter of equipment here as types of equipment. You have long experience, a very solid experience with mining companies from all over the world. So how would you guide us? How would you orient us towards like a better choice of equipment, considering so many differences as Thalita has mentioned? Muito obrigado, boa pergunta. Tudo isso começa com o entendimento do minério, né? A sua litologia, quais são os minérios que estão presentes ali. Uma vez que você tenha feito um bom estudo mineralógico, você pode começar a pensar, bem, quais são os processos que eu preciso fazer para poder recuperar o valor? E aí a segunda ponto é, bom, isso aqui é um processo interessante em termos de trabalho. Não é suficiente, por exemplo, que você chegar no final do seu programa e dizer, por exemplo, olha, eu vou criar só um composto aqui e vou testar ele com uns testes piloto. Para maiores corpos de minério, isso é um pouco mais complexo. Então a gente tem que fazer uns testes de variabilidade. Claro, teste de variabilidade, você precisa acessar o minério e ter muitas amostras. Porque não precisa de toneladas, às vezes precisa ali de quilos ou centenas de quilos. E você pode usar métodos menores para lidar com isso. Quando a gente fala de HDPR, a gente fala isso do nosso laboratório porque isso a gente entende que, por exemplo, ali realmente fazer um teste completo e a gente pode usar poucos quilos de minério, né, de um testemunho de sonda para poder entender, né, como esse material está se quebrando ali. E a gente pode usar métodos de simulação de população para a gente poder simular como que aquele tipo de mineral com aquela litologia vai se comportar. Além disso, claro, a gente tem que ficar olhando vários aspectos aqui quando a gente está falando de design de projeto. A gente tem que ver qual é a tonelada que a gente está fazendo. Então isso é um pouco diferente, né, da maneira como a gente lida, por exemplo, com o plano de 10.000 toneladas ou o plano de 1.500 toneladas. Eles são muito distintos. A gente tem uns clientes ali em umas pequenas fábricas e ele fala ali, bom, a gente tem ali um moinho de moagem, né, que está lidando ali com 26, 27 microns. Mas se você estiver fazendo só uma quantidade pequena de processamento de material, você tem que saber já que de uma certa maneira é remoto e você tem que entregar vários serviços. Mas se você estiver fazendo um plano de abaixo de 50 mil, ou talvez os ganhos de eficiência, e esses ganhos de eficiência estão relacionados ao HDPR, por exemplo, um moinho vertical que pode economizar ali 30% de energia, vezes, mil vezes, né? Porque se estiver acontecendo em vários moinhos, a gente pode ter uma economia muito grande. Eu faço muitos estudos de trade-off, realmente, onde a gente observa, a gente tenta entender não só o custo de capital, mas o custo total de instalação. E aí o que eu gosto de fazer é entender realmente, bom, vamos olhar o valor presente de certas oportunidades. Mas também não só para contabilizar as economias gerais, mas economias de mídia. Porque esse carbono adicionado, ele começa a aumentar o valor de preservação, e aí você começa a chegar num ponto em que, vamos dizer, mesmo que você esteja gastando mais com equipamento, os retornos às vezes são muito rápidos, às vezes menos de um ano. Então se você tem uma mina que está acabando aí, faz muito sentido, realmente. So we talked about like this energy efficiency matters, Thalita, and we understand that this is an important lesson for all of us. So we talked about fuels at Exposibran in Belém. The general manager of energy from Vale talked about a huge amount of diesel that they consume, and also the railway transformation and trying to make it more energy efficient, especially thinking about like the proposition of green hydrogen in the future. You have these things that we're talking about, this thing about green hydrogen. Can you share a little bit of your experience with us?
Yes, Nelson. This experience that I was commenting at in the background was related mainly to transportation. Today we have huge fleets of trucks, and they go with several capacities to our huge baby, which has 400 tons to haul, which is a lot. When you talk about diesel consumption reduction strategy, we mentioned some specific pillars. The first is reducing as much as possible the average distance hauled. it can travel less, it will consume less diesel. The second pillar that we work is how does it operate better? How he operating in normal conditions, he will consume less diesel, it will consume. And we have the second pillar, and the third pillar is the way it works. So today we have diesel trucks, but we have the possibility of change them into electrical trucks. We have one in Minas working. It's like cars. It's a reality that we have this truck today, but we know that we still have a long way, the same for electric cars, so we can have a fleet of very large trucks that are fully electrified. Even the same goes for railway cars. We have 100% electric to haul our ore, but we have a long way to go in that too. Our experience that until 2028 we would end tests at Vale for electrification of locomotives and trucks. But up to then we have internal things to do. One of them is very useful that we're using large-sized mines is using mobile or semi-mobile plants. Metso has these options as well, that we can bring the plant closer to the pit, and that goes a lot when you have a very large pit. So that's one option. The second option that we can't escape from automation are the self-driven trucks, and the way that they perform allow for a much better performance and causes a decrease in diesel consumption. The very fact that a person speeds up, reduces, goes back, goes forward, increases this consumption. And another point is working mainly in our roads at the mine, the access ways, which are a very important point. You have a very well done access. You can work with self-driven. You gain opportunity for it to improve their performance and reducing the consumption of diesel. It's not an easy path, but to electrify both locomotives and trucks, I need to have an greater contribution of energy transition minerals. They are focused today, and the most important is that we are able to work looking at the future, which is certainly electrification as I see it, especially for off-road trucks. But in the present that we have, we need to work on performance and automation. Very good, another great lesson. Thalita, Roberto, we talked in the background about this, about self-driven or electric vehicles. How is that in J. Mendes? Complementing a lot to what Thalita has mentioned very well, I would add that a good fleet management system would contribute a lot in this unnecessary expenditure decrease. At J. Mendes today we have a total monthly mass movement or haulage of 4,400 tons. We're talking about waste, raw, tailings, and products. If we divide this volume to an average load of 50 tons, we're talking about 88,000 trips per month. So if you have a management system, and we have several ones in the market, a modular, smart mine, and so on, if we have a management system where we can manage the fleet both for excavation, haulage, and loading, you can minimize lines, trajectories, reduce the travel distance, time. Another action that in our case has bringing lots of benefits is the increase of the fleet size. When you talk about move to equipments with greater payload, moving from 60 tons to 75-ton equipment, which was the ones that are using today, we can reduce the number of pieces of equipment and reduce labor and specific consumption. That's a fact, because an increase in the fleet is only feasible if you have productivity gain and the reduction of costs. Nobody reduces a fleet because it's pretty to have a bigger truck, behind that, you need to have a return on investment, operational and cost return. So I think as this issue of a good fleet management system with a large fleet size, and currently also we are testing as well as at Valley, we have an electric truck and an electric loader, which even so, with all those good expectations we have, they still have some bottlenecks and limitations that need to be overcome. But we are going along the right way. Our truck that is being tested for our reality, for our site, it has a 5-hour performance with its battery banks, then have to stop 50 minutes to charge. How do you deal with that? So in the search for process optimization, how are we going to do to stop this, not stopping this truck? Will we have backup battery banks and replace, exchange them? And there are some obstacles that must be worked upon and geared toward process optimization. And to have an idea, when you talk about fuel, today J. Mendes consumes 13,500,000 liters of fuel per year. You do 2.35 carbon kilos per fuel liter. We're talking about over 30,000 tons of carbon. So we have a very large universe to contribute to GSE gases reduction, and also contribute to the reducing company costs, because today we have a much bigger costs of diesel than electricity. In our cost matrix, electricity is the 6th place in our energy matrix, because today we have on the free market, and so that reduced our billing in 24%. We have another space to become self-producer of energy. It will be then another 21% of gain. And then this amount will be increasingly representative in our costs of production in labor and fuel. So they must be very well assessed, observed, and worked on when you talk about automation, AI, self-driven equipment. It impacts directly on these two items that are over 50% of our costs. In general, that's it.
Tony, we didn't have like any conversation behind the curtains here, but I would like to ask you, like, energy efficiency goes a little bit beyond those things. I think transportation is something else here. As Roberto mentioned here, it's a very important cost here. Transportation is a very important cost in your operation. So how does it look like at Apia? Not very different from what Talita and Roberto have brought here. They have explored a little bit about it, like they have given us a great class on our pathway here to improve energy efficiency in the mines. We do not have an electric truck yet. We still have combustion fueled trucks. So we're paying attention to the market here in terms of time, maturity as well. Valley has that ambition of up to 2028 here to replace the equipment here. So we also think about it like, yeah, it's as I think, like personal cars will be completely replaced by electrical cars. So I think the same will happen with our transportation trucks, because the consumption of diesel is too high per ton. Like the larger trucks consume even more per ton. So in our group, in addition to the mine itself, we have a few opportunities that we have captured in the distribution of the concentrate, in the distribution chain. We export our products. We have something Atlantic Nickel in mine in Bahia. We have a copper mine in Alagoas. And we have arranged the cargo, the freight from the ships from Europe, from China, and then cargo from other areas here. Lithium production in the north of Minas Gerais that is being sent off. The runoff happens in Bahia. So we're able to save, you know, a lot of fuel when we share those materials there. So we may see like new opportunities that we can have by cooperating with the neighbor mines. In the case of iron ore here, for example, we can improve the efficiency of the final product by sending it through a certain form here. In the case of Appia here, for example, we also have like some challenges in terms of solar power. Here we had a partnership with Detronic in order to create like 20 small solar power plants in the state of Minas Gerais. And this tries to deal with the distributed generation. It's not exactly applied into our project, but it is a way for us to learn, to create more maturity, to create a nucleus of management with specialists, a government part with that, like, and deal with the government as well, and then move it to the mines. We are in the Northeast, and the Northeast is well blessed with all this wealth and this potential to generate solar power and also wind power. So we want to use these opportunities that are becoming more and more efficient by every day. Yes, we have mentioned here the interests of Valley with wind power, and the synergy of green energy. It's very important. Alan, you can see here so many strategies for energy efficiency that go beyond commission here. De eficiência de energia, incluindo transporte, energias renováveis e outras. Eu gostaria de perguntar para você sobre como você pode nos ajudar com estratégias ou iniciativas para poder ir além ali da Comissão para reduzir o consumo de energia. Excelentes respostas do pessoal a respeito da redução de energia de eficiência. E eu acredito que realmente a gente vai estar chegando num mundo em que quase tudo vai estar eletrificado. E aí a pergunta se torna: de onde que a gente recebe essa eletricidade e quão verde ela é, essa eletricidade? Por exemplo, no Nordeste você tem muitos potenciais, né, para o sol e vento. Então, muitas oportunidades de gerar essa energia limpa. A dificuldade é trazer essa energia para cá, né, onde ela deve ser usada, ela precisa ser usada. Como você disse bem no começo, você disse que existem muitas linhas de transmissão que estão sendo produzidas. E, Tony, você falou que na hora de entrar, fazer essas parcerias aí com provedores de energia solar. E eu acho que essa é uma das áreas mais interessantes em que as empresas de mineração podem realmente contribuir. Se você observar ali para uma mina, o que é uma mina, né? Uma mina é terra. E as empresas de mineração normalmente têm muita terra que não está sendo usada ou que foi usada anteriormente e que pode ser usada em uma parte, né, que pode ser utilizada para gerar energia. E depois que você recebe essa energia, você pode pensar como a gente vai usar essa energia. E claro, a gente falou da qualidade aí de diminuir as distâncias entre onde está a cava, onde você está processando. Mas existem outras oportunidades, você não necessariamente precisa fazer todo esse caminho de caminhão. Uma grande oportunidade é o que a gente chama, nessa questão ali, é quando você está ali lidando com o transporte e a britagem. Você pode colocar esse britador ali num local na mina e você só precisa levar ele para o britador principal e aí você usa uma correia transportadora para levar ele para a parte de processamento. E você pode tudo acontecer com energia verde, limpa, porque você construiu essa infraestrutura. E aí você diminui muito seus custos de transporte, tudo se torna muito mais limpo. E a operação se torna mais limpa no geral. E uma última coisa que eu gostaria de que todo mundo pensasse a respeito é que a gente falou então sobre como a gente pode melhorar a eficiência energética por tonelada de metal. E quando a gente fizer essa revolução verde, né, em termos de quilowatts, não vai estar ali falando aí de quanto a gente está usando em termos de tonelada de metal, mas qual a quantidade de metal que a gente tira de cada tonelada de minério. O que acontece quando os nossos custos de energia são ali centavos, né? 10 centavos por quilowatt-hora. E quando for 2 centavos? Aí a pergunta vai ser como que a gente gera a maior receita e recebe a maior quantidade de valor, né, realmente desse minério que a gente está arrancando do chão. E eu acho que isso vai precisar, né, claro, novos tipos de tecnologia, automação, inteligência artificial, novos tipos de pensamento para levarem a gente para esse local.
Alan, thank you again. We could be talking here for hours, but the time is already over. It was a great experience to have sharing experience with you, and it was very interesting. And for the public here, Tony, Talita, Roberto, and Alan will stay here with us, and I would use the opportunity to learn more about these issues of energy efficiencies you are achieving, especially Alan, who is the first time here in Brazil and has a huge experience with the test center in New York and other experiences with international mining companies. I thank you all. Thank you very much, and we'll move now to Walter Calles. Talita, Roberto, Tony, Alan, and Nelson for this excellent discussion of on energy efficiency. Very well. I would like to know whether you have any questions to ask, taking this opportunity. Take the opportunity because the time is now. Do we have any questions? You can ask people. This closeness is for that, to facilitate the contact between all of us. If you have any questions to ask to any of our guests here, feel free. You are shy or you are hungry, aren't you? Yeah, that's it. You're hungry. Let me take the opportunity whether you think you have any questions. You can ask it now, or you can also ask it using Slido. Just access slido.com and write on the bar SIM that you are directed then to our question website. Reminding you also that we'll have a very interesting agenda for the afternoon. We thank you once again for you to be part of this SIM 2023 and to close this first stage, and wanting you continuing to have all this energy with us. On the second stage, I would like to call here to stage our dear Juliana Guimarães. Please, Juliana. Come here with us. Juliana is Executive Sales Assistant, is with us for over 15 years, and she'll give our agenda for the afternoon. There are lots of options and information. Good afternoon, everybody. When we return from the lunch, we will have panel 3 with the subject ESG practices that drive growth. Then we'll have the panel 4, technologies for increasing dam safety. After panel 4, we have a special panel. We'll have a special panel whose subject is challenges of the supply chains in mining. And finally, we'll start panel 5 with the subject Brazil with a Z, mineral power. Let's have a great and productive event, a great afternoon of events, and I'll give the floor again to Walter. Thank you. Once again, our mission is keeping this direct channel with all of you here, repercussing on what's happening and what's being discussed today, and answering all of you through our social networks, newsletters, and questions that are pending will be duly answered using these channels. Well, to meet this agenda, we prepared a dynamic lunch. And our idea, of course, is to be back within 1 hour, okay? We have a more dynamic lunch here, and in the end of the day, we have a very pleasant happy hour, which is that time, a very important time for you to take the advantage for this final socialization and also escape the traffic of Belo Horizonte, which is terrible at the end of the day. So stay here for the happy hour longer than and drive home. So let's go to the lunch, and within 1 hour we'll be back here. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Por gentileza, vamos retornando aos nossos lugares.
Please, let's take our seats. Let's return to the seats.
Todos já saborearam aí naquele espacinho reservado.
I believe
a
you all
sobremesa
have
mineira,
tasted like
aquele
traditional Minas
queijinho
Gerais
com doce de
dessert,
leite, com goiabada,
the cheese
né?
with guava.
Muito bem. Vamos lá. Equipes Metso, por favor, nos
Metso
auxiliem aí
teams,
pro
please
retorno
help
dos
us
nossos
with the return of our guests here to their respective places,
para podermos dar início
so we can return now and
a
resume
essa segunda etapa
the second stage
do SIM
of SIM
2023.
2023,
Futuro da mineração.
rebuilding the future of mining.
Oh, discount Chris Hemsworth.
Por favor, vamos lá, retornando aos seus lugares, que a gente possa reiniciar.
Please go back to your seat so we can resume.
Gente, nós estamos aqui em Minas
We are here in Minas Gerais, Belo Horizonte,
e queria fazer uma pergunta para vocês.
and I would like to ask you a
Vocês
question.
gostaram aí dos trem que vocês comeram?
Did you like the things you've ate?
Gostaram
You've
dos trem
eaten?
que vocês comeram aí ou não?
Have you liked the food you've eaten? Was it
Quem
good?
que nunca tinha comido um trem mineiro ainda?
Who had never eaten anything from Minas Gerais yet?
Vocês sabem que eu cheguei no hotel ontem?
You know that I arrived at the
E a
hotel
menina foi me
yesterday,
atender na recepção e ela falou
and the
assim:
reception girl started telling me,
a outra moça que vai te atender,
the other lady who will help you
calma. Aí a
a
outra
little
moça
bit,
veio,
will help you a
ficou
little
parada,
bit
falou, "Tá na
calmer.
hora de você ir embora."
It is time for
Aí
you
a
to
outra
leave.
falou assim pra mim, não, ela tá agarrada.
And she said, no, she's stuck.
Eu acho sensacional o garrado,
I think
né?
it's great that you guys use stuck that
Mas
way
eu
here.
conheço o garrado só daquele, nossa,
But I only
fulano
know-
garrou um ódio.
But I only know like that when people say, oh, he's stuck, he's holding on to some grudge, he's stuck into the grudge. And here, no, here if people say, talk about it, they say that that they have lots of tasks,
Tá certo?
that lots of things to do, they're stuck.
Tem tantas outras palavras
And there are so many other
nesse
words
nosso Brasil que é
in
maravilhoso.
our Brazil, and
Cada
it's
região que a gente
wonderful.
vai tem as suas particularidades,
Every region in Brazil has their own specificities,
manias,
their
tem
own
o seu linguajar
quirks,
próprio.
and their own language. And of course, we could say, like, it wouldn't be good to have a dictionary to learn
Seria interessante.
the expressions and idioms of each one of the
Vou contar
places.
uma
So
coisa pra vocês.
let me tell you something.
Nós temos dicionário.
We have a dictionary, Minas Gerais dictionary.
Temos dicionário mineirês.
We have a Minas Gerais dictionary, and I have an example of it here from Minas Gerais accent.
Alegria,
Now we'll have the honor and the joy of inviting
dicionário mineirês.
the writer of this dictionary.
Salva de palmas, nosso querido Paulo Araújo.
Let's receive now Paulo Araújo here to talk about his dictionary.
E aí, pessoal, bom?
Hello, everybody.
Eu tô com
How
um
good is
problema
you?
agora.
Deu azar.
I have an issue now. Who paid for the ticket?
Eu vou escolher
Was it
você
you or
que é
them?
da empresa. Presidente?
Are you the president of the
O pessoal tá
company?
tão bem vestido, então.
Why are you so well dressed then,
Deixa eu ver
if
aqui,
you're not the
peraí.
president?
Fala aqui tem Takeda.
Takeda.
Não vou mexer com Takeda.
I'll not
Parece
make jokes
alguém
with
muito
Takeda
poderoso,
because
né?
Takeda seems to be someone who's really
Aqui tem um
powerful at
chefe
the
com os
company.
funcionários.
Oh,
É isso, então eu vou
we
fazer
have a few
direto pra cá,
bosses
tá?
here, so yeah,
Vocês ficam aí
I'll do
só
it
com
facing
o
this
telão e
way.
fica de costas pro telão.
Yeah,
Agora que eu tô
face
vendo,
the
tô
screen,
vendo,
face the
opa.
screen. Oh, there is a screen there.
Legal,
I'm
tem
up
várias
there.
câmeras, inclusive.
I've got lots of cameras.
Ah, é você que tá filmando, né?
It's you.
Ah,
You're the
obrigado,
one
tá?
recording
Bom
it.
seu trabalho.
You're doing your job really well.
Coloquei aí pra
Congratulations.
todo mundo, tá?
So I'll do it in the back here so
Quem
everybody
me
can
conhece
see
aqui?
me.
Levanta a mão.
So who knows me? Please raise your hands.
Ah, não, então tá empatado. Então,
No,
vamos-
it's okay.
vamos
I've got
fazer
like a
isso.
half and
Você não
half.
conhece, moça?
You don't know? You don't know me, lady? Where are you from?
Daqui de BH?
You're from Belo
Você não
Horizonte
conhece?
and you don't know
Você
me?
tem internet em casa?
Do you have internet at home?
Tem certeza?
You sure?
Você é mineiro de Belo Horizonte?
Are you really from Minas Gerais, from Belo Horizonte? Or in what neighborhood do you live? Cruzeiro?
É bairro meio caído, né?
It's a little bit, you know,
Tá quase caído.
old-fashioned, yeah. And like the team, it's almost going to the second division of the...
Eu fui pesquisar o que era Metso na internet.
I tried to check out what is Metso here. Metso is a Finnish word, and it's a bird that is similar to a cock.
Cadê? Tem finlandês aqui hoje.
We have a Finnish person here today, don't we? Where's the
Esse aqui é o
Finnish guy?
finlandês?
Is this the Finnish guy?
É ele?
Is it him?
Esse é americano, né?
Oh, that's American. He's American.
Africano?
So South
Finlandês,
African.
então.
So he speaks English.
Não tem nenhum finlandês hoje aqui?
We don't have any people from
Cadê? Tinha
Finland?
finlandês, não
There
sei
was a
onde
Finnish
tá,
guy.
deve estar na Finlândia.
Oh, he must be in Finland.
Porque Metso significa
'Cause
galo,
Metso-
é um bichinho que parece um galo, né?
Metso is an animal that looks like a cock.
Em Minas seria Clube Atlético
So it
Mineiro,
would
a
be here,
pronúncia de galo.
Clube Atlético Mineiro, the
Mas
one that
você
has a
não
cock
conhece, né?
as its
Você veio
animal.
forçado, você não pagou ingresso, não.
Yeah, but you don't know it. Yeah, you were forced here. You
Você
didn't
veio
pay
por
for a
opção.
ticket. You came here
Você faz o que na
because it was
empresa?
your
Você faz
option.
o quê?
What do you do at the company?
Todo mundo aqui é engenheiro hoje?
Everyone here is an
Quem é
engineer.
Levanta a mão.
Who's an engineer? Please raise your
Olha,
hands.
grandes quantidades. Ainda tem
A
essa
large
pessoa
number of
trabalhando em
engineers
engenharia,
here.
todo
We
mundo
still
tem
have people here
transporte de aplicativos.
working with engineering. I thought everybody was an
Ainda
Uber
estão na área, né?
at this point. So you're still
Já tiraram
driving
a carteira, já
your
veio
Ubers,
pra
right? Yeah.
ver das dúvidas, já tá.
You already have the
Então,
licenses
vou-
just in case. Where are you from, sir?
Sorocaba. Você
Sorocaba.
Tá aqui em Minas há quanto tempo?
How long have you been here?
Veio a passeio? Algumas horas só.
Few
Você
hours.
sabe falar mineirês fluentemente?
You know how to speak the Minas Gerais accent fluently?
Ó, esse sou aí. Eu vou te
Good,
explicar
good.
algumas expressões do mineirês.
I'll explain to
Você
you a
sabe
few
falar a expressão
expressions. You know aheda?
É,
What aheda means?
isso. O arreda é uma expressão mineira que
Aheda
ela-
is
mineiro
an
nativo
expression.
já
A
sabe falar.
native person from Minas Gerais will say it, aheda. But the people from outside need to know how to say it, because aheda will always come with y or so, and it never repeats. Mineiros will say reda iwai or jarredei so.
Se você falar repetindo, vão perceber que
If
são
you
mineiros
repeat it,
falsos,
they will
você vai cortar,
realize you're a fake mineiro,
entendeu?
and they will deport
Tem
you
outras
outside
expressões,
of Minas
ó, tem
Gerais.
expressões muito boas aqui.
We have really
Agora,
good expressions here, really good
aqui, ó,
idioms
você sabe
here.
o que é babujado?
You know what is babujado?
Você não sabe o que é babujado?
You don't know what is
Cuidado,
babujado.
você pode tomar água nos copos babujados aí, vocês vão
Uh,
entendeu?
the words with the B letter are the best in the dictionary. We have bada árvore, bada cama, bada pia, bada badas coberta. All the balangando. Do you know what balangando is? There's a practical example here in Minas. Are you married?
Você costuma andar em casa sem
Do you use walking around the house without your underwear? You will go, your things are always balangando.
muito boa aqui em Minas.
Yeah.
Eu não sei se você sabe. Você sabe o que é que
There's
é
another one very good here in Minas.
cagar na retranca?
Do you know what's cagar na retranca?
Cometer um erro, dá
It's
uma-
just commit a mistake.
Você sabe o que é como que
Do you know how, como diz o outro, when the mineiro wants to talk badly of you, it does badly for you. It says it's like the other guy says, and who is the other? But that nobody knows. But it's he that's talking bad of you. But it's you he's talking about. Do you know what manota is? Who knows what manota is? Not knowing what manota is already a manota, because it's like in other places they call it pagar mico and commit gafe. It's because you made a mistake, but Mineiro enjoys these mistakes. I said, yeah, I'm like a guy who made lots of those mistakes and silly things. It doesn't see the glass door and hits the face and the door. Nobody he knows sees, but what does he do? He gets the cell phone and go to the group of the family and tells you, don't believe the mistake I made now. You just should shut up, but he makes a point of telling everyone, do you know, what are you doing? O que você está arrumando? There are two meanings. One is when you want to know what the other person is going to do, saying, what are you doing? I'm going to the cinema. And then you go together, but you already know what he's doing, but you want him to stop. Depends on the intonation. You mean that a person shouldn't do that. It's garrado. I was once to São Paulo, and I already speak Mineiro language fluently. And I'm here with an Uber. What's that? And because in other place of Brazil, it means making out with somebody. There's kinds of why. Who is not from Minas Gerais around here? Where are you from? Sorocaba, São Paulo. Have you learned to fluently speak Minas Gerais language? Do you know the kinds of why? Why, boy, I already said one. You're good. How long did you live here? In what neighborhood? Belo Horizonte? São Pedro. There are several kinds of whys. There's a question why, which is at the beginning. Why did you buy a new car? And the answer, which is at the end of phrase, yes, I did. Why? It only inverts when the Mineiro angry. Then they invert it. And there is a negation why. Mineiro doesn't say no. They never say no. Instead of saying no, they say slow and spaced why, which is so that have time to invent an excuse. I'll move on Saturday. Can you help me? They put the hand on the waist, you know, already know why it's Saturday. I won't be able to, agarrado. No, now Sunday is even worse. No, and nu are Minas Gerais people astonishment expressions, which is an abbreviation of Our Lady of the Perpetual Succor. No serves to start a fight in Minas Gerais. You see two people fighting normally, discussing and until another Mineiro comes and say no. Explain when you say no and when you say no. No is when somebody is telling you something. Did you see? No, there was a car crash. No, it's when you are there and you say, you see the two cars crash and you say, no. That's the difference between you. Let's see if you can talk correctly. You lived here 4 years. Let's do a test. I'll count to 3 and you say, no. Let's see how is our no. No, the word. I'll count to 3 and you say no. Tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Raise your chin and no, very good, very good. Big hand for him. Let's see with you. Let's test who has the best no. And 3 you do a no. 1, 2, 3. For a São Paulo guy, it was okay. It's good that we learned another from Minas Gerais language expression, which is paia, because it was kind of paia, kind of weak. There is a very common expression that's train, that goes for everything. Once I took a train from here to Espírito Santo because there's a trip from Vale that goes to Espírito Santo. It lasts 12 hours. There was a point where I didn't have anything to do in the train and started walking around. Good, well, what are I'm here walking in a train. You are on the treadmill? No, I'm in a real, actual train. Oh, and the treadmill, the Cooper track. Inside the train, at the gym, then took a selfie. Well, you are on a train, why didn't you say that so? And I'm getting manoteiro as time passes. I went to do a show in São Paulo, and they put me in a very high-end hotel where I'm not used to stay. And they put me a high-end hotel, and they didn't have a key. It was a key card. And the lady showed me, here is your key, and she showed me a card, and but this is not a key, it's a card. No, this is a key. No, this is a key. Here, both are keys. Where you come from, it's not like that. Where I live, where I live, this is a train, and this is a train here too. That you get the train to open the door, it will work. So now you spoke my language. I didn't know that you had to pass the card on the elevator sensor, So I clicked the 16 and was waiting for the elevator. Half an hour later, I saw there was something wrong. But nobody would go to the closest floor, and I had to go to the 16th. Sir, you have to pass the car sensor on the card to release it. Oh, yes, I was CC, and he's trying to speak Brazilian Spanish. Wasn't you that stand-up comedian in Minas that does some YouTube videos? When I went to my room, when I got there, you don't believe, nothing working. Outlets, television, air conditioning, nothing. Friend, there's something wrong. You have to put the key in the sensor behind the door. But they didn't give me a key, but they gave me a card. Ah, you are the guy that was stuck in the elevator. Sí, yo mismo. So you get the train to open the door and put it there, it's gonna work. I went to have a dinner, and there was very chic restaurant. I got pancakes, and I took it my table. I didn't know how to eat that. And I saw a child with the pancake on the table, and they picked it up in the hand and folded and then laid it to his mouth, and I got desperate, and the waiter at the hotel noticed, and he came to my room, a guy from Spain. I brought some pan de queso, cheese bread, as they call them here, which is more common in Spain, where you come from. Lots of cool things happened in Minas for me. I've been living here 13 years ago, and when I got here, I just opened the Word to say a word, and they said, "Why? Aren't you from here?" "No, I'm Recife in Pernambuco." Immediately, the person had a small stroke, and they said, I will talk with the different accents from the other regions. I went to my wife with São Paulo, everybody talking, she was silent. It was enough for her to say one word and to say, "Why aren't you from here?" "No, I'm from Minas Gerais." And then she became a tourist attraction. "Let's go. Paulo's wife is not from here. She's from Minas. Say something." Okay, but the word she said was Heredia, but lots of cool things happened for me. And one thing is that I was a friend with the Minas Gerais governor. Do you know the governor? No, you don't? Think of a redneck. No, sorry, I'm kidding. There is only a governor in Brazil who wants to talk to me. I won't be picky. So I'm a friend of his. My last show in Belo Horizonte, he sent me an audio. Let's show that's true. He sent some audios to me. Hello, Paulo. Good. Did your show started in the theater? Can you get some courtesy tickets to go with some cousins of mine? Oh, Paulo, let it be. I got two false, fake student cards, and I'll buy the student ticket prices. Paulo, they stopped me at the entrance gate. They found out the cards are false. Can you talk to them to release me? Listen to the thing in the audio, which is an audio forbidding me to enter. Sorry. It's kind of an airhead. There's another one here. You're kidding, Paulo, just to discontract a little. I am in Araxá watching the round 6. I can't go to your show, but good luck and everything. All the best for you. Later you come to my house and to tell me how it was, and I listen to everything. It's not Zema. It's a friend of mine who is an imitator, and he imitates Zema and sends me these audios. The good side of this is that my family doesn't know it's the Zema. I'm a family lunch, everybody together. Excuse me, governor sent me an audio, and my in-law are all proud, said silence for us to listen to the governor audio. Oh, Paulo, okay? Can I go to your house so you can explain me that thing of economy? Government has some problems, I need your help. We are so smart and wise, although your family doesn't acknowledge that. Sometimes I need a ride to Belo Horizonte and try to use the influence of friend of the governor to get that. So I open an audio like that. Paulo, okay? I'm thinking in leaving somebody free of paying IPVA, vehicle tax this year. There is someone to indicate me to leave the tax-free. Nobody offered themselves. I say, okay, so you don't want to try, huh? Paulo, I can see here in the system the license plate you send. There's 2 penalties. Do you want me to add some 20 more? Very quickly, somebody offers to give me a ride. My payment is still okay. Is it fine? Politics. Can I talk about politics? There was nothing talking about that. Can I erase this part of the video? Got a bit concerned. We had a fight, me and Zema, because I was going to get the Influencia medal, which is a medal given to all the people who have great services provided to the state of Minas Gerais. And I didn't win it for a detail, because I don't have any great service provided to the state of Minas Gerais. Okay, you didn't give me a medal, I can cause problems for you. I can release this audio. Thank you. These jiu-jitsu fighters are very, if I get one, I'll just beat him totally. I can, he always posts pictures of him at the gym, so I can release an audio of what song he's listening on his headset when he's exercising. It was kissing my mouth with the hand on my, this kind of singing a porn song. I met him for real. I went to do a show, the administrative town, and I met him actually, and including his owing me 10 dictionaries, and so far he didn't pay me them for me. He said he was going to pay and asked me for my pics, but he never paid me. 300 years he owes me. I forgot it, but every time my wife says to do roads, he has money. For the dictionaries, he owes us to this day. But I showed the song to him. I didn't have any subject, and I showed him the song. And I showed, was 20 seconds more silent of my life. He didn't show a shadow of a smile. I'm in the process of trying to become a man of Minas Gerais, little by little. And one of the things that I'm mistrustful, like Mineiro, I know how to talk language, local language, friend of the governor. And the only other thing I need is to play Trump. Who knows how to play Trump? Do you also play Trump? Who doesn't know how to play Trump? Did you learn in the 4 years you spent here? It's impossible. Minas Gerais, Trump, the São Paulo people, Trump there is kind of childish. It's kind of silly. Minas Gerais, Trump is root, it's pure violence. This is nice Mineiro, candied milk, cheese, but in the Trump game, it's with knives and chairs on your head. HR, everybody of the complex, you work with crushers, don't you? They said that Metso makes that thing that makes gravel. They explained it to me and a very layman in every subjects. In summary, they made that gravel they put in parking lots. That's the resume of Metso. For somebody like me that's very limited, it's like that. All the rest I'm not going to understand. The final result is the gravel. That's what they told me. Is that it? No? Explain to me then what it is. Oh, you don't know? Okay.
Are you from Metso? What does Metso do? Explain me, like if I was 5. You see, I was right. You make gravel. That's what you do. You make gravel so we can put it on our slingshot and kill birds with it, right? No, just kidding. You don't know how to play truco, right? Traditional trump card games. You're an engineer, right? So you're good with math. So, no, every engineer is good at math. So you need to be like, it will be easy for you because it's just numbers. Who plays truco here? Trump. Where are you from? You're from Belo Horizonte and you don't play it. Where are you from? From Belvedere? Because I thought you would be like, do you smoke like traditional cigarettes? No? Do you drink? Are you religious? Yeah, you're religious. Okay, you're married. You're married. Yeah, you're married. Who here plays truco? You play? You play it? Do you? I'll talk, I'll explain the rules of Trump here to Takeda. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. Just so you know how hard it is. Because in truco, every time you win, you get one bean. And each one of those beans is worth like 2 points. You can use a piece of gravel as well, just to make it more Metso themed. If you ask for truco, it's worth 4. If you ask for a trump, it's worth 4. But if you ask for 6, it's worth 8. From 4, it goes to... And why did I say 6 then? Explain it to me, the math behind it. Why does 6 equal 8 in the game? In São Paulo, 6 is 6. The rest of the world, 6 is 6. But here, 6 it's 8. 6 is 8. What's the logic behind it? Where's the logic behind? No, 6 is 6. If you ask for 9, it's worth 12. There is already a number for 9. It's 9. And then people are explaining it to me. I mean, I'm like that meme of that lady, with lots of math things on her head. And in truco, 2 is better than 6. 2 is better than 6. In what world is 2 better than 6? If things worked like in truco, Brazil would win against Germany in the finals of the 2014 World Cup. It's okay for me. Oh, 2 is bigger than 6? Really? I have to accept that? They say bigger than us? Not bigger than you, bigger than the number 6. But then I understood why truco is so important. Because it makes everybody equal. It can be like a son and a father, an employee and a boss, a rich person and a poor person. Everybody disrespects themselves like the same way. There's no fair play in that game. And they say, truco, thief. And they had the best card in the game. And they said, 6, motherfucker. And they said, 9, you son of a bitch. And then he licks the card and sticks in their forehead. And then slaps the table, kicks a child, throws a dog. And they say, oh my God, that's terrible. Jesus, you need Jesus. In MMA, you can't slam a person with a chair. But in truco, it's not only allowed, but they want you to do it. So when I came back from São Paulo, I was testing for Global. And when I was at the hotel, they don't give you the money. They don't give you any money. They just give you the ticket money. So I didn't get any kind of money here. I'm going to take my revenge on them. I'm going to get a cheap ticket and keep the change. So I was doing a connection in Rio. São Paulo to Rio, Rio to Belo Horizonte. It was cheap. But I didn't check that connection lasted 12 hours in Rio. 12 hours in the middle of the night in Rio de Janeiro. I'm a guy from a small city. I'm from a 20,000 People City. Everything is around me. You know, everything is on my street. The bank, the supermarket, the church, the city hall. I'm protected by the God and the state. Everything is around there. You know, and I was there hungry in the middle of the night and thinking, what can I eat now in the middle of the night here in Rio? And I had two options. Starbucks inside the airport, 24/7, and a bar. Well, I'll be robbed regardless. I'll get mugged anyway. So yeah, I went to the bar and said, well, can I get like some popcorn, please? And he said, you want a salty or sweet? That must be some kind of drug expression. If I say salty, I get like a toxic one. And Coke, would you like it? And he said, but why are you setting Coke, man? And he said, no, Coke in a can. Then I came back to the airport looking for anyone from Minas Gerais to, you know, protect me, to have some teamwork. And I used the best Mineiro detector. You look around and you see that it's not the same shit that we have here in Recife. This is a real cheese. And I said, yeah, that's it. And I was taking my mother there to Recife once again. And my mother, she doesn't travel by herself. And I called my brother and said, Luis, I'm taking my mother back to Recife. I'm going to leave her there and come back. Oh, don't forget to bring the cheese. You hear I'm taking my mother back? And he said, yeah, but the cheese is more important. Oh, there's always a connection, you know, from Belo Horizonte to Recife. And we had to do like a stop at Espírito Santo. And she takes some medication to feel better when she's traveling. I don't know if you've been to the airport in Espírito Santo, but it's like a bus station. The buses there, they come from this company, São Cristóvão. It's like a Greyhound airplane. Do we have anyone from Rio de Janeiro here? No? Because I've carried out like this show here in Juiz de Fora, and I told them that their airport looked like a bus station. They said it's much better now. The people from Espírito Santo automatically manifest when I said that. But then I was saying that the popcorn was drugs. People from Rio de Janeiro were okay, it might be. Yeah, but it has been renovated. Yeah, the airplanes at the time, they were created from, you know, from Greyhound. And there was a guy outside saying, oh, Recife. There was nothing there showing, like they were just saying Recife. There were no signs or any kind of screens showing it. I put her on the airplane, she was almost sleeping, and I left her there at the airport. Soon later after that, like the lady came and said, you're in my seat, 12B. I said, no, 12B is mine. And I talked to the commissioner. And she said, oh, it's from 22. Your flight is from 22. It's not, this is from the 20. Oh, you say to Recife. You need to explain there are two flights to Recife. How should I guess it? You said Recife, I went there. Look there. Barely, well, I and my mother, we almost went there. He said, who? I said, my mom, I forgot my mom in the airplane. And then I called my brother and said, look, we have a problem. She got the airplane by herself and she left. How did that happen? I said, I don't know, it was too sudden. But how did that happen? Where are you? I'm in Espírito Santo. And where she is? She's in the airplane, going to Recife. And the cheese? Where's the cheese? I said, it's in the airplane as well. Oh, okay, don't forget about it. And here, living in Minas Gerais, I learned so many things, like that your driver's license, it doesn't work like as an ID when it's expired. It's only worth anything when it's still in the due date. So I tried to get it like a bus from Divinópolis to Belo Horizonte, and I couldn't because they said, oh, it's expired. I said, I'm not gonna drive, okay? Yeah, but you can only go by bus if your driver's license is up to date. If it were up to date, I would go by car. I'm going by bus only because it's expired. You can only ride a bus if you have an ID document that has a valid date. So I got my iCard. You have an iCard? You've lived 4 years here? Illegally? You don't have a white card? Immigration services should have taken care of you. The white card is the same thing as a green card in the USA. And it's for people who live here in Minas Gerais, who have family in Minas Gerais, but for some reason you're illegal, just like some people.
Procure o consulado mineiro da sua cidade.
You look for the Minas Gerais consulate of your city and you get your Y card.
Pra tirar, tá?
In Betim, it's not possible. You need to come to Belo Horizonte to get it. So I got my Y card and I presented it to her. And then she said, oh, but is that document valid? Does it have the insignia of Minas Gerais? Yes. The symbol of Minas Gerais? Does it have the signature of the governor? Yes, you can download the governor's signature. Is it in a plastic case? Yes, it's in a plastic case because people respect a plastic case. If you're gonna make fake documents, put it in a plastic case. They said, "Oh, you're gonna spend money to put it in a plastic case if it's fake."
If you get your iCard, there's many advantages because iCard accumulates scores that can't exchange by Guarapana and Matecoro soft drinks. And whenever you use iCard, you can put on the windshield that opens all the toll booths, puts it and speed it up. And trust me, now I can use iCard for everything. I went to Recife by plane using the RY card because to go back, they said, better, even better. What the hell is that? It's a document from Minas. I registered my son and the notary using my Y card because this will give a big, huge problem for him in the future. I like to use the Y card because when you get somewhere, I like to use the Y card because it represents precisely what I'm today, is half from Pernambuco and half from Minas Gerais. Thank you all very much. It was a pleasure to be here with you. Can I just do a raffle of the dictionary? It goes to Takeda. That's the raffle. Thank you. Randomly, you was chosen because I assume is the one who is going to sign my check. Just kidding. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Valeu, querido. Muito bem.
Okay, very well. Now, moving on with the command here, let's go. Let's resume our journey of content of the SIM 2023. After the funny presence of Paulo making, stimulating us early in the afternoon. And before starting, I'd like to call quickly presentation of a video on the ESG agenda. Please. O mundo nunca precisou de minerais tanto quanto agora. Não existem veículos elétricos sem lítio, nenhum poder eólico sem cobre ou cimento, nem células solares sem cádmio, nenhuma transição verde sem transição. Construir um mundo mais sustentável precisa de todos de nós. Alguns crescem coisas para nos alimentar, outros inventam coisas para nos mover e nos conectar, e nos dar energia. E ele torna um futuro possível. Ele sabe que a mineração é um processo intensivo em energia com uma pegada significativa. Para torná-lo sustentável, ele precisa de toda a ajuda possível. Em todo lugar onde existe minas, existe Metso. Desde o início do planejamento da mina até o produto acabado, de rochas grandes até novo equipamento, construção de novos equipamentos. Nós estamos lá, nós inventamos jeitos mais sustentáveis de atender às necessidades dos minerais, transportar mais na maneira mais eficiente, britar, peneirar e triturar, usando menos água e energia, lidar com rejeitos sustentavelmente e atualizar e modernizar para maior eficiência, fazer mais com menos e ver o quadro geral. Nós não melhoramos apenas uma etapa, nós melhoramos toda a cadeia de valor. Nos deu uma planilha e um fluxograma e nós podemos fazer todo o impacto no fluxograma, na operação. E é uma corrida contra o tempo, sem dar a ele as ferramentas necessárias. não pode haver nada, um mundo mais verde, mais limpo. É por isso que nós inovamos, oferecemos serviços e melhoramos. Nós fazemos cada fração de percentagem contar. Juntos, nós tornamos o futuro possível.
Well done. So let's move on now. I would like to invite Marius Verwoerner. Our Global President of Sustainability of Metso. And once again, as we've had in the last panel, this presentation will also have simultaneous translation. We have a picture, your picture is a little bit different there, Marius. So channel C, everyone's connected, just check the on, off, and the volume. Obrigado, pessoal. Muito bom estar aqui. Obrigado por me receberem. Uma rápida introdução. Meu nome é Marius Verwoerner. Eu sou o presidente global de sustentabilidade da Metso. E eu não sou a pessoa na foto, claro. E muito bom estar aqui. Desculpa por falar aqui em português, gente. Eu não tenho português, então vou ter que falar isso em inglês. Então, aqui nesses 5 minutos e tal, só para a gente começar um pouquinho sobre ESG, eu só queria dar para vocês uma noção geral aqui de como a Metso está pensando sobre ESG e como a gente vê o nosso papel na mineração em geral. O ponto de início, quando a gente fala de ESG, é que muito do nosso foco está na mudança climática. E isso basicamente porque esse é um problema importante que precisa ser resolvido nos próximos 10 anos, mais ou menos. E essa é uma área em que a gente pensa que a Metso, em parceria com os nossos clientes, pode fazer uma grande diferença. Então, a gente está focando bastante na mudança climática, né? E essa é uma das maiores prioridades do nosso ESG. Então, quando a gente está falando de um contexto geral, mundial, a gente entende que o mundo está mudando, o clima está mudando, está ficando mais quente. Então, esses gráficos que eu estou mostrando para vocês agora, eles mostram temperaturas médias, né? Temperatura do ar e temperatura do mar ao longo dos últimos 250 anos. Então, se a gente olhar o padrão ali de 2023, você pode ver que claramente ele está ficando mais quente. E também 2023, com essas mudanças que a gente tem visto nos últimos 10 anos, ele é um ano anormalmente quente. E a gente está chegando no ponto aqui em que realmente há um debate se 2023 vai ser o primeiro ano onde as temperaturas vão ser mais de 1 ou 2 anos mais quentes do que as temperaturas pré-industriais. Então, tem muitas coisas afetando isso esse ano, mas a gente pode ver que a tendência é que realmente o clima está mudando e isso precisa ser abordado de alguma maneira. E um desafio na hora de conseguir essas coisas é diminuir, né, nossas emissões de carbono e chegar no net zero, né, no valor líquido de zero até 2050. Isso vai precisar de mudanças drásticas no mundo inteiro, né, na economia mundial, incluindo nas nossas empresas, nossas indústrias. O que eu estou mostrando para vocês agora é um gráfico produzido por uma agência internacional com um caminho para o net zero até 2050. E a primeira coisa a perceber aqui, que a gente pode destacar nesse gráfico, é que essas coisas que acontecem na próxima década, então, para isso acontecer na próxima década, a gente vai precisar de grandes mudanças. E essas mudanças precisam do apoio, né? Não podem acontecer sem o apoio da indústria de mineração, por exemplo. Porque para poder descarbonizar a produção de energia, você precisa deixar o mundo elétrico. E aí a gente tem que mudar a capacidade dos renováveis, que tem que ser triplicada. A gente precisa de melhorias da intensidade de energia, tem que ser dobrada. Que isso é importante para indústrias de mineração, indústria de agregados, né, para trabalhar com fornecedores como a Metso. A gente acha que a gente pode fazer uma contribuição para o que está melhorando, né, a intensidade de energia. Então essa é uma parte do desafio. encontrar dentro das nossas operações maneiras de diminuir nossa própria pegada. Além disso, quando a gente olha para a transição maior, a gente vê que os pontos aqui, quando a gente fala que vai de um processo de energia muito intenso de energia. Então, quando a gente vai ali de carros que usam combustíveis fósseis para veículos elétricos, eles usam muitos outros metais, como cobre, níquel, lítio. E aí vocês podem ver aqui no slide da esquerda de cima, tem uma comparação entre todos os materiais que vão num carro que usa combustíveis fósseis. Do lado direito aí você tem um carro elétrico. Então o carro elétrico usa muitos outros minerais, né? Muitos mais minerais para ser produzido. Na parte esquerda de baixo você vê uma tendência no custo de produção de bateria nos últimos 10 anos. E a boa notícia é que os custos têm caído muito significativamente. Mas se você olhar para o fundo dessas... Aí você pode ver que a gente destacou os componentes da produção dessas baterias. E como vocês podem ver, as matérias-primas têm se tornado, né, a maior parte, né, do custo das baterias. E, portanto, existe agora um desafio bem grande, né, para a indústria conseguir lidar, né, com o setor conseguir lidar, né, com essa questão e conseguir ter uma oferta suficiente, né, de cobre e de níquel para essa indústria.
Essencialmente, isso vai precisar de um aumento de suprimento muito mais do que a taxa líquida de crescimento da indústria. E esse gráfico que tenta dar uma visão sobre os projetos existentes de mineração que estão nos livros que pode se esperar serem entregues nos próximos anos e compara isso com as previsões de matéria-prima que serão necessárias para a transição energética. Como podem ver, esta visão, a melhor visão é que ao entrarmos nos anos 2030 haverá uma grande decréscimo de cobre, mas você pode crescer figuras similares para outras commodities. Então, há um desafio real para a indústria de mineração atender a oferta. E a parte de atender essa oferta é encontrar formas de trabalhar colaborativamente com os reguladores, investidores e comunidades locais para fazer esses projetos entrarem em funcionamento rapidamente. Vocês não querem uma relação adversária com sua comunidade local. Como parte disso, nós pensamos que boas práticas de ESG e sustentabilidade serão muito importantes para habilitar essa transição de sucesso. Notando que, mesmo com essa melhor visão no mundo, acesso às matérias-primas será um gargalo neste processo e um desafio real. Dentro disso, a Metso definiu como prioridade tentar um papel em gerenciar essa transição ou garantir, pelo menos, que nós temos nosso papel nisso. Primeira forma é que analisamos nosso portfólio de produto e identificamos os produtos que nós achamos que podem fazer uma contribuição real para a sustentabilidade de nossos clientes, as companhias de mineração. Nós chamamos esses produtos de produtos planeta positivos e durante nossas pesquisas está focada em aumentar esse portfólio de produtos. Em geral, nós procuramos tentar suportar a transição energética para colocar soluções disponíveis na cadeia energética. Muito do que eu estou me focando hoje envolve apoiar nossos clientes e também assegurar que nossas próximas operações sejam neutras de carbono até 2050, mas também que nós foquemos em todos os aspectos da sustentabilidade de nossas operações locais. Gerenciar outros fatores ambientais, coisas como água, resíduos, etc., para que possamos operar com segurança e envolver-nos com segurança nas comunidades locais. Nós temos vários programas com as comunidades locais para tentar contribuir como processo não apenas global, mas com os cidadãos locais. Essa é uma rápida introdução. Eu estou ansioso por ver a discussão do painel para falar sobre esses tópicos em mais detalhes. Yeah. Obrigado. Thank you, Mario. I'll ask you to remain here with us. Please take a seat. You can get the microphone. Thank you. Right now I would like to call our dear Consuelo Duarte. Please, Consuelo, let's give a big hand to Consuelo. Consuelo, who is from the Metso Minerals team, and Consuelo is in Metso for almost 16 years, working directly in the support to the sales team. For a long time, she also does first initial client service by understanding the needs and directing them to the new project sales teams. Consuelo, you have the floor. Thank you, Walter. Good afternoon, everybody. First, I would like again to thank you for being here in behalf of Metso and making our event even brighter. Our next panel deals of ESG practices that drive mining growth. I'll call to the stage Jessica Nandi, General Manager of Relationships and Corporate Social Responsibility from MRM. Karina Raputi, EHS Director, Risk and Emergency at Vale. Jesus Christ. Wolf Fuchs, Chairman of Integration Mineração Social. To mediate this panel, I would like to invite reporter Lydia Moreira, publisher of the Mineral Connection website. Remind you, as Walter said, that for this presentation we will have a simultaneous translation. With the floor, Lillian. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, our theme today is ESG. And in the welcome, okay.
Said it was good. He went to an event, and we were only talking about ESGs. And it's the same thing here today. Although this panel is an ESG panel, we've only talked about it because we're only talking about the environment, some social things like difficulties to obtain professionals for the sector. We've also talked about governance, where we're talking about obtaining data, infrastructure in general. So up to this point, we've only talked about ESG. And ESG has always been present in the lives of mining companies, because due to their characteristics of their activities, they also always had to take care of the environment. But what we notice here is that from people who have been in the sector for a while, the focus has changed a bit. Because an event that was talking about mining, we would talk about the environment, we were talking about the recomposition of areas that were mined. And that perception has changed drastically over the last years. And now the focus is on energy transition. Now in the end of October, we've had at IBRAM, it was an event to start a decarbonization program that will encompass, embrace the whole sector, the whole industry, and I think it will be a real landmark considering what we're trying to do, like the whole research that's going to happen, and we want to share it with all the mining companies, not only the ones who are already part of the program. And an important point, based on recently, for example, Nexa, we have mentioned that Nexa has obtained financing that is connected to the reduction of emissions. So everything connected to ESG right now, it's not a distant future, it's not an environmental thing that's coming from an activist or something. This is an integral part of our business now. So to start our panel here, I know Jessica's at MRN, and MRN, since it's inserted there in the Amazon region since the 60s, when the environmental issue was far from being something people were worried about, the environmental thing is part of the DNA of your company, extremely necessary for your the life of your company and your business. So what are the projects that you're conducting right now in this environmental area and social area? Because I understand you have a very important activity there together with the local communities, especially like ex-slave communities, Quilombo communities. So good afternoon to all my friends here. The mining companies at Rio do Norte, it's a very unique context of operations here. And I think it's a bit similar to what we have there in Carajás, for example, because it's a very challenging aspect, especially in this current context that we have. It's a 44-year-old operation. It's a company that still has a lifetime of about another 40 or 50 years. And we're right now in the middle of one of the most well-preserved regions in Brazil with traditional communities that were a bit isolated, not like the indigenous communities, but far from the large centers. And bauxite is, of course, part of aluminum chain, supply chain, when we're talking about this imported metals, when we're talking about the energy transition. So due to this context here, and I'll use your positive provocation here of talking about decarbonization, I think that we're looking for that energy transition here. We're still operating with this isolate energy here with fossil fuels. But we're also thinking about the whole process of recomposition of the forests. We're calling it ecological restoration. You have a huge biodiversity and you need to recompose those areas in a way that not only the vegetation, but also the whole biodiversity of the area can be restored. And I'll talk a little bit ahead of you about the indicators that we have here, how to measure that. The second aspect is that all this biodiversity, these offers like systemic services. So you have provision services, regulation services. And carbon is, once again, a relevant factor. So my area nowadays is relationships and relations and corporate responsibility, and we are so connected to the environment, but the focus of our process has changed. So we would be able to discuss like environmental recovery and everything that we're carrying out here, be it in the environmental area or strategic management. We're thinking about those communities. And I believe those transformations, the changes in those axes are very important when we think about the global patterns that our industry has been proposing for mining. So for example, global international standards on tailings management for the protection of dams. Those standards are very important for us in order to think about the business, to think about the management of tailings. But if you look at the standard in itself, it really has the community as the center of its debate on how we engage with the community, how the community is part of this process, and how we can generate those returns from the community, from the company to the community, and from the community to the company. For the company, the populations have always been there, and they've always been an important part of the relations between the company and the communities. But nowadays we need to think about how the reputation changes the way the community gives back to the company. And this has been a challenge for us. And we have been challenged to rethink the things that we used to do in a certain way at mining. And together with the public opinion, this is like mostly connected now, globally connected at this point. And our traditional communities, Quilombola communities here, they're receiving like financing from Norway, for example, due to the aluminum chain. And these answers, they come from a more regional level and they start becoming like a global level. I would add to that the fact that we are part of the Amazon, a biome like with a high lights focused on it. We're talking about energy transition and the preservation areas. It becomes more and more important to think about it. I don't want to, hold the conversation too much, but a provocation for all of us. I believe ESG has always been here, and I think the challenge now is to think how we're going to put that ball on the ground, how we're going to rethink it once again, and think how should we connect it to the risks of the business, and especially the costs of ESG. And as Mario's mentioned here, those are strategic minerals. There will be a pressure on the demand, on the offer of those minerals in the market, and we need to connect that to investment strategies so that it starts making sense for the business. So when we're talking about social responsibility and that ESG costs and those returns to society will generate some kind of return for the business. There was a lot here. We'll be able to talk about it later, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It was great. And of course, the account must close in all the senses. And it's many questions for you to work at the same time with. And as you said, that there are risks and opportunities. And there was a study from IBRAM some 2 years ago about UI consulting. And they showed some risks and opportunities. And the issue now is how mining companies can work all those subjects. Karina, I know that Vale has a very widespread project in this field. You mentioned some with me in the backstage, and I wanted you to give us a general overview of what's happening in this area, because there is a lot of stuff happening, just to help place us. Good afternoon, very happy to be here. Thank you for good afternoon. We are in this challenge of being within the agendas. And how did we do that? Our commitments are all connected to the 2030 agenda, the Global Compact, ADS, but we set some very ambitious objectives so we can work with decarbonization, protection and recovery of forests. We have a goal of protecting or recovering 500,000 hectares outside our areas. So we have a big focus on forest protection without not talking about energy and decarbonization. We have several projects. I would like to stress here energy ones. We released our Sol do Cerrado plant in Minas Gerais. We will be able, with this photovoltaic plant, one biggest in Latin America, to supply 16% of our needs, because we have a goal in 2025 Brazil, 2030 Brazil will use 100% renewable electric energy. The global will be 2050, but in Brazil today we are reaching 99.95% of use of renewable electric energy. And Sol do Cerrado plant brings that very connected to this need and will supply 16% of our needs. Also like to mention iron ore solutions. I work with iron ore. We've been working in increasing quality of our products so we can use several hubs that we are doing connection in Arabia and China to produce HBU with less emissions. And another big project that we started, the startup now, is the Green Briquette project. We'll replace 3 plants. We are starting the first one now, a pelletizing one now. We converted a pelletizing plant to a briquette plant. We call a cold agglomerate, where you use less fossil fuels, less energy, and certainly connect to reduction of emissions and with our decarbonization. That's just a little. We have several commitments that we took on, and each of these commitments is directing the decision-making of the company as well as prioritizing of investments, because we need to balance commitments with our decision-making in our everyday. but it's flowing very well. If you want to know it, we have a very cool channel advertised here. We have a very good channel on Vale website. You can see in detail our investments and ESG commitments. Thank you. Indeed, I already consulted the chair. You have in great detail each goal there. It's very interesting. Rolf, we heard a little about the MERN experience and Vale's experience. You are a consultant that has worked with dozens of mining companies. In this environmental area, with your experience, systemic experience, and there's a widespread outlook because you work with mining sizes of large, medium, and small size. Could you talk a little to us at what point we are? Thank you, Lillian. Excellent question. But first, I'd like to say that I'm happy and honored to be here with you and be a part once again of this event. And just to complete the systemic view, before worked 20 years in mine operations, and at 22 years I changed sides and became a consultant. And today, with the Integrat together, we service over 100 mining enterprises in Brazil and in other Latin American countries. So I'd like to say that unlike what somebody said this morning, ESG is not something new. It is not from now. At least since the Stockholm conference, we talk somehow about what ESG is with an initial weight on E. As in Brazil it's known, ASG is called in Brazil for ambiente instead of environment. And it's not environmental that worries me a lot about ESG. The issue in ESG is more the parameterized that as well-defined, not only for licensing processes, but also because it's a normal process. What is left for the companies, regardless of their size, is being attentive to new needs that humanity brings in. As we talk today of energy transition, we talk about carbon footprint and other questions that we must pay attention to. But for me, environmental is well on the way, regardless of the size. And even those who are not so well today, environmental legislation helps driving them so that companies can move forward correctly. And like to agree with Jessica, the axis has changed. At least it was an environmental axis. But today the axis is this human being. We see that, we realize that, because any cause of interference in the environment, it comes from the human being. The environment is not a cause of changes. It reacts to human actions. And another thing, the human mind, you cannot write a booklet and parameterize what passes along the head of each person. You have to understand, you have to relate to them. And that's the path that everyone must follow. And this is, in my opinion, still a big challenge, regardless of the size. But in my experience, the bigger the company, the more difficult it is. The bigger is the window pane, greater is the wish to throw rocks on the ceiling of the neighbor, and the junior small companies, including artisanal mining operations, legalized of course, they are much closer to their communities. They relate in an automatically empirical way. That's much better. The giant, until the message gets to the top. And oftentimes we still confuse another very searched word from Jessica. Oftentimes we confuse image with reputation. It's not, the image is not interesting. The image you project here on the screen. What matters is a reputation that you build brick by brick from the basis up. and it requires a daily care so that it doesn't fall die and it doesn't repeat tragedies that we didn't leave in mining that didn't help our sector at all. And finishing this process of maturation that had several names with social responsibility, sustainability, today called ESG, and don't go alone. And the G for governance is what deep down is the leverage that will make things happen the right way. And this must be from top to bottom implemented in the companies regardless of their size. So in my opinion, and resuming the title of this our panel, as ESG drives mining growth, but not applying it, this indeed will make very difficult the path and will make leave several along the way who won't be able to continue.
Thank you very much. I believe this topic is dealt with in a very different way between the big, small, and medium companies. But we always need to remind ourselves that we have a lot of like small companies and medium companies here. And they have their own challenges. So it would be very interesting for us to see in the future how the integration between the small, medium, and large companies will happen in terms of ESG. What will be the result of that? What kind of experiences will be shared? As we can see, like, we have a lot of challenges, and those challenges are huge. Is that the challenge is not only from the mining company. It's from the mining company and the supply chain all involved in it. All the suppliers. There's no way for it to work if all the suppliers are not in the same boat. And Marius has mentioned in his presentation, in his video, how Metso itself is dealing with that. How we are dealing with this net zero agenda. So what I would like to know right now is how can Metso help the mining companies? How we can integrate the work that happens between the suppliers and the global players. And the global players, of course, have more experiences from other countries, from other types of companies. How are you aggregating that and delivering it to the mining companies? Muito obrigado, pergunta interessante. Acho que tem duas áreas em que a Metso poderia realmente ajudar os nossos clientes. A primeira seria de ajudar, né, a diminuir a pegada de carbono. Normalmente a pegada de carbono ambiental, com as soluções que a gente oferece aos nossos clientes. Especificamente sobre a questão da mudança climática, como eu disse, né, parte dos desafios seriam para aumentar o fornecimento desses minerais críticos. E para a Metso é importante garantir que a gente não seja um gargalo no sistema, que a gente consiga entregar todas as soluções na capacidade necessária. Mas nessas duas coisas, nós somos ali um elo de uma longa corrente e todas essas peças precisam cooperar para tornar isso possível. Então a gente tenta trabalhar com os nossos clientes, mas a gente também, da mesma maneira, tenta trabalhar com os nossos fornecedores para poder tornar isso tudo possível. Isso é um pouco mais complicado quando a gente trabalha com empresas globais como a Vale, porque você está lidando com uma cadeia de fornecimento enorme. Você lida com muitas situações, porque às vezes empresas que têm ali só uma planta mesmo, só uma localização, às vezes é meio mais fácil de lidar com isso, o nível de complexidade é menor. Então quando a gente está lidando com uma empresa de mineração, mesmo que seja uma grande como a Vale, né, ela tem muitas pequenas minas e aí minas menores e tal, e cada uma delas tem seus desafios locais, a gente tem que resolver os desafios locais ali de lidar com toda essa cadeia de fornecimento, tanto globalmente quanto localmente.
Com certeza, porque a empresa é global, mas os
For sure, because the company is global, but the challenges are extremely localized as well.
é realmente um desafio muito interessante.
It is a very interesting challenge for all of us.
Temos sempre em mente que os
And it's
fornecedores
important to keep in mind that the suppliers have like their own problems to adequate themselves to this new reality. So in some point, those lines will be crossing. The mining companies need to deal with that. They will demand more from the suppliers. And you need to have suppliers who are qualified to deal with that demand to all that. And that will surely not be easy. Thank you so much, Marius.
Well, we talked here about the environmental issue and how you said very well, Rolf, the social issue is very important. We cannot focus just on the environmental because environmental from legislation metrics, the companies are somehow moving forward as they can according to their size. You commented with me one part we are going to the last 10 minutes, but I would like that you would talk quickly about your project that you mentioned about taking energy to a quilombola community, fostering education. You have scholarships. I know that Vale also has a very widespread project for that. And I would like you to comment quickly about this social aspect, please. Indeed, Rolf and Lilian, we are have lived the same situation and the importance of this social aspect. And we talked about ESG and this S. This S is also very wide. How can you bring people to the business so that they feel part of the business and connect with them, and you truly share company-generated values with the community, and not just the local community, but the several players in the society as a whole. So this process for us, we are in a reality, many of our operations in mining are in isolated areas. Not isolated. We are isolated in small municipalities and poor, and the economic strength of that enterprise is a important driving force, especially in the EAS, looking in the field of diversity and inclusion. We have a very important project, which is our main drive for inclusion, which is the education program. It consists in the children of quilombola communities to study at the village. And is belongs the city is from the company created in the style of Carajás and others. And with this, we include these children and accompany them up to their professional life, whether for those who choose to go to the labor market with a technical course or to upper education. So this is a way of managing to include these people in value sharing. And more than that, on becoming part of the company and entering the company, they help us see how this business then connects with their reality. Here I have a reputation work, value sharing, inclusion, social inclusion, and economic development of the region. So I think that's very important. To conclude, I would like to reinforce a point that Rolf mentioned. ESG is a lot about governance, because if the company is not on the whole page, we from the social and environmental will just be raising flags. That's not enough. We need to make that make sense. So these governance spaces in which these issues connect are very fundamental. And maybe this is today, from what I see and know, that's the big challenge of large companies that are trying to connect with ESG. But that's it. Thank you. Certainly, S is an issue that we cannot forget at all. It's interesting because the mining company has this whole issue of working with the communities, this internal issue. In the morning, mentioned how it's difficult to recruit people to the mining area. It doesn't have the glamour we wanted. You have this difficulty to bring in people to an area that eventually doesn't have a good external reputation. And within that, you still need to work the issue of diversity. That's a challenge. How is Vale working this question? How can we solve that?
It's a calculation that doesn't, get matched in the end of the day. Like, we have 54% women in our country, but inside our companies, those numbers are much, much lower than that. So we try to understand that this is a challenge that we're facing right now, and together with the SDGs from the UN and also ESGs, we're going from this level of 13%. We want to reach up to 2025 to have 26% women. We're about to get 24%. We're close to 24% now. In the operations, of course, it's much harder for us to include women in the operations. It's not in the administrative areas. We want to include women in the operations. And our greatest challenge is not only to bring these women in, but also maintain them, keep them here. Yeah, we cannot just invite them to the party. We need to invite them to dance. We need to call them to dance with us, and that the dance is a good moment for them. And we also have the premise, and we need to increase our number of black leadership. We're trying to expose ourselves as, to announce ourselves as like ideas here. We changed the name of one of our mines that used to be Capitão do Mato, that used to be a mine that was related to the slavery time. We now have an internal program here called New Horizons, and according to this anti-racist brand that we have now, we have this idea, a compromise that we're going to have 30% people of leaders being black here in our company. If we do not change the G of our ESG thing, we need to do that according to our company here. These are goals that we have all over the company, and we report that not only to the stock market, but our board council. And it's also an aspect that we talk about all over the company. Everybody knows what are our commitments here to diversity and inclusion. And we have been bringing lots of people, local people here as well. We only know if we're going to be sustainable if we bring the communities around the mines to work with us. So we have lots of local hiring programs here for the development of the local neighborhoods, so we can actually be sustainable and these people join the company and become part of it. And we know the difficulties that we have with our further operations like Carajás and MRN is that people actually remain there. There is an expiration date, as we say. So if we develop and locally improve the local audiences there, then we can actually become sustainable in terms of governance as well. Marius, we've heard from you MRN, and we've also heard Vale, companies that are completely Brazilian. You, Marius, due to your position, you end up going and visiting several different countries, so you have a different view that's a little bit broader, let's say, that's broader than other people's because you circulate through various operations in the world. How have you noticed, how do you understand that these companies are working with this social issue? How do you analyze that?
Obrigado, pergunta interessante. Em nível, o desafio que nós vemos ao redor do mundo são muito similares, porque se você tem uma mina grande que impacta comunidades, frequentemente os efeitos são muito similares. Depende, em certa medida, das questões específicas da mina. Uma mina de carvão subterrânea ou uma mina a céu aberto são propostas diferentes. O que eu diria é que nós vemos ao redor do mundo é que, como você mencionou, o aspecto social está se tornando cada vez mais importante. Quando você olha regulamentações, a União Europeia, a empresa da União Europeia, e quando eu olho os regulamentos que nós temos que cumprir nos próximos 5 anos, o maior desafio tende a ser no lado social, ou questões ambientais devem ser bem diretas, mas a complexidade vem que não é possível definir uma única solução global. Os desafios básicos são similares, os regulamentos, etc. Frequentemente são muito locais, definidos por países ou legisladores nos países. E isso é parte da complexidade que as companhias globais têm de lidar. Encontrar maneiras de agir localmente, ao invés de tentar impor soluções únicas em todos os lugares. Thank you, Marius. Our time is almost up. It's over, actually. I can see that our time, unfortunately, is over. And ESG is so widespread that it's difficult in a relatively small panel to talk about it. I would like to take the opportunity that you are here to invite you. A Mineral Connection will have an event about ESG, which will the ESG Forum in Construction and Mining that will take place in April 24 in São Paulo. It's part of MTX as a traditional exhibit of machinery and equipment of the industry, and I would like to invite you to participate of this event. Metso will also be part of that. It will be an opportunity for you to learn more about the solutions to help in this ESG journey. And if you need more information about the event, at conexãomineral.com.br. As you enter, you'll see a banner and you can follow the schedule. I thank you very much for sharing your experiences and sharing your time with us. And certainly we'll still keep talking a lot about ESG. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. Thank you, Jessica, Karina, also Rolf, Marius, and of course Lillian for brilliantly conducting this class about the ESG agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Please. Thank you. Well, now for our next panel, we'll talk about technologies to increase dam safety. And we'll address a sensitive and important subject for Brazilian mining. To introduce the panelists, I would like to call our dear Alexandre Silva. Welcome, Alexandre. Is a sales manager for the North region with focus on region development. And Alexandre is in Metso for 7 years now, and we stress his way of fostering diversity and growth of the team. We have the floor, Alexandre. Thank you. Glad to be here with all of you. Thank you again for being here. Welcome. The morning panels were very interesting, and I hope that you all will enjoy this afternoon part. And this technologies to increase dam safety panel is interesting for all of us. I would like to call to the stage a big hand for Sandra Moraes, who will participate with us on this part of the panel. Please, Sandra. Sandra is a technical director of the Technological Research Institute, IPT, and will be here with us. Then now I'd like to ask Aline Nunes to the stage. Please, Aline. Thank you, Aline. Aline is a mineral mining subjects manager from IBRAM. Welcome. Now, Thiago Marchesi, a big hand to Thiago, please. Thiago. Thiago is a general strategy management, innovation, integrated plan and technology and information of Samarco Mining. Now, I would like to call my namesake Alexandre Freitas. Please, Alexandre. Okay, folks, now we move forward with the panel. To work with us and talk to us, I'll call Ricardo Takeda. Takeda is a Metso sales manager who will be the mediator. Welcome, Takeda. Well, now we have everyone here. I wish you a great panel. Good luck. With the floor, Ricardo Takeda. Hello. Thank you, Alexandre. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon, panelists. Thank you for being here. It's a very important subject and very interesting. And I think this subject is also the part of the ESG agenda. It's not detached from it, despite of having the themes divided. I believe it makes a lot of sense within this continuity of these discussions we are having today. This issue of safety in general, and especially in this, we'll have now this panel on safety of the tailings disposal process. Not talking only about dams, because we know how much mining has evolved, and it's great. That's what we want to foster here today, to bring a little of this evolution that we are having on this issue of safety related to tailings disposal. So I'd like to start with Aline. Pleasure to meet you. Aline, you are from IBRAM. IBRAM is our father and mother when we talk about mining, and a fundamental partner and important institution in mining. And I would like to understand how IBRAM and this industry has addressed this safety issue and the dam issue and the tailings disposal in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Takeda. I would like to thank Metso for the invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be here representing the Institute. And yes, IBRAM is the speaker for Brazilian mining. And this is one of the most intensive areas of our activities nowadays. So I'll bring to you here a general overview of our actions regarding this theme. And we have talked about it a little bit already, so we're going to be connected to ESG. There will be no way for us to avoid the topic, because this is one of our pillars of our work here. It is one of our agendas, and how do we address this inside our company? The ESG, the project, the ESG design that we have here is to be the compromise letter of the environmental and mineral sector, but it was created in 2019, and we need to revisit our actions, our principles. So we have assigned that document, and in 2021 it became an ESG for mining in Brazil. 12 topics, and inside those 12 topics we have goals and duties as well, and we do a review of those things here to see if we have reached those goals, if we're meeting those duties as well. And we see that inside those two themes we have two more things connected to that, which is theme number 2 related to dams, and GT and another GT team which is connected to tailings. So we conduct a lot of work inside those GTs by moving that agenda forward, by pushing it forward. We shall talk a little bit more in detail about this project, but another detail is that we're trying to produce like the global standard together, our participation in the translation, and our stimulus to adoption, so that the companies and the businesses adopt the global standards that have already been mentioned here. This is an initiative that we have, and we've carried out work for that. Another standard that we have here is also TSM. We're trying to stimulate the companies here, to give them incentives so that the companies have and it's a stimulus to participate in the TSM. And we have a structure in there. We have a strong technical structure in there that's mostly focused on several topics, but specifically on this one. And we are carrying out like a review regarding the ABNT standards there, according to NBR 29 and 30. But we have like a lot of participation as well in the legislation discussion, where we're dealing with subsidies. And we understand that the role of like technical operations as well are very important for us, and we have we create like products and materials sometimes internally. And we understand that the good practices guide is the best thing that we have here. We have one that was released in 2016, and we have another one with good practices released in 2019. So we have that kind of action there. And we shall be reviewing that guide once again next year. And we've had like a project that's very expensive to us, a project that is extremely important for all of us, called PROX. It's a system to manage risk information, or information under risk. And we have the web version. And that's not only for the population, but also our agents here, and also the salesmen. So together with CEMIG, the power agency here, the energy agency in Minas Gerais, they are the beginners of this initiative about PROX. It was a program to engage the communities, but we ended up creating this tool together with them. We ended up getting to know if this area in 2018 and 2019, and this sector is here to develop those systems together, because we need to understand what are the risks at the territory. So from CEMIG, it was something regarding the structure of water dams. So we come up with our information there. We wanted to add some extra information. However, the collaboration and participation of public agents, and it gets us really close to the cooperation terms with the firefighters and SEVEC from Minas Gerais. And they published it in the last month here. This participation of them was created. And this collab was created there by MRN in the last panel. A focus is on the human beings. So this project doesn't bring only the tools, but also all this work, this collaboration issue, and in the evolution of everything. So we have a journey of learning, of development, of culture, and self-protection, and also collaborative work. So these are the 6 main axes that we have developed in terms of the management of safety for the tailings structures. Really cool, and that's really good. And I believe that IBRAM, our institute, is working close to our stakeholders, especially the mining companies themselves. And we are spreading that knowledge here. And it's a learning curve, and it's a learning that happens when we're together. And we're talking about cooperation. And I'm sure that our institute cooperates with that as well here, along all the companies. And I'm glad to know that, well, some of the initiatives are new to me, some of them are old for me, but, well, as agents here, regardless of our positions and the companies that we work for, I believe that information is everything, clear communication as well. And we are agents of that change. We are agents of change. And I would like to invite everyone to get to know these initiatives that contribute so much to the sector like that. Thank you very much. And I would like to talk to Tiago, or my friend Tiago here, who comes here representing Samarco once again. Tiago, at Samarco, we would like to hear a little bit more about this tailings disposal at Samarco's. What are the advances and what has Samarco sought in terms of dry disposal of tailings? I would like you to give us like a general argument about it here. I think it's everybody's interest. I think everyone is happy to see Samarco, that has always been a strong reference here for mining, retaking and changing things here. So I would like to hear Samarco as you are representing it. First of all, good afternoon. Good afternoon, our colleagues here at the table. And I would like to start from things that were said here, especially your comment about the Institute, Ibram. You mentioned like some learning that happens together, some cooperation. So one of the best things about these events is that the cultural traces of the company, we need to work on humbleness and everything, humility that we have when we're talking about learning and doing things. And I would like to thank Madison for this opportunity here. The biggest thing is that Metso is here together with us, and we're learning so many things. Maybe we'll reach that topic here. We don't have that much time. But we have a filter press right now at Samarco, and it's being tested for some parts of our tailings that are not stacked, that are not on a dump. But I worked 3 years at Hydro here, where Alexandre works, and they have a lot of know-how. So I need to see what they already know, and vice versa. Maybe we don't know the knowledge that we have here for stacking tailings here, sandy tailings like Samarco has, but we need to leave a provocation here. Maybe we'll reach that place by ourselves, but if we go together, we'll definitely get there faster, and we'll definitely get there as well. So if we're talking about the dry disposal of tailings here, maybe it's a, safety is a factor that's number one for any kind of companies. We do not discuss that. That's not up for argument. But of course, the safety of the dams themselves is also very important. So at Samarco, we have the Inspection Monitoring Center, all the geotech information that we have with more than 1,000 instruments, robotic stations here, all the information that we get from our cameras, our piezometers, instruments, everything goes to that geotech center. Hydrogeologists, engineers, and they transform that mass of data into information. So any kind of step that we're going to give in terms of a technology, like with dams, for example, it's a more common technology that all companies understand here. It needs to be protected. It needs to be approved and discussed. So we need to involve the agencies. We need to involve our partners in this. Metso, I don't even need to comment anything about Metso here, but we need to get involved so we can give the next step. So Samarco in 2015, 100% of the tailings was disposed in dams. So our production there from the concentrates was generated, and the tailings were directed to the dams. But in the returns, we're talking about, I would like to thank you for your words here when we're talking about Samarco. We need to understand that we're trying to create like sustainable mining here. And I'm, thinking about the word different, but it's not different by ourselves. We involved our shareholders, stakeholders. We've involved like specialized companies. And we've carried out lots of tests that would allow us to modify the processes for a company that has been there for years, for decades, and we were able to innovate. And we've separated those tailings into a finer fraction, which I will call mud here, and a thicker fraction here, which I will call sandy tailings. The thicker, coarse tailings here, they are about 80% of every kind of tailings that we generate at Samarco. So what is the technology that I need to work with so I can properly dry that coarse material? So we have like vacuum disc filters and filter presses as well. It's not filter presses for this one, but we're talking about the size of the particle. It's a big particle, it's a large particle. So it allows us to use a technology that we used to be experienced with, not only in the Espírito Santo site, but also the Germano site in Minas Gerais, and then we were able to dry these particles. So now we're making like this 80% with like dry stacks. And those 20% we take them to a confined space, a pit. So in the geotech aspect, it's very safe. But those are defined tailings. And of course, when we're talking about ESG, we talk about the MRN friend here. She was talking about society. Society would be the center of the discussion. So we have an idea to keep on studying technologies. So we have 80% of our tailings on dry dumps, dry stacks. But we are here to guarantee the removal of this humidity, because since it's too fine, we need this new technology, this filter press, and we're trying to do it in a safe way that's validated by everybody who needs to validate it, both internally and externally, so we can start the dry operation here. But it's currently being stacked in a dry manner here, and those 20% that go to the pit, we're studying the filter press in order to deal with it.
Congratulations, Thiago. Thank you for sharing it. This is what we wanted to hear and encourage a bit of what has been done, and it's a great change. We go from a situation where you have 80% of your material already in dry stacking without the mud, without the water, right? That's a great step forward. And I hope that the next steps are taken. I'm sure that Samarco will get there, and maybe in the next forum like this, mirroring and showing 100% of the tailings stacked in this way. I think it's a great step forward, and I'm sure there's much more to come. Great. Sandra, you as rep of IPT, we know you work strongly in mining, you have a lot of experience. You are following the sector, and there is an IPT articulation very close to science and technology institutes that research the advances and the break of paradigms. How is mining, dry mining? What's the scenario today of this other theme, which is dry mining? Could you comment that? First, I would like to thank, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be here. It's a great joy in the name of the Institute to be here, because the Institute is 124 years old, and the role is to work. This is the best forum to discuss this. This question is very good because it comes from curiosity raised by the Institute with regard to what is being done with the tailings. But I'm going to bring this in, the subject up here. My surprise wasn't that much of a surprise that I saw that everybody who was studying, and the world is Brazil, Canada, China, where there is mining, they did some studies using the same technologies developed centuries ago. So the idea was, I'll take the advantage of the tailings using beneficiation technology, which is not ideal, but the biggest advance we had in knowledge was flotation, and there was a lot yet to be improved. Why do I say this? Because my surprise wasn't that great, and there was no movement which was disruptive. It is a traditional sector, as was said this morning here. It's a sector that was thought up to work with technology of when it was planned, when the operation began, and everything's changed. The scenario, the profile of the deposit, the grade of the ore. I'll get to the dry technology, dry mining. When you do another review, well, they're studying separation, magnetic separation. The biggest advance in scientific and technical is in magnetic separation. China focused very much on ultrafines, And in fact, it has worked for the iron ore sector. What do I mean with this? The institute, as an institute that makes connections and that deals with challenges, we are talking about future and time challenges. Well, I don't want to dispose dry with moisture, or either go straight it dry from a dry process. The technological advance, which is well stated, I think you know better than me, it's very much the question of the crushing and the grinding and the classification, and the mineral concentration, which is more and more complex. So here, what's the role of the institute? Answering you, but the state of the art in this sense, we have an advance with regard to the beginning of but we need to invest in knowledge. So what has the institute thought up? It's not just this segment of the market. Look at the size of the country. Look at the quantity of science and technology institutions we have. Look at the amount of investments that are made today. Everything spread, very pulverized, everybody's studying within their daily routine. We have seen this. The projects with the companies, they are no longer the traditional projects. They are projects which involve knowledge of other institutions and the company itself following closely in the development. So what I want to say with all of this, today we have done the mapping of they're very good and bringing closer to us. Why? What's fundamental is timing. In the country this side, with the bureaucracy that we have, the amount of study going on, each one studying out of this connection, we are being this channel, the catalyst, we're pulling this discussion closer so that when the company arrives, we have already mapped, previously discussed what each one, each with their own competence. So I think what is missing to bring in is the connection. With those who develop technology, mining, the users of technology, they have their demand. The companies, how to pull this discussion with us, give us greater strength. No, everybody has knowledge, because we have to generate knowledge. I have to bring within the institution. I no longer talk to the mining engineers. You look at our units, we have engineers, chemists, engineering, materials engineering, because it's left this context now. We're going to, let's put it dry, but let's do the processing, the beneficiation dry as well. Working with nanotechnology, today approval is very much finer. I have to involve people who know how to characterize, especially physicists do mineralogical characterization, which is much deeper. Bring this knowledge to get a completely new technological path. It's disruptive. Let's leave the context. Maybe when I saw there was a material of new equipment, triple electric, new name, it's not that new, it comes from the magnetic and electrostatic, to be able to do dry separation with feed of the time of particles, but it's a huge move forward. We have to move away from this context of mining, traditional mining, to say, I have to invent future beneficiation. So that's it's got to the limit of the technology as it exists today. And the moist beneficiation, we have the products and the chemicals which impact in the chain as a whole, which help a great deal. But we'll come to a moment when moist beneficiation will have its working life. I follow the line that let's do it dry now. We will talk about this, but at this moment, let's do dry beneficiation. That is a path. Great. Thank you very much.
It's very good that Sandra brings up like this message for all of us, because we understand it's a challenge. It's a great challenge. Dry beneficiation is a hard paradigm break, and there's a great development behind it. There are lots of studies involved, and we actively participate in it. And I would like to bring up this connection between the mining sector, mining industry, suppliers here. We are a single sector together. Of course, we defend our own areas here, but we are a single sector, we're a single industry. So we need to foster this conversation, this communication, so we have a movement, an exchange of technology, a technology exchange happening here, and we grow as a community here in Brazil. So here I live like this provocation here that we have more technology companies in our studies. So that, thank you very much. That was really cool. And I think that would be very important for all of us. There's a motto from our institute that says that your challenge is ours. So we take it really seriously. So now, Alexandre, going back now to the topics that you've mentioned here, I would like you to start from where Thiago stopped here. And based on your experience and Hydro's experience, Alunorte experience, in terms of the disposal of filtered tailings, and in the case of Alunorte, we have a little bit more of a spicy challenge when we talk about those tailings. So I would like you to talk a little bit about us, like how do you filter those tailings nowadays? Good afternoon, Takeda, and all the other colleagues here. First, I would like to thank you, for the opportunity to be here representing Hydro and our experience here. But just like a quick comment about Hydro, it's a company, it's a global company. We are present in over 40 countries. We have 31,000 employees, about 31,000 employees. It was founded in 1905, so it's about 115 years old. So we've been here since the 70s here in Brazil. We have about 19 units and offices, and I'm here representing Hydro Alunorte, especially the area of the filter press. So I would like to invite people to go into Hydro's channels on the internet, so you can check out some of our programs, some of our things, and everything that we have discussed here so far in terms of the communities, the ESG. And I believe, as we have already discussed it here, it must be grounded in our companies. So talking a little bit about our filtering experience, we've had a learning curve regarding the filter press. And we went from rotative filters to what we call dry stacking. In the deposits, we have two warehouses, DRS1, DRS2, those deposits for the dry tailings. And the filter press allowed us to reach much better results and a much more compacted material. And by comparing the two deposits that we have, the SR2, where we just put materials from the filter press, it's about 4 times smaller than the old deposit. So the filter press is a key equipment for the mining companies regarding the reduction of our environmental footprint. And the residues are so much more compacted. We have a recovery of color, and it can be handled much easier than the rotative filters. This makes everything safer here for us. And also talking about what is being mentioned here, that people are saying, is that the filter press allows us to reuse the tailings. At Hydro, for example, we have lots of projects in development, and we have partnerships with other companies who use those tailings to incorporate in their products, like, for example, cement. We use it to cement our own company. It can be used as an agricultural element as well. It can be used as something to help the plants to grow. And we have these partnerships with other universities, like the University of Paraná and the University of São Paulo, and Senai itself that is with us. And we've carried out a partnership with Senai in order to develop and to reuse those tailings. we'll have a goal not only targeted at CO2 emissions, about 30% in our operations from hydro, but in addition to that, in terms of residues and tailings, we have a goal from 2030 in order to reuse about 30% of those tailings. And as Thiago has mentioned here, this requires pilot studies so that we can actually have a dimension of that process and we can work with safety. And not only that, but it also involves a whole other chain. So for example, we're trying to use like agricultural products here. Oh, it requires so many more studies, so now I can use those tailings there as a fertilizer. So what's going to happen after that? And it requires further studies and people for that, because this is a team that uses lots of people from several different areas. Regarding the experience from Alunorte and the dry stacking, Alunorte right now is located in an Amazonic area. Alunorte is located in an Amazonic area with lots of rain. We have rain pretty much every single day. So it's really challenging for us to be able to carry out the dry stacking here. And we've had like a huge learning curve. It was a surprise to us because the tailings are really fine in our case. The grain size is really small. And it allows us to carry out like really solid compacting, and it becomes like an impermeable wall. The water falls over it, but it moves down, so it runs off, so that the filter press technology really favors this type of control of grain size, density, and all the other parameters that geotech always has to keep track of. And Alunorte is also moving toward like this lots of successes recently, as we have mentioned with other colleagues here. The GIST system, it is a well-structured system in order to define what are the best practices of safety for the dams, and we have implemented it in our units, including Alunorte. And I would leave an invitation for you. I would like to make an invitation for all of you here, because we have lots of people visiting our installations when we are there implementing our filter presses and lots of what we're doing there. So we can exchange some of our good practices. I think it's really great because we always generate knowledge from both sides when we do that. So this theme about the dams here, I think it's a really important theme worldwide, not only here in Brazil, but all the mining companies are facing these challenges right now. So I would like to make an invitation to all of you, especially to you, Thiago, so we can carry out like some exchange in terms of best practices. So I from Samarco will be able to recognize your best practices and you'll be able to recognize mine. I think that experience exchanges would be great. Yeah, that's what we would comment here. Like that's what our target with this event, to have this experience exchange here and actually foster technology and improve it. In the end of the day, our intention is to improve it in lots of aspects. So the first thing that you've mentioned here that I think was very important is how we dispose of the tailings and how the disposal of tailings improved with technology. And since that, you know, type of technology is a necessity right now here, from Hydro and Alunorte, we've carried out like this change in the route. I believe it was a necessity, and also now we're collecting the fruit from that. We're reaping the fruit from that. But as you've mentioned, well, we have in our last 5 minutes here, I think everybody has talked a little bit about co-products, the byproducts. So what are we able to do with those tailings after it's thrown in the water, or if we generate it in a dry manner? So because, well, some materials have some value. Those materials have some value, so. I would like to talk about this experience exchange.
This was reality in the past. When we talk, it was iron ore. Oh, sorry, I'm from iron ore. Okay. We talked to the company of iron ore. While you comment the experience they have in the Alunorte aluminium, the bauxite, you brought fertilizers that we're studying, concrete that we're on the final stages in San Marco using it. So the ideal is we generate minimum tailings, full stop. Once you generate it, we have to assess possibilities, and the provocation is that these possibilities will not be in the universe of mining. When you know, say it's the tailings of bauxite, you can use it as concrete. It's the same reality. The tailings of an ore can be used in producing concrete. I'm talking about you're talking about paving. It's not mining. So we have to open our minds and seek these partnerships and discussions to be able to take most of it. I don't bring the term economic here because we have a great social responsibility. Yes, again, generally we associate, no, there has to be a solution, economic use. Take the word economic. The idea is not to generate waste, so we minimize the generation, but taking a link with the part of not generating, we have a lot of exchange of experience. How's the configuration of your mill, the diaphragm or not? Is it generating a lot of ultrafines? You have cycloning or not? This to not, once you generate it, then there are excellent partnerships we can have to the Blanc and other institutes as well, research institutes, yes. Very good. I'm sure that IBRA participates in this scenario in the same way. IPT, we make best of this material. It's very rich. It comes from nature. That I think it's very relevant to keep this agenda. Certainly, even because, Jago, you say that you don't think about the business. At the end, there has to be a business model. Otherwise, you're always recycling. It's not recycling. It's those who can be the user of my product, which for me is not the final product, but for the other is. And who is he competing for? Bring it into the discussion. Who is going to use it and who is he going to compete with? It's a shorter path for us to make the most of these materials. We have seen this, and we did a workshop that became the seminar in ABM, that how to treat this in a circular model, and it's a business model, because at the end it'll say at least it has to be nil-nil. If we look at a business model where the other will be used, and there is legislation for this, before there was, oh well, this is a waste tailings, it's residue, you saw it was prepared, but it's a market product. I'm competing with whom here? This gaze of the business model makes a difference. Thank you very much. Was it good? That was quick, wasn't it? At the end of the board, I was amazed because yellow and red. But I would like to take advantage and raise something. I come from ore beneficiation. We have this change of structure administration in a quick change, very drastic change. I researched marginal ores. The challenge there was beneficiation for the product. Today, we're in a situation where filtering tailings, at my time, if I said this, it would go through people's minds. Yes, I have experience, but it's not so many years. I would be considered crazy saying to filtering tailings. We have a huge challenge in the context of very quick change of breaking this traditional beneficiation. So I raise this point. It is truly a challenge, and we have to break this, and it's relevant. I think it's relevant, yes. And this point of the finding other alternatives for disposal is also necessary. We are speaking of management, safety, what has been done, and minimize the generation is one of the ways out, one of the alternatives. It is a point which is fundamental. But the question of legislation is a lot of legislation in our context of change is very big, and it brought the need of several requirements. Monitoring that we don't talk about here, automated monitoring, the sirens, automated sirens. We're learning with this. Operate this. This is a challenge. Everybody knows of the undue triggers, for example, gets into the question of governance. So it has been stated the question of decharacterization with operation of autonomous or unmanned equipment, talking about technology which is being intensively applied, but we're on a path which is a learning path. Just closing. This question of interaction and collaboration, it's essential. It's essential at this time. And bring a bit of advanced manufacture, Industry 4.0, whatever, but integrate suppliers, the production sector, the public agencies, and the research institutes. If we didn't have this interaction more intensely from here on, our path would continue very long and very painful. So we need collaboration. Very good. Our time's up. I think the panel was good. I loved being here. It goes very quickly, but it was good. Thank you very much to everybody. Let's go on to the next one. Walter, please. Thank you. Thank you, Takeda. Thank you, Sandra, Alini, and Alexandre. I'd like to thank you all once again for being here on this panel. Thank you, Takeda. I can see a few faces that have low batteries. Let's do a recharge. Okay, stand up, drink water, bathroom, 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Fourth and final part. SIM 2023, we're building the future of mining, International Mining Metso.
Please take your seats. Go back to your seats, please. Kindly go back to your seats. And I would like to ask people who are watching us on YouTube. I know we have lots of people. I know we have a lot of people watching us here. 2023, it's very good to have your audience here. You who was not able to be here with us in the Steel Museum of Gerdau here in Belo Horizonte, but you're watching us, all the content that we have here with our panels, with our presenters here since the beginning of SIM 2023. We still have 2 more panels, which will be carried out soon. So please remain here with us because there's a lot of good information for you as well. People are coming back now, so we shall restart our next panel, and I will ask the Metso teams to help us bring our guests here. The coffee, the water, they will remain here, so please feel free to get it. Maybe during the event you can stand up, get some coffee, some water, it's fine, and then we can return here. So let's go. Now we're back. Once we've talked about the importance of the ESG agenda, our next theme also impacts strongly the processing plants. We're talking about the supply chain. The supply chain is a stage that gained a lot of relevance with the double challenge of the pandemics and the Ukraine war. For this next panel, I would like to invite our dear Patricia Lima. Patricia Lima, please. Welcome, Patricia. Patricia is part of the inside sales of Metso here. She will present the panelists. So thank you very much, Walter. It is with pleasure that I call here Ilana Vilela, our head of supply chain of Samarco. Luciano Cardoso, General Manager of Supplies and IT from Applian Capital, Brazil. Eduardo Magalhães, HR Director, IT Director and Supply Chain Director of Kinross. And Rodrigo Pavan, Supply Director of Anglo American. In order to moderate this panel, I summon Rogério Rodrigues, VP of Supplies from Metso. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for your presence here in the name of Metso. To thank everyone for participating in the panel. And we'll be talking about a very important aspect here, the supply chain. Who hasn't suffered here during the pandemic? Maybe with the Ukraine war, Ukraine versus Russia in terms of supply. You were not able to travel, you were not able to carry out inspections. So we had to work out with lots of technologies here to deal with our customers. So let's begin. So let's start with Ilana. The mining industry faced challenges in its supply chain during the pandemic. What areas were the most critical ones, and how was that problem addressed? So first of all, thank you. Thank you, Metso, for the invitation. It is an honor to be here. Which areas were not impacted by the pandemic? I think it flipped us all over. It tipped us all over. We were all inside out. And I think Samarco was not producing during the pandemic specifically. The pandemic started in March 2020, and we started producing December. So we were right in the middle of our reconstruction process. We had about 7,000 people inside our plants, and we had to stop everything in the first moment. And we had a crisis committee that was assembled every day to discuss the impacts and what could be stopped, what couldn't be, and how we're gonna keep those people inside the plants. And I think everyone here suffered with that, and we have renegotiated our contracts, including transportation. The small things that we do not think that much about, but when we needed to take people inside the plants, we had like half of our transportation capacity lacking at that moment. So the first thing that was lacking was how many buses and transportation things we had at the moment. Alcohol was not available, masks were not available, and then we had to face all those problems during the pandemic and the uncertainty of everyone. Because when we were taking the operations, we were thinking, oh, should we resume the operations? Do we continue? Do we stop? We suffered a little bit less in terms of raw materials and more with services, because when we stopped after the accident in 2015, our stocks were completely full of materials and MROs, spare MROs and equipment and everything, and it was a bit of luck at that moment. We were prepared for that. So all the uncertainties, all the logistics after that, and also the supplies. We didn't have anything in our patios, and we need to retake the operation during the middle of the pandemic without any kind of credit, no credibility, no money, because we had to pay for things up front, and we didn't have any kind of money. So people who didn't have any kind of challenge at that moment, yeah. And Eduardo, for you guys, what was it like? So first of all, thank you for Metso's invitation here.
People watching us online, good afternoon, everybody. I usually say the pandemic was a disease as health has finished, but we still live the impacts until today. I think we're going to live with this for a long time. The first impact was on the human. It was people were affected. Making a bridge with the supply chain, this impacted the production capacity of suppliers in the whole world. Happened in our kitchen, in our companies, but it also happened the other side of the world. So initially, people not working, not knowing how to work. Then this led to a lack of materials, and it led to a very complex problem of logistics that everybody lived through. At the end of the day, a problem that we still live, which is still the consequence of this, is inflation. The central banks in the whole world increasing the interest rates. Well, until today, we live this cycle of the raise, and there's no chance medium-long term, for the medium-short term, to reduce it. This view that things happen simultaneously on a chain of events, they make me believe that in a few years' time we're going to look back and think how crazy this time was and how much there was to learn, and sometimes with a lot of suffering, especially the personal plane that people had. But a great lab, a great challenge for all areas of the companies is not different from in supplies. It was highlighted, I thought it was good that she said this. People think of big issues. Sometimes you stop a plant because of lack of mass, lack of alcohol, lack of protocol of a city hall or town, or protocol of the state or federal. Sometimes the details make a great difference. So there is a learning there, and the challenges are left for us. What was it like for you? Well, first, thank you, folks. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank especially Paolo, who invited me. Paolo was behind there. Thank you, Paolo. We haven't met you for such a long time. For us, let me give you a bit of context. We are biggest private equity in mining, especially with the last fund. By nature, we have to work quicker in an environment which is much more acid than most of the traditional operators, and a risk analysis a little more structured. We have to run quicker with a lower cost. When we get into the pandemic, we are finishing, I think, from 60% of the Vale Verde in copper in Alagoas, and Rio Mirabela is finishing the ramp up after restart. The pandemic was very bad for everybody. For us, it was a test to see how far we would survive with acidity above that which we were used to dealing with. It was a test where there were some things were an advantage for us. The fact that we work with the risk analysis and able to better navigate the market, the more difficult market. So a few things traditionally the operators we don't do. I worked in other operators previously. We explored the second-hand market. Some components that we didn't manage to buy, the factories had stopped. We began to locate some negotiations from other similar operations. We began to capture in spare parts, this kind of thing. In reagents, consumable reagents also, when we didn't have alternatives. We had a problem throughout the pandemic a bit later with Magoto. There was burning of the ovens here. The operation, we began to look for alternatives. First is to risk analysis, understanding what's happening in the market, to try and navigate more quickly and understand the functioning, the logistics in the world. Book was Steinbeck helped a great world. What were the routes that were still feasible, how we could flow from one continent to get to us quickly, as our biggest alliances weren't operating 100% of the capacity. An advantage the mineral sector had that it continued to be an essential sector of the economy. It didn't have to stop. This would have been a tragedy for us. Think about it. As a private equity, you can't stop at all. I have to turn back the capital for those who invested. If I stopped Atlantic Nickel, Vale Verde at that time, I would end up the Upton capital at the time. It was a mix of understanding to use all the risk analysis disciplines, understand the world logistics, how it was behaving, seek these alternatives of suppliers that so far haven't accessed, and especially explore the second-hand market. I think mining is stronger, the margins are more generous. In the end, we don't operate in this segment, but I agree what you said here. Small things, we had tough work to bring masks from China. At some moment, the masks didn't leave China, and we thought they wouldn't get here. That stops operations as well. I thought it was essential. The final point that I remembered was something that, as the mining sector usually doesn't dispute market share, it's very common to help each other. We didn't stop anything because at some stage or other somebody loaned a piece or a batch of reagents, consumables, so we got through, well, not in a soft way, but we didn't stop. That's important. Rodrigo, what was it like in Anglo? First, thank you for the invitation, Marcelo, to participate in this panel with you, in this event which is so great. Oh, well, Anglo-American, it wasn't very different from what happened in the other mining companies. First, we had to make a decision to continue or not with our operations independently of what the authorities decided. There's the whole question of ours, of the relationship with the communities, whether to continue or not. And we took the decision, a difficult decision, but it was right, we have no doubt about, to continue our operations, taking every care that we could at that moment, with the masks, the alcohol, the distancing. And then, of course, we from the supply chain have a fundamental role to get the inputs, the equipment, and the services arrive at the moment that we need them. And in fact, there began a period which was very challenging. First, with the beginning of the delays of deliveries of our suppliers, that whether locally or international suppliers. But we sat down also within the global supply chain of Anglo-American to define the priorities, and the priority was to ensure supply. We knew that we would pay more for it in practically all inputs and services that we used, but it would be even more expensive if we didn't have these materials. I tell my team when we have a crisis in the supply chain, we nearly don't have the right colleagues, and I say that the most expensive material is what is not available. That's the most stop production because of the lack of a mask or a bolt, something like that. So we brought an effort together, focused all our energy in assuring that the materials would arrive on the deadline, and of course the long-term contracts with our suppliers was one of the things that determined the success of this passage through the pandemics. We didn't stop at any moment. We managed to, in various ways, get around the problems and get the materials to be there at the right time and the quality and the quantity that we needed. Of course, we had another problem, which was costs. And the impact was very strong to all of us. If you get a typical year, if there is such a thing, without great problems. You get 2019, the average price of some inputs, and compare them with the average price of 2022. Diesel increased 80%. That affects us as mining companies, the suppliers, the transport, the carriers. Diesel is for everything. Other materials, like some alloys that we use, raised 300%, rose 300%. Coal that we use in nickel, the production of nickel 70%. This because we had a contract that had the top price, well negotiated by the team. The team is here actually. It's very good to have you here. Will not let me lie, but they won't let me lie about that. That held the price, and it was very important, very relevant for the nickel business. This negotiation, great challenges. For the material arrived when we needed it. The cost increased a great deal. Contact with the suppliers and negotiating. Beside all the other elements that were raised by the colleagues in terms of helping the communities in which we are inserted, which is very important as well. We purchase a lot to deliver to the communities, renegotiate all the contracts with suppliers of all types. But we got through it. It was actually a school of the conflict of Ukraine and Russia. The pandemic hadn't yet finished, and the war, it was learning for us. Fortunately, there's always a positive aspect.
Yes, it is a great amount of learning, and that I agree with her. Like on this mask thing, it's a small issue. It may seem like a small thing for us, but it has never been as important for us as during that time. And we had to bring it from China, from the whole world, but also the pandemic started everywhere else at the same time. So in the beginning we were exporting to China, but in the end we had to import masks from them, and it was really difficult for us because they had to meet the internal demand. But yeah, it was a great moment for learning. Now I'll start with Luciano. So Luciano, what are the lessons that you've learned, and how are you applying those lessons in the daily routines? I think the supply areas here that were well structured here, but also all companies, where the lesson we learned is a lesson of resilience. So going through a period of crisis and learning something from it is fundamental. So being resilient, having like long-term contracts, strategic alliances with your supplier in order to withstand the market variations. But regarding I think we had two different fronts. The first front is the one regarding the processes about the supply chain. So more and more we would need to have like routine operations that are automated so we do not lose any time with them. So regarding those purchases, the purchases need to be as automated as possible so that people can evolve to a more strategic area and don't waste time in bureaucratic processes. Regarding the structuring, and I think that was latent for me as something that is fundamental for us, is that we have alliances that are well established, and we need those well-established alliances to help us with our supply chains so we can understand that during a crisis moment we can bring those things to us well-structured, so so we're not disrespecting them, but just having like we fill those gaps. Another thing that's very important is that we have integrated planning, and that's discussed by our supply chain teams more and more. And that has been daily bound to their maintenance plan that we have. Those 52-week maintenance plan needs to be something that's, they sleep on it. We need to sleep on it. The people from the supply chain need to sleep on it and understand that. And I think that the supply chain has lots of engineers and it's well connected with engineering so that we have not only a medium-term view, but a long-term view with us. So bring the engineering teams, bring Takeda here, for example, here to us so we can have the best solutions and we can leverage these issues. So we can have a well-structured risk analysis here and we can predict the future because we need statistical tools that will tell us how far we can go. Something else that is important is to bring the universities close to mining once again. Some companies already do it. And we have closed some deals with the people from USP, from the University of São Paulo. They have some developments there, and I don't need to stop my operation, and I can optimize it. All that happening together, along with the methodology and data analytics that I have here, and I'm here together with the people from IT with me, and that can be strengthened in terms of analysis and from the supply chain. And those are the things I believe in. And the final tip I would give for mining would be, check out the second-hand market well. There are many small operations that have similar stocks, that have spare parts available, and they have raw materials. And in a moment of difficulty, you're not going to be buying from this guy all the time, but you need to know what they have there and what you can bring. And those are the lessons that we have learned here. And of course, we continue in the difficulties. Now we have the Ukraine, we have the Ukrainian war, we have Israel. So, and for you, Eduardo, how was it? In terms of learning, as I have mentioned before, I remember having a test for that, like a pre-test, which was the truckers' strike in 2018. We used that, the kits that we had for the truckers' strike. We used the same one for the pandemic. It's a reference for that. So we have some news here about the truckers, so we can run those reports here as automated as possible. Our crisis management needs to be as automated as possible because the plant can't stop. And I think that was a great amount of learning here for us in terms of logistics, prioritizations, planning. And I would like to highlight, we're discussing some things here before we started this conversation here, something that became a hot topic for all businesses all over the world. I think it's mental health. Because during the pandemic, we started dealing with this problem that was not invented during the pandemic, of course, but the pandemic really highlighted it. And us as leaders, as managers, we had to start understanding, comprehending, and working with our people here in this dimension that is so important, which is mental health. In terms of the company point of view, and things that are mostly connected to production, planning, operation, or daily operations, I think people will less affected in that aspect of mental health because they continued operating in a certain routine, with a routine that was more similar to home office, and which was like, it also included a lot of learning and unexpected learning. It was a kind of a taboo to talk about, you know, working from home in the mining area. We have a plant. Why would you work from home? And people who could be working from home were working from home, and it worked really well. We had like productivity reports going up in a few areas. So I think it was really good for us in terms of learning. For you at Anglo, Rodrigo, how was it? Not to be a little bit repetitive and to be a little different from what has already been mentioned here.
For me, the important you have long-term contracts with your suppliers. Why? Because at a time like this of tension, of scarcity, the suppliers obviously prioritize the customers who have long-term contracts that will leave aside those who do spot purchases. So we felt this strongly, especially the little items that we didn't have contracts, long-term contracts with. Very clearly, these suppliers went to production to the customers who had long-term contracts. That was a great learning lesson for us, and the most strategic and all that we could have contracts with, we learned with that. Although the contract coverage was very good, we always room to improve. The second was to have safety stock, which was good, reinforced for the items that are more critical, imported, difficult to access. We have an example, iconic for me, which was the tires for the haul trucks. It took me a long time to understand what was happening. The big manufacturers, they have a difficulty in production. No, they didn't. We had difficult to find containers to do the logistics and bring the tires here. Actually, the price of freights went from $2,000 per container load, 40 tons from China here, to 12,000. Now it's getting back to 2 and 3. But coming back, in Brazil, fortunately, we had a strategy of leaving 6 months stock of tires, plenty. There's another discussion about working capital. We were talking about that a moment ago. But almost all operations, Anglo didn't stop due to the lack of tires. It was a huge crisis, and we had the stocks here. We were a little more concerned. We had asked for a few more, and we were lucky just. You have to be lucky. This was very important. The third point, I think, is very important. I have to be very careful here not to be badly interpreted, is that there was a greater appetite of the companies in testing new products, testing alternative suppliers and alternative products as well. If we discuss the alternative products and suppliers with nothing happening, with nothing in fact having pressure, bringing a danger, that sometimes is not prioritized. You get into another queue, the focus is on production for safety, but production as a result. Then later I will look at it and then I'll test it. When things began to lack, the products worked. It was another lesson that we learned. Lelo, what was it like for you in São Marco? I'll take advantage of what Pavel, I agree with almost 100% what was said here and try to bring in other issues. When you talk about testing, we began to regionalize, so look at around where we were inserted. And let me give you an example. We began to use waste of another industry, which is granite and marble, as a substitute of lime. So you see circular economy, you begin to look around you, you reduced ecology, it facilitates, and there's an environmental appeal as well. I think that was good to open the mind. Another point, I think the ESG is very strong during the pandemic and post-pandemic. It's a theme that everybody brought in-house. Look at the supply chain, what we can do differently, develop the communities, the environment, human rights. So a number of things that changed in supplies because we have a responsibility, much greater responsibility, a more strategic role in the organizations, whether from the strategic view of the material, the product, of the purchasing, all this gaze of the chain, looking at the end of a negative media, potential accidents, a potential problem. So the vineyards in the south still paying because of the supply chain. So we have this more strategic role. ESG is present. It brings another discussion. How far will this accessory be bigger than the business? So everybody is trying this trial and error to try to discover the ideal model to have an operation which is more sustainable and long-lasting. We have another question. This is to Eduardo. In terms of inventory, what were the imperfections of the supply chain? And what were the technologies are contributing for this improvement? A very good question. This was touched on a moment ago by Pavel. We had the problem of tires. I think everybody who was operating at the time, running tires, there were days when we have to hope that there wasn't puncture because we were getting to the end of the bottom of the well. I feel the impact until today. Inventory, we raised safety levels of some items, critical items. Today, there is a great care of stocks. The interest rates as they're at, leave money stopped in stock is different. And there's something that I think contributed to the magnitude, contributed significantly to the magnitude of all these changes. I think it was Lucien who mentioned it, 2019. 2019 was the year we were at cruising height. Everything was going so well, we should have suspected something. A negative interest rate, people putting money into production. So there was great ease, long-term contracts. You didn't even negotiate, there was no inflation. When it was 1-2%. Everything was better. And we strongly adopting long-term parametrics and so on. When the shake-up occurred, and it was very strong, very quick and unexpected, I think a bit of our role was go back and look at data, the information, take out the signs are there. It was commented, the signs are there. We have to use these tools to understand how I can release this capital that is so important for us and put it into other businesses of the company.
And how was it for you, Vali? How it's actually going, not how it was. We're not applying anything in terms of rocket science, I'll be honest. There's no new technologies, no new systems to help us. In regards to that, I believe we need to actually, get dirty and do things, because due to everything that happened already here, and in terms of the spare parts that were available, the materials, we had to increase our stock levels to really high amounts now. And we're doing our homework now to optimize everything. We're trying to understand what are the parts that we have available there, how long they have been there, how we can use them, what is the proper destination to those things. The cost of everything is important here. We can't leave it hanging over there, So we have a few work groups that are trying to create improvements here so we can bring our stock levels to more adequate numbers. But no great new technologies that were applied or anything regarding that. Old school people, that's it. Make calculations. I believe there are some other ways to do it here, and we've been working with that by working with our suppliers and having stock in our suppliers, so we can outsource that type of capital, and then we can reduce the lead time and increase our payment conditions here, the payment deadlines here, increase with the suppliers and reduce and to use it with the customers. And reduce with the customers. So yeah, complementing what you've mentioned here, I think the pandemic in a general manner, it has caused an increase of capital in most of the companies. That is a fact. But I think what was like a little bit different for all of us here is that our money is a little bit more expensive than yours, because it's a more expensive money. It's a money that needs to come back faster. So we've also always worked with smaller stocks and an accurate view regarding what is happening inside our stocks. So how do we do it? How do we work with it? Where do we start creating stocks? We start by creating it in the strategic planning of the company, life of mining, what are we going to do about it? And then it unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and reaches those plans, and we need to set the parameters for the stocks, and we need to cross it with the risk appetite that we have here. We need to run those risks. So we start doing those statistical analysis here for a time, and when we deal with the stock increment that we understand here, and we need to run those tools once again and use those levers to be able to reduce it. And of course, nowadays, the amount of tools that we have and data analytics that we have in order to understand how did we reach those parameters. How for that kind of operation do we need a certain parameter if my algorithm indicates that I don't need it? Why do I need to have a certain parameter? So we need to revisit that and internally provoke, why do we have a certain parameter set at A or B? And then cross it with further alliances that we may have here. We have a good work carried out here with Paulo's team. I believe that's the way to have the strategic partners that we require, and our role in supply chains to provoke the organization to answer us, to respond to us in a certain way, and we understand why those parameters, why do we have those parameters. We need to go back to the base. We need to understand what are the values that we require. What is our goal for MPV here from 5 to 6 years from now? If with the stock levels that we have now, we can't, we're not gonna reach our goals. In the end of the days, we will respond for that money that's, you know, standing still there, and it's very expensive for us. So yeah, we need to invest a lot in stock in order to deal with all the demand from the clients, but I believe that the lead time increased as well. So we needed some parts, and some of those parts take like a year to be replaced. There are a few makers of that gear in the world, and they would offer you like 80 weeks, 90 weeks. So we bought from our suppliers up to capacity. We bought their capacity sometimes. We don't have the stocks, but we may have demands that may match that capacity. Otherwise, we would have to pay for you know, we'd have to pay for a supplier that stopped there just waiting for us. But if they check out the backlog that we had in terms of projects and future services, we bought the capacity of some of our suppliers. So we have that capacity at hand now, and we hope that we continue growing. Otherwise, we would have to pay them. But we have not the problem, not an issue, but we have a discussion to be solved. I think we still have time for one more question. Specialists have shown that the pandemic have shown the fragility of the supply chains in the world. Do you agree with that? I'm smiling to them because I really thought like I would be the first one to answer that question. I was really happy about it because I completely disagree from the specialists here. I think it may sound arrogant and you know, too arrogant from my part here, but you know, I have a few white hairs, but I have a few white hairs on my head right now, just a few of them, but they're working on the white chain, and I completely disagree with that. I think it's the opposite. what I saw happening was actually completely different from that. I saw the teams showing their strength, showing how prepared they were to deal with the operational demands at the time. I saw suppliers, long-term partners that were getting closer to us, bringing solutions, bringing new solutions, bringing new ideas, so we could properly meet the demands of the operation, so the operation wouldn't stop. I saw a higher appetite from the operations in order to test new materials, parts, equipment, raw materials. I saw many great ideas that were out of the box. I saw suppliers trying to locate items that were bought elsewhere, imported. The pandemic also did that, and that didn't happen from nowhere. But I felt like the supply chains adjusting as time passed. And that happened rather quickly. And it didn't happen out of the blue or without any rhyme or reason. It happened due to the effort of everyone who was part of it. And that's why I feel really comfortable to disagree with the specialists. Of course, I respect their opinion and I respect everyone else's opinion here. But I think something that I think Luciano mentioned it here. But we help each other quite a lot as well. We are also part of the same supply chains. And oftentimes I would ask Eduardo for help, and we were helping each other. And of course that can't happen all the time, because if it happens all the time, it means there's something wrong. But when it happens, I feel there's a great connection between us here as well. Yeah, it also happened in the aviation things, like they were exchanging spare parts between them. When there's like a huge demand here, they exchange parts almost daily, the aviation companies. It's really great.
And with the specialists, what do you think? I think it's difficult to add to what was said. It's like muscle building. You train and train. The difference is the crises are more constant. So more and more we're prepared for the next crisis. And this cooperation, not just innovation, but in that area, is terribly important. And integration, planning, integration. I feel that the internal teams became much closer. And Luciano? I agree what you said. I think you divided 2 points. The pandemic showed showed wide open the importance of the supply chain for all organizations independently of the segment. I doubt that anybody in this room, even having gone 2 years in the pandemic, didn't have food at home. Certainly because somebody produced it, somebody purchased it, transported it, and it arrived at everybody's house. In the same way, operations, they made in a little interruption here or there, but things flowed, even with all the challenges. On the other hand, I think it showed the importance, and it also opened the eyes for opportunities that we have, whether for this regionalization, when I said the site that Anna said, which look at the person who's close to the operation, suddenly they can be qualified, whether by new leverages that Rodrigo mentioned. If I have idle capacity, let me integrate it. If I can't produce in Chile, maybe I produce in Africa. I deliver it with 10 days difference. Most important of all, and I insist on saying, we need more and more implement culture of risk analysis. Maybe the risk people, let's do a risk analysis, it's really tough, whatever. No, you have to look. They are statistical tools, and against facts and data and the benefits they bring, it's incalculable. You can't even see how much benefit is brought. That's it. Thank you. Eduardo? Trying to add my view about this. The supply chains are very mature, flexible, and resilient. However, we seek them for 2 things, price and performance. This makes us always work at an optimum point. without no fat. This is easily seen in any kind of phenomenon of logistical transportation. Everybody knows that a spot road, a car on the road does in the rush hour. We had 3 accidents in the Congonhas airport, small planes. I'll use a word here. They blew everything, the chain, the whole network. And everybody remembers the Suez Canal. So, the logistics chains, especially transport and cargo transportation, they work. We ask for low cost, and we ask for a number of resources from the optimum position. There's not much slack. So when anything happens, something small, it has a big whiplash effect. Everything is said is correct. Everything that was said here is correct. We have to look at contingency, plan, development. All these tools are available so that food is not missing on your plate and the part is not missing in the plant. So I think we're getting to the end. It went very quickly. I would like to thank Adriano, Eduardo, Luciano, Pavin. Thank you very much. For me, it was learning here today. I'm Richard. From leaving the discussion, Richard, thank you for your presence and thank you for the discussion. Marcelo, thank you for the thank you. Thank you, Rogério. Thank you, Rodrigo, Eduardo, Ailana, and Luciano. Thank you. Very well, 2023. People who are watching us on YouTube, thank you for your audience. Those who are not able to be here with us but are following since the first hours this morning, this International Seminar Metso 2023, Building the Future of Mining. Now we get to the last panel of the day, Brazil with Z, Mineral Power. I call it Luis Mascarenhas, Director, Global Director of Vale Accounts. Luis has been in Metso for 7 years. Thank you, Luis. Good afternoon, folks. Thank you. Pleasure to be with you. My position today, it refers to a mission I have to do, which is to connect my great challenge every day to think how I can better connect the companies, the strategies, technologies, people. I'm really pleased to see the space that we are managing today, which is purely of connection. We see people from different ethnicities, different regions, various companies, everybody talking, everybody seeking to connect and evolve. Thank you very much. That's really good. And talking of this other panel, which is very important, as commented from the beginning of the day, the importance of Brazil in this reference, geopolitical, geostrategic. I would like to invite a few people. First is leader of innovation in Accenture Industry, founder of Women in Mining, and also participant in Mining Hub. She was Global Executive Value, Anglo-American, and one of the minds that helped to mold this edition of SIM today. I'd like to invite Cláudia Diniz, Claudinha. I would also like to invite, I have known for a very long time, CEO of AMG, Fabiano Costa. I will also invite the Operations Director of Pia, Tony Lima. and also the Vice President, Sales at Metso, Marcelo Marchi. And to mediate the panel, I'll invite the editor of Brasil Mineral, Francisco Alves. Good afternoon, everybody. First place, I would like to thank Metso for the invitation. We arrive at this moment after very rich discussions throughout the day. I think it was an event so far with a lot of content and added a lot to those who are present and watch remotely or watching online. The main theme of the discussion, the role of Brazil in the scenario of international mining. I think it's very adequate at this time because in Brazil it had for many years a predominance in producing iron ore. It was world leader for a time and then lost its position to Australia. It is globally in second place. It's also an important bauxite producer, having an important position in primary aluminium because of the production of bauxite. World leader in niobium and predominated strongly in gold, but over time lost position. Today it doesn't have a strong position in gold. Now Brazil is faced a different situation because mining, world mining, has the challenge to input those mineral goods that will be necessary for energy transition, and this, in fact, places Brazil at a different level. But I think the discussion has to be carried out with you, and I would like to ask to each of you, first, how do you see Brazil in this scenario, in mining, this challenging scenario in the world? How do you see the possibility of Brazil no longer being an exporter of commodities? Do you, if that is, you see this possibility? And if it's possible to develop a process of aggregating value, of verticalization within the mining sector. I would like to begin with Claudia. I always privilege women, or I try to privilege women. So please, your observations. Very well. Thank you very much, and the First Lady of Metso, for the invitation to be here. It's a joy to participate of an event which is so important. Yes, I think that Brazil, this mineral powerhouse, and we have a situation of improving the aggregate value of our industries. But a bigger investment has to be made in infrastructure, research and development, in energy in Brazil. So I think this part is a part that the country needs to develop a bit better. because when you think on logistics, transportation, energy that we spend to verticalize productions, very often this makes the process unfeasible. So we have to make this infrastructure improvement and the development of clean, sustainable technologies and sustainability. So that is a step. It's an awareness that Brazil has to have for us to be able to, in fact, develop and add value to the Brazilian industry, quality to our products, and no longer just export ore and concentrates. Thank you. Fabiana, please. Well, first I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here participating of an event of this quality. I thank Marcelo, who's the person who invited me, and good afternoon to everybody who's here. Before answering, I must say that I agree with Claudia. She touched a point which is extremely important. I would say a bit more about in a moment. But before first, let me go to your question of how we see the country inserted in mining. You commented, Francisco, that we lost the first place to Australia. Second position is still very significant, I believe, and from which we should be proud. And more than just being proud, get a position and try to seek again the first place. And as an exporter of raw material, of commodities, and why not, the world needs, and aggregate value is important. It brings value to the country, but as I see it, we also have to give great value to this position of supplier of raw material. I was able to work in various different kinds of mining, iron ore, gold. Nowadays I'm working with critical minerals, specifically tantalum and lithium, and in all these industries I was able to see that in fact this value added, the aggregation of value, when you associate it to an investment that has to be made, very often the profitability of the business is much closer to those who produce the raw material than those who in fact add value to the product. Without counting that we should remember that we are suppliers of raw material. That's the story of Brazil. We have 500, might be competitors if we go down that path without a clear strategy. Obviously, I'm not saying that I'm against aggregating value. On the contrary, AMG, a company that I represent, we aggregate value in everything that we do. We produce tantalum, concentrate in the mine, and we convert it nowadays, aggregating value, tantalum concentrate in high-quality oxides of niobium. We've done this for a long time. Since 2018, we produce concentrates of spodumene, lithium. Today, we're finishing FEL 3, basic engineering, to build a conversion plant of spodumenium and lithium carbonate in Brazil. And it is in our nature to do this aggregation of value. But I have to say, this is something that started way back in 2012. AMG has a strategy to do this, very well structured, and which considers all these restrictions well commented by Claudia from the point of view of logistics, and several others that you commented, Claudia. I would just like to highlight that one of the main factors from my point of view to clear up the concept to be applied more widely is that we, in fact, create public policies and create an environment in the country that encourages this aggregation of value. It's no good us imagining this is going to come spontaneously only from the entrepreneur, because it is a very high weight upon us. That's my point.
Yeah, we need to have participation from the government, especially when we're talking about public-private policies. And we need to increase our infrastructure, and that is something that the government can't do by itself. We will need to have support from factories, from private companies as well. We will need to have like public policies that would actually be feasible and help us in a certain way that bring that investment to the country. Tony, what are your final considerations? First, I would like to thank you once again. Thank Metso for the organization of the event. I agree with what Claudio and Fabian have brought up here. I think there is a possibility for Brazil to improve its verticalization and aggregate value, add value to its products. But I agree with the necessity to create public policies that are favorable to that, and they don't put all the weight, of course, only on the entrepreneur and only on the business person. But also that we are not like hiding ourselves as, you know, or exporters, and it's okay as our vocation right now. Like Canada and Australia are doing it really well, and those are demands that will take a lot of time from us. We need to keep on developing our projects, and then we start creating like a large industrial park so we can facilitate that verticalization. So interesting data from our operations here, Valley Verde operations here. It has been producing copper concentrates. The only smelter that we have is Caraíba Metais in Camaçari. It's 450 kilometers from that. It's more advantageous for us to sell to China than to sell it to Bahia because of means of, you know, how much taxes we have to pay on the transportation. They have incentives in terms of importing from Peru and Chile. There are many variables that we need to solve before we can actually create an environment that's ready for that verticalization. First, it's an honor to be here with all of you. It's been great for us to hear these trends. I really love this line of thought. I think adding value will generate the cash that's needed to leverage the investments. So when we talk about those aspects here, I think it's really important to think about that. But as we realize in some of the mining companies, we have been working on adding value in order to make our product different. So products with like an effective margin that's larger to generate higher cash levels, cash stocks, and it will improve new investments. We have a good example there when we're talking about aggregates. We have lots of clients in terms of aggregates. We have quarries, lots of quarries there, and they will make gravel or sand. And regarding the agribusiness, we have identified through Embrapa, the Brazilian agency for the agribusiness development, is that the soil needs some natural materials. Like, for example, basalt has a high level of potassium. So they crush that rock at a lower grain size, and they transform that crushed rock into a product that then can be applied to agriculture. So that kind of thing, it would cost like 50, 60 reais per ton, and it gets to a remineralizer with a proper grain size. It costs like 300 reais or 400 reais. So we need to understand that commodities are difficult. It's difficult to add value to commodities, but we have a few examples in the market, so I believe in that. Thank you. This matter of energy transition, it's putting like a new challenge here in the mining sector of Brazil. Important change, because some of the mineral aspects here, that some mineral ores that we have never given proper importance to here in Brazil, like for example copper, nickel. Brazil was traditionally like an importer of copper for a long time, and only after Carajás we started exporting copper, and we were gaining importance in the copper production. Lithium that despite being known for a while now, we've been producing lithium, especially in the Valley of Jequitinhonha here for a long time. But it gained new relevance with its use for batteries and the demands for electrical cars as well. And also rare metals. We have tried in the past to check out for rare metals deposits here in Brazil, but only recently we were able to explore those things more properly here. Those mineral assets here that we have a few projects about that seem interesting, that we have good possibilities regarding them. But my question to you is, what are the real possibilities that Brazil has to develop, like to have a good role, an important role in the supply of these metals that are critical or strategic, according to some people, and how we can take an advantage out of that situation? And then I return this question to Claudia. I believe Brazil is a powerhouse in terms of minerals and these ores that are considered strategic ores for the energy transition, as they are raw materials for the renewable energy sources. So I think we have a really relevant role in the production of lithium, the production of graphite and other metals here, bauxite, aluminum for wind farms, and I think we have a great opportunity here to become the star in the international market here, to become the supplier for these ores that will be the raw materials for these renewable energies. I think Fabiano has more to say, like he'll contribute much more to that. I'd like to use this opportunity to congratulate you in public. Your company, Energisa, was one of the companies of the year by the public vote here in terms of growth. And I think you have been investing quite a lot, a few $1 million in projects related to lithium. And I think mostly focused on lithium, but also how do you see the role of Brazil in this growth here and stand its ground in the international situation here in terms of critical ores? First of all, I would like to thank you for your reference. I think it's really, I'm really proud to have my work recognized here, have our work recognized. It is a great investment that we've carried out, relatively big, I would say, AMG. And it has materialized the way we wanted it to. And we are satisfied to be recognized. It is a joint effort that's really huge, actually. And it allows us to continue with the investments. We're already talking about a few $100,000 to produce carbonates in Brazil. And we understand that we can actually supply these carbonates in a significant manner to the world and actually endure this energy transition that is necessary due to a series of reasons. And I don't want to be repetitive here. I don't want it to become a mantra here. But I understand that our potential here will only be realized with public policies and with a political desire that this happens. So, for example, investment in mineral research, it's an investment, it's a high investment, and it's an investment of a process of high risks, and it scares away the investor. Because they look at that investment and it's already a little bit mapped, because we have a guarantee of resources there, and sometimes we don't find new opportunities. and a role that was really well done. I'm the son of a geologist, yeah, who worked in the geological agency of the country, and it had a very important role in that for initial research that shows us a few anomalies that reduce the risks of mineral research, and it becomes easier for a private investment to deal with it. And I think the country needs to take its role here to do that first investigation in the identification of anomalies that may eventually be better studied and make that resource a reserve in the future. And in Australia, in Canada, as you've mentioned here, that responsibility is a government responsibility. So we shouldn't be running away from that. I would like to say it once again because I'm talking about my father and his friends here. I'm not saying that Brazilian geology service nowadays is junk, but well, there are no investments there. There is a very limited investment, so there's no possibilities of discovering new metals, lithium, for example. These are initiatives that are this new research only happens due to the private initiative, and some things that are fundamental to this new energy initiatives. Cobalt, for example, here. We don't know where are our cobalt deposits and how much cobalt do we have here. But I believe the materialization of our potential, which is huge here, will only happen if there is a political desire to make it happen. And even because of the development of new technologies in order to exploit those metals, to get those metals, we're thinking about mineral research here and also investment in innovation. What types of processes can we use to carry out that investigation, to obtain those new products? How can we improve the supply chain of those minerals? And of course, logistics. And we go back to the government once again. How can we move those ores properly here and at a level that's lower, we should say?
This observation is very important from Fabiano. In fact, in Brazil, you can say that we still don't know. Brazil doesn't know Brazil still, from the point of view of geological potential. If we consider the mineral province of Carajás was discovered 50 years ago by work of an international company at the time, United Steel. After 50 years, knowledge of Carajás, you're still discovering deposits of copper, platinum minerals, and others. There is a great potential still in Carajás yet to be discovered. The Amazon also is practically unknown. You are right in that sense, in that there isn't. You can't know if Brazil has a potential to increase its production of the mineral, to diversify its basket of mineral production without this work of deeper knowledge in geology. And then I asked Tony, Apia, it reactivated a nickel deposit that was a legacy and started a production of a deposit which is known for some time, which is Serrote. For many years, it wasn't transformed into production project. Recently, also, the group, Apia Group, defined a substantial amount of volume for the application in minerals projects called critical minerals. I'd like you to talk a bit about this and look at these possibilities that exist. You operate the only nickel deposit, lateritic nickel deposit in Brazil, right? How do you see this strategy of Apia and this possibility? There's a big appetite for investments in Brazil recently. More resources of a fund, and the intention is to apply more business in Brazil, given the success of the examples that you brought, Francisco, of Atlantic Nickel in Mirabela, Bahia, and Vale Verde mining copper. We believe in the potential, recurring to the previous question, the potential we have for these critical minerals using the Brazilian Geological Sieve during PDAC 2023, and all the critical materials are the top 10 in resources, production capacity. We have to create these conditions to leverage this. Now, speaking of Apia, with investments in Brazil, Brazil looks a little complicated, people coming in from abroad. Once you understand the opportunity, this organized chaos that we live in, you can do good businesses, good deals. The company has a legal security that investors seek. We have a mining code. It was widely discussed a few years ago, but it's well established. This is important for investors to have this level of legal security. The geopolitical conditions, it's an advantage, competitive advantage for us. We're not at war. We have our problems, but in comparative terms of other areas with great potential, I see cup half full. I see a competitive advantage. The appetite is high. The potential is good. There's still a lot which is underexploited. Taking advantage of Fabiano's comments of CPRM, I remember once of information somebody brought from CPRM, investments in research by the government, they're highly advantageous. Just income rates per hectare for ANM, it was paid, I don't remember the number, but so much in investments in definition, aerogeophysical surveys. The research raised, even depending on the success of whether they come about, just annual rate the investment of the survey was paid for. In fact, it's important for there to be good mapping to offer to these potential investors, because there's a lot of capital being offered, and the Apia Group fits in this as a private equity supplying a need that is not a listed company, so it supplies with financial resources, technical knowledge, niche, which is very significant in the market to be able to leverage further these opportunities. We very much like Brazil, and we want to extend our investments here. Marcelo, how do you think the supplies industry or the mining sector can contribute for Brazil to help Brazil, the Brazil machine of these? They're not new, but of the minerals that have a warm demand, as it were. An important thing is to share with the view of those who are a player supplying equipment and services is that when we show Brazil to our colleagues in Finland, China, and the United States, and we look at the presentation we do, they say, "What are you waiting for?" So, obviously, the supplier wants to contribute, wants to add value. When we say Brazil is the biggest rare earths deposit in the world and the 12th supplier, producer, this question always comes to us. We've been present 100 years in Brazil. There's a history in Brazil. And you are number 1, 2, or you have a player, a modest copper player. You have you already had an important gold position, but your other minerals, which are so precious, how does Brazil position itself in the world as a player in this differently? And player number 1 or 2 in iron, you have characteristics, but a player number 2 or 3 in lithium or cobalt or rare earths. They're different things. They're global positioning. This is the question that always comes back to us. I never know how to answer it. It's because it takes up time. The projects in mining take decades. We know this. But for decades we have said the same things. So there is this outlook. But coming back to your question, I think you could simply add value to projects by sharing, following, obviously, the intellectual properties of the experiences we have. In China, you produce, in South Africa is differently. From the biggest projects are in Kazakhstan. What is being done there that we could bring to Brazil? What kind of activity or benchmarking that we could do with these companies in Brazil, and especially with co-creation? Many solutions don't exist. They have to be created jointly. Time is gone when you can do engineering, 50 engineers, we make a project and take it to the market. This time is no longer. We have to bring a product which is designed by 4 hands, and economic construction feasibility. It's a path we should follow. My prior comment is one of anxiety. People always have commented this. And what about Brazil? What now? Besides iron, copper, gold, what else comes in? We have a huge potential.
If you just let me add an observation to your anxiety. I think there's a very complex answer to that. It's not a simple answer. When you think about rare earth metals, you're talking about a market that's dominated by China, the technology for the exploitation and the production of those rare earth metals as well. There's a very complex solution for that because we have lots of minerals that have to be separated. And each one of them, they have their own prices and markets. And China dominates the market not only because they are the biggest producer of rare earth metals, but they also dominate the technologies of the solvents that are required to separate those metals. So that is one example that we have, cobalt. And what is the other one? I think I forgot, sorry. I think cobalt, for example, we lack mineral exploration and interests. Oh, where do we find cobalt? It's always together with copper. Maybe it does, maybe it's not, but we don't have the geological mapping. We do not have an investment from the government looking for these cobalt deposits. Are we able to share it with the government, but not only the government, but also like private companies? So the answer is not that simple. Maybe your anxiety regarding those things, maybe you can give us that answer, because it will improve it a little bit, but it's so much more complex than it looks like. It requires an investment. It requires a huge investment. I will invite you once again, Claudia, at our next meeting in Finland in order to explain that. Yeah, it will be a joy for me. Fabiano, is there a possibility that lithium is there a possibility that lithium doesn't have the demand that we expect from the future, maybe because of the development of other technologies? I'm talking about lithium for batteries. So we're carrying out like research regarding the sodium and other things, because evidently the battery industry, the battery sector in the world here, and the producers of EV who have their interest tied to the batteries, they're looking for alternatives to lithium, so they're not too dependent on lithium. How do you see that possibility? Doesn't Brazil run the risk of betting too high on lithium? There's a race for lithium, and then after that, that demand doesn't meet the offers that we have, or the prices that we get do not properly pay for the production. That is a very interesting discussion, Francisco. It's an excellent discussion. And of course, it's a worry that we all have. I do not intend to dwell on this answer too much, but I would like to tell you a little story. I've joined AMG in the end of 2010, so it's been 13 years right now. And when I arrived at AMG was only producing like tantalum concentrate, which is a very, very specific niche for a market. And it's a complicated niche. There is a huge volatility for the demand, a seasonality for this demand. And it's not even looking for alternatives because of the costs, which is what usually motivates the replacements. So if something is too expensive, we start looking for something else. But we were just afraid. For tantalum, it was not even like that. So we're just afraid of things like the center of Africa. It's not reliable due to all its aspects in the supply chain, and the rest of the world produces that as a sub-product. And AMG, by coincidence, was the only one at that moment. And we remain one of the only ones that produce it as a core thing. And there we started developing the idea that we cannot depend completely on tantalum. And I was completely right, because if we depended on tantalum, I wouldn't have received the price that I will receive this year, and we wouldn't have reached like this half this decade that we're living through right now. We're developing these products like feldspat for the ceramic industry, and we started doing that here in 2010, 2011 to reduce the amount of residues that were generated. And it's a dense mineral that has ppn, so we needed to have other things. But this long story that I'm telling you, it is to tell you that between 2010 and 2011, when I returned from abroad to Brazil here, we realized that the feldspat that we were producing, there was something called spodumenium. And there was one company in the world that was producing it at a high volume. And I'm not relegating CBL. I really like my friend there that started producing lithium there, because their production was irrelevant due to the world demand at that time. There was nothing regarding batteries, but mostly medicine and oils. But at that time we started developing that. And why am I giving you this long answer? Because we started it in 2010 to develop a process route of how we would concentrate that. And we were already betting on that here, because that was the business of the future. And we were talking about EVs at the time. People who were talking about EVs at the time would be called crazy. And I was saying, oh, we're going to be just like the Jetsons thing. We're going to have flying cars all over. And nowadays we see that EVs are not a distant reality for us now. And I believe that, yep, there is potential, to replace sodium. And I was talking to my friend here, the Chinese already have sodium batteries, but there will be a long time with a demand for lithium. But the most important thing is that we are not stuck in a single place, and that we take a lot of care regarding, putting our eggs in the same basket, because that is a concept that doesn't work well. All these pegmatites that have this high level of lithium from the valley of Jequitinhonha, they have other minerals in them. So what I suggest is that we start checking what is it in the DNA of AMG here, is to maximize the mineral resources that we get, because there are not minerals that maybe, if they are not that valuable nowadays, highly valuable nowadays, they may be in the future. So from the point of view of APIA, do you believe that Brazil actually has the potential to have other important deposits of copper and nickel? Yes, of course, there are some important deposits, not the world-class ones like we say here for copper, like we have in Chile and Peru, and nickel in Indonesia, but competitive advantages so we can actually develop projects that are very interesting and with good returns. There's some potential as well for graphite. As well, we have a project in the south of Bahia there. And for that energy transition, of course, it's a mineral of high demand, especially for anodes. And we also believe we have a lot of potential in terms of other deposits there for Alga. And it's something that we can invest on, invest in. But of course, we need to diversify our portfolio. Here we have copper, aluminum. They have like lots of applications. They are not subject to all those variations in prices, but when it reaches like $40,000 the ton, like we're talking about the substitution, it can't be too expensive. If it's too expensive, we start replacing it. I left it on silent, but I forgot an alarm that I have for this time. And it's important that we do not put all our eggs in the same basket, as you've mentioned. And it's important for us to diversify, because many of our metals are susceptible to this volatility, but not all of them. But yeah, we need to pay attention to that. Marcelo, from the point of view of the technology, what are the main bottlenecks that you feel in the market itself, in the Brazilian market, right now when you are in touch with the clients? What are the main demands, the main gaps that you can see in terms of technology? And how are you able to supply those gaps, fill those gaps? Before we start talking about technology, we need to think of one of the greatest bottlenecks that we have, which is labor, qualified labor. So we're talking about technology. We want to bring technology on board the operations, and many times we stop in terms of labor, so not only in our company, but also our customers' companies. We talk a lot about like remote monitoring, removing human presence from the operations, outsourcing, and all things like that. So we understand that there are technologies that are available in the market, and when we face our reality here in Brazil, many times we have cases we can share here. We create a whole installation of a tech platform, and we are not able to get the return from that investments because we're having lots of difficulties regarding the labor that we get, which is not qualified. So our industry is an industry which is currently not very attractive to young people. So when we say, oh, they're very interested in the financial market, they're very interested in the technology market, they're working on the automobile market here, they have like this new thing because of electrical vehicles as well. There is a huge level of young people attraction in those areas. And there's another spice in that pot, which is Generation Z, Gen Z. And Generation Z is more and more present in our company here, and they have different expectations from my generation. There's not a focus of building a career along like huge baggage in terms of a single segment. They have this focus of having like a view that's more generalistic, because they have more opportunities to work in a series of segments without having no negative points inside one of that or that segment. And I see that here in our companies. We have 1,900 employees here, and our average is 38 years. And we have lots of colleagues who are arriving right now, and they have demands that are pertinent, but different ones. And sometimes the managers, they're a little bit older. They say, wait, that boy or that girl, they don't know what they're talking about. But definitely that diversity also comes with innovation, and will make these companies leave their point of accommodation. And it's very important for us to have a very diverse team, and a team with several different generations there, so we can actually grow. So the technology is available and need to attract talent, retain talent, train talent, these young people, maybe for at least some certain amount of time, maybe not 30, 40 years in the same company like we used to do, but enough so that they can have some kind of satisfaction and the company has some kind of return from that employee.
I would add that with a question to Claudia. You helped to structure and manage the marine hub, and you work in a company, a technology company, right? The new technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, automation, these things, they can work along the sense being an attraction for this generation, can be attracted to mining? I think so. In fact, we have worked a lot with this. When we speak of mining in the future, we think on robots, we think IoT for mining, we think of several technologies, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, where you can do monitoring, training of these people. And also, we have seen, not only in the mining sector, but in other sectors, the famous lights out technology, where you have your company working as if everything doesn't need light. Why? Because I have robotic arms doing the operations which are repetitive. I can give you an example. In a candy factory, the packaging or the box of chocolates today is done automatically, and you don't need electricity in that area. So you have an operation which is more precise, cleaner, safer, and less investment, lower cost. This has been worked on to bring it into mining and attract the Z generation. While I was the mining hub, we saw this much more clearly. Today, we in our current company, they like to develop new things, and the focus is on sustainability, diversity, inclusion of people. So if you are a company which is extremely conservative, you will have greater difficulty to retain the talents of the Z generation. So we need to work on this. I'm bothered because I'm sitting back to you. We need to work on this part. And yes, automation, modernization will bring greater efficiency, it can bring greater confidence, and it can bring more processes to mining itself. Accenture, we're working with the mining sector in a very daring way, as it were. Accenture also makes the investments in developing process and technologies for mining. Yes, we can mix both things and attract the younger generation. Attracting women, I have to say, speak of this. There are examples of remote operations. I can't refer to the name of the company. Because they're operating remotely, I can put women in who before could not be to operate various types of equipment, and even people with handicaps. You're not going to have somebody with a handicap in an environment in mining who can't hear properly. They're in the middle of the operation, but they can be in the control room. They can be in operating equipment. There are ways also of ensuring diversity and inclusion. Very good. Well, then I think we have 5 minutes at time for a final round that I would like you to briefly state, Fabian, if from your point of view, this cycle, virtuous circle, I see that Brazilian mining is going through a virtuous cycle in the sense of growth, at least. All right? There are many investment projects, the outlooks of new projects. So at least from the point of view of this growth and investments, I think there's a virtuous cycle ahead. How do you see this briefly? Will it continue? What are the obstacles for this to continue? I agree fully with you. I think it is a positive moment. After some difficulties we had for causes that nowadays there was a great progress, especially with regard to safety, integrity of operations themselves. I think this is something that, although it's not been overcome, but it's something which is being addressed, and extremely important that it should be addressed so that public opinion can support, I think, answering your question with regard to the obstacles. I think public opinion on mining is something which is essential. Without being repetitive, but I have to mention that it worries me precisely automation. You talked about labor. We need to expand this optimism we have today in mining. But the world around us, difficult to get people to work on this. We, at a given point, attracted a lot of people in the past. Nowadays, I see we have a need, not just a lack of specialized, qualified labor in certain positions, it's generalized. And completing, I must say, try not to be repetitive, we need political longing that things continue to happen by the entrepreneur, private initiative. I see there's a lot in positive initiative, and it would be essential that we had political support, political will, that these initiatives could be brought to fruition. Don't you? I agree that the obstacles depend on public opinion. We need to break a few paradigms to show this great value that mining has, that more people will be proud, as I feel, to work in the sector and be proud of this so that we can propagate our business, improve our processes, our efficiency, and the cost. Our market is cyclic. We're in a virtuous cycle. We might go through a drawdown. The lower the cost, we administer cost a great deal. We produce the APIC. We don't control the market, but we work on cost. And working with a cost, lower cost, the fluctuations will not allow the water to get up to our noses. That's it. So we prepare not to get comfortable with the virtuous cycles that we go through, but use this, in fact, as a mattress for the tougher times that will come ahead. Thank you. Marcelo, please. I was talking to Pava at lunchtime. The bunch or the file of projects is full. We work with the customers. We have many projects we have worked on. The folder is full. Our comment with the colleagues is the market doesn't limit our growth. There are other things that can limit it, public policies, public opinion, but the market itself doesn't limit growth. So we're ready to grow, and the country is ready to follow this demand and continue to grow. There are projects in the folder planned. The labor continues is a concern that we have, a great concern. In carrying out the projects, we have the projects that are going to come. They need specialized labor to have efficiency in delivery. but the market doesn't limit. I'm very positive with regard to the future. I have the privilege of closing. I'll close talking about labor, that I must talk about people. Mining is made of people, like in any industry. So what we have to watch is how we're attracting these people. How are the companies doing? What are they doing? And always remember diversity, inclusion, equity. Why? We have done work, and I'm here with Patricia Procopio, who's the president of Reúne Mining Brazil. Our movement to bring and attract women into mining, a new gaze to the mining sector. So we have studies of Accenture, Deloitte, and various McKinsey showing that diversity in a mining company or inside a company increases the profit of the company. So we have to begin to think, what is going to attract these workers? What's going to retain them? Are they women? Are they people who have handicaps? People who bring a new gaze to mining sector. As he said, we don't need specialists. We need workers. We need social responsibility, sustainability, the ESG. That's going to bring all this to the mining sector. This is something which is very serious. There are items that we have to think up, work on, and however small we think it is. For example, you have clear goals in the leadership. You give opportunities for people to grow, and there's a part of training, understanding the flexibility of the work, because a lot of the things that Generation Z looks at today is the flexibility, the balance between personal life and the work life. And my generation, your generation, our generation worked, and that's how I am until today. But I don't know if that's right. There's no right or wrong here, but I believe that people today have a different gaze on work. They look at work differently, because why don't we stop to think about this? I believe to think about people, as you said, there are projects, there's market, mining has everything. It's a very rich industry. So let's bring these people to work with us. And so I invite you to get to know our movement, Women in Mining Brazil. We have a site, and the 28th, just for you to understand, will be Mining Hub talking about our third report about the indicators of the growth of women in mining. I invite you to go to Mining Hub on the 28th to watch. It will be online as well, but I would very much like you to look carefully and ask the companies here to be part of this movement. Thank you for the opportunity opening and closing this panel.
I would like now to thank you, Claudia, Tony, everyone else, Marcelo, and I would like you to remain here on the stage. And I would now invite our host here to take over. Thank you, Francisco, once again. Thank you, Claudia, once again. Thank you, Fabiano, Tony. Well, we're almost at the end. There's a video that we usually make in this moment here that's called Senbei. What happened during the day? So I would like to invite everyone here, including our panelists. You can remain here on the stage, so let's watch that video. And then we have the final words here from Marcelo Motti. Same day.
Muito bem, parabéns para todos vocês. São
Well done. Congratulations to all of you. You're all protagonists of this international seminar from Metso 2023. I would like to thank our panelists. I would like to return to your places here. I'll ask Marcelo Motti here, who is our VP of Sales of Metso Brazil. And he will officially end our event. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Thank you. I would like to, do we have everyone here, the panelists? This was a very long day, but I have a question to ask all of you. Is this model worth it? Because the idea here is to actually build our next sim, our next event, where we will have a situation that's better than the current one, and then the next one will be even better. And the idea is to have like a continuous improvement of this event. Event was made for you, so you could debate and find the best pathways for our businesses, for our lives, for our families, and also for our country. Thank you very much.
E obviamente gostaria de convidar todos.
And obviously, I would like to invite everyone. And of course, Marcelo, we have a meeting, yeah, a happy hour, yeah, with everyone else. So we have prepared a small surprise for all of you. And if you could remain here a little longer, we'll have a cocktail. We also have a surprise during the cocktail, a little bit after the cocktail, but also during the cocktail. And you will avoid the traffic from Belo Horizonte if you remain here and enjoy the cocktail. Thank you, everyone. International Seminar Metso.